The first thing I did after crossing over to the weird university was to rush into the girls' dormitory and forcefully kiss a 3S level weird campus beauty. When everyone else was struggling to survive in the weird game, I started a sweet romance with the ghost campus beauty. It turns out the weird game descended upon the whole world, and every country would randomly select one player to enter the weird space to survive. Only countries that successfully clear all rule dungeons can get various rewards. Failed countries will disappear from the river of history, completely becoming weird nations. As memories flooded in, I also knew my current situation. Once killed in the weird world, not only would the game fail, but the player would truly die. At this time, 200 contestants from around the world were all transported to the weird world. The horror university dungeon had opened. As long as you do daily check-ins and survive for 44 days, you would successfully clear it. The entire process would be broadcast live worldwide in real time, except for special situations. Just as I was thinking about what special situations meant, the big iron gate of the left dormitory building was opened, and a male dorm supervisor holding an anti-riot stick and tilting his head walked out. Left side is male dormitory, right side is female dormitory. Now you can go in and pick rooms. Each room can only house one person, and half of the rooms inside already have owners. If someone accidentally picks a room with a ghost, the supervisor let out a weird laugh. Seeing this scene, all contestants couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, and could only obediently enter the male and female dormitory buildings separately. Only I was still frozen in place, not moving for a long time. Because I discovered that inside the iron gate of the right female dormitory building, there was actually a line of small words floating. Several female contestants walked past there, but had no reaction at all, which meant only I could see those words. I wanted to see clearly what was written, but the font was too small. I had to walk into the female dormitory gate to see clearly. But this would very likely violate the rules. After all, normally speaking, boys cannot enter girls' dormitories, and would very likely be killed on the spot by the weird supervisor. I looked at the weird supervisor beside me, took a deep breath, lifted my leg and walked toward the female dormitory. Seeing my action, people in Dragon Country's livestream all thought I had gone crazy. Hey, isn't it the left male dormitory? Why is he going right? No, I just looked at our Dragon Country contestants' information. College student Sufei, 18 years old, clearing probability less than 1%. Worthy of being a contestant with less than 1% clearing rate. If he doesn't get taken down by the supervisor, I'll directly eat. Before long, good news from other countries' contestants started coming through the livestream. Japanese Sakura, Korean and Russian contestants have all successfully moved in. Oh, the world record for fastest elimination will be broken by this contestant Sufei. Yes, eliminated at the start, no one is more excellent than contestant Sufei. Facing mockery from other countries, Dragon Country's audience was so anxious they wanted to curse, and some even directly closed the livestream. At this time, my mood was equally extremely nervous. When I was about to step into the girls' dormitory, the supervisor suddenly stopped me. The campus doesn't have rules saying you can't enter the female ghost dormitory, but you can only choose once. I ask you one last time, are you sure you want to go in? I'm sure. Seeing my determined eyes, the supervisor stepped back a few steps. Good, I want to remind you that your choice is not wise, because there are more terrifying existences inside. Saying this, the supervisor didn't continue, as if fearing something. Seeing that I was still safe and sound, the Dragon Country livestream audience was shocked by this scene. Am I seeing this wrong? Boys can choose to enter the female ghost dormitory? That's right. Although it doesn't violate the rule of finding dormitories by gender, there are more terrifying existences inside. Could it be 3S level weird? At this time, I walked to the iron gate of the female ghost dormitory, and pleasant light bell sounds rang in my ears. Congratulations on discovering the hidden rule hint. You only need to follow the hidden hint to act, don't ask why. Hidden hint, go to the 6th floor, no matter what happens, don't look back. It really was a hidden hint, and only I could see and hear it. I looked at the stairs in the dormitory leading upstairs, and in one breath, taking several steps at a time, I ran upward. Just arriving at the 2nd floor, weird crying sounds rang in my ears. Can't look back, can't stop. I desperately started sprinting. If I stopped for even a second, I felt there were weird existences behind me. Finally, I arrived at the 6th floor. At this time I was gasping heavily, my whole body soaked in sweat, my calves trembling uncontrollably. But strangely, after arriving at the 6th floor, those weird sounds never appeared again. Suddenly, the light voice rang in my ears again, it was a hidden hint. I looked left and right, searching for the hint, and finally saw the words on the door at the end of the corridor. Hidden hint, after going in, close your eyes, don't speak, directly kiss her. Is this a proper hidden hint? If this is a hidden rule, then it's too ridiculous. I suddenly felt a wave of memories attacking. What does don't speak, kiss her mean? It means there must be a ghost in this room in front of me. But according to what the supervisor said, entering a room with a ghost means death.
Could this room be the terrifying existence the supervisor mentioned?
Looking at room number 614, I swallowed hard, and my mind conjured up a hellish picture. Various terrifying weird scenes began appearing one by one, slit-mouthed women, long-tongued ghosts, all kinds of scary existences appeared in my mind. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the opposite dormitory. Obviously someone had chosen the wrong room and was killed. The more this happened, the greater the pressure in my heart. At this time, broadcast sounds came from outside the dormitory, weird voices echoing throughout the entire school.
30 seconds left until 0 o'clock. Contestants who haven't entered rooms will be deprived of life.
This is dormitory rule 1, from 0 o'clock to 8 o'clock, you must stay in your room. The clock's countdown echoed throughout the entire campus, making me completely give up thinking.
Since I'm already here, I'll die anyway if I don't choose. No matter what is inside, just imagine it as a soft and sweet little girl. What if it's really some hidden rule to pass the game?
Su-fei tightly closed his eyes.
He used almost all his strength to kick open the dormitory door. There was a loud bang.
The dormitory door was opened, and a girl in a red dress stood not far from the door. The girl had black hair flowing down to her shoulders, and her red pupils were as eerie as the blood moon outside the window.
Seeing the red-dressed eerie figure, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room completely lost hope. Damn, there's an eerie presence. And it's a red-dressed eerie.
Red-dressed eerie, one of the most powerful eeries in the rule-based dungeons.
Globally recognized SSS-level eerie, who has skinned many contestants alive.
It's over, not only did he lose, but Su-fei will die in the most tragic way.
Sorry, the scene below is probably very bloody. I can't watch it anymore.
In the screen, Su-fei tightly closed his eyes, not knowing at all what was standing in front of him. But according to the prompt, he could only feel his way through. However, after taking just 2 steps, Su-fei felt a cold sensation on his fingertips.
So delicate. It didn't even feel like a human's face.
The face was at this position, about 1.6 meters tall.
A standard oval face, not fat in body. It should be roughly about the same. Done touching? A cold voice sounded, and Su-fei almost instinctively wanted to reply.
But just as the words were about to come out, he forcefully swallowed them back. The prompt had said, "Don't speak, kiss her." At this point, there was no other choice.
No turning back. No holding back. Su-fei suddenly embraced the eerie in front of him and, relying on muscle memory, kissed her directly.
The eerie in his arms trembled uncontrollably. Her red eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the human kissing her. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom live stream room exploded.
Chapter 3, Blushing 8 times in 5 minutes, is this an SSS female eerie? Holy crap? Holy crap. What the hell? Warrior. This definitely deserves to be called a warrior. Wait, what is Su-fei even doing? Although Su-fei lost, I feel like he might have one.
No kidding, even though it's a terrifying eerie, it looks better than our campus beauty.
I acknowledge it. The first man ever to dare kiss a red-dressed eerie head-on. As long as you have the guts, the female eerie will go on maternity leave. Su-fei really dares. I'm so jealous. If I had known this female eerie was so beautiful, I would have died happy. Didn't you see that Su-fei kept his eyes closed? So, he has no idea who or what he kissed. So, no matter what's inside, Su-fei dared to kiss it. The Dragon Kingdom live stream room was completely shocked by Su-fei's actions.
Compared to winning or losing, Su-fei's actions at that moment were the most explosive event. Since the eerie game began, not to mention forcibly kissing a red-dressed eerie, even with ordinary eeries, contestants had always kept their distance, trying not to touch them. The thousands of households in Dragon Kingdom watching the live stream began to discuss heatedly. Soon, Su-fei's forced kiss with the red-dressed eerie spread in other countries' live stream rooms.
Oh my god. A contestant from Dragon Kingdom actually kissed the SSS eerie. What? I've only seen this kind of plot in special films. What the hell? Does the contestant from Dragon Kingdom want to play out some human eerie love story? Oh. Guys.
We should calm down, because he is about to be torn apart by the eerie.
Yes. Dragon Kingdom will forever exit the stage of history, please witness. The heat on the foreign internet was constantly rising. A lot of foreign netizens started entering the Dragon Kingdom live stream room,
waiting to see Su-fei get torn apart by the eerie. However, several minutes passed, and the screen remained unchanged. If not for the subtle movements of Su-fei, people might even have doubted if the live stream had frozen.
Not just them, even Su-fei himself felt a bit awkward. Mainly because it was so cold. It felt like hugging a human-shaped ice block while kissing it. The whole process lasted for a full 5 minutes. But it seemed like The ice cube in his arms was slowly getting warm. Hidden tip, let go, you can talk.
A pleasant sound rang in his ears, and Su Fei finally let go of her.
Su Fei took a deep breath, but he still didn't open his eyes.
He suddenly felt that being blind was actually quite nice. At least he wouldn't have to worry about opening his eyes and seeing something he would never forget in this life.
But he didn't expect.
The weird red-dressed face was already a bit flushed, and she opened her mouth and asked,
"What does it feel like?"
"Cool, a little sweet."
"How about we continue?"
"Okay."
Su Fei nodded.
But this time, before he could reach out, she directly jumped into his arms and kissed him again, her face completely red.
Seeing this scene,
all the viewers watching the livestream felt like their hearts were struck by lightning. Especially the single guys in front of their screens. The last bit of defense in their hearts seemed to fall at this moment.
What? What is this? What are they doing? Bro, slap me, tell me this isn't real. So this is still a weird survival stream, not some romance movie? Stop talking, I'm about to forget this is our Dragon Nation's last chance. Is that a problem? Do you see the red-dressed weird one trying to tear Su Fei apart? Yeah, now that you say it, I forgot Su Fei hasn't been eliminated yet. Who the hell said being handsome was useless? Step forward now. What? Blushed 8 times in 5 minutes, and you call this an SSS level weird? Not only were the people shocked.
Even in the official broadcast hall, nearly 100 core people of the Dragon Nation were deeply shaken.
Young people really do have wild ideas. Feels absurd, but at least he hasn't been eliminated yet. What if something strange happens next?
Who cares, as long as it's being broadcast, we can watch it. The Dragon Nation's fate lies in Su Fei's hands. Compared to Dragon Nation's excitement, netizens from other countries were starting to get restless.
Unbelievable.
The Dragon Nation player survived using this method.
Survived? Not necessarily. Maybe the weird one is just playing with him using the rules. Some players look better than Su Fei, he's just lucky. Even if nothing's wrong now, that doesn't mean he's safe. SSS level weirds are not that easy to deal with.
Dragon Nation better not celebrate too early, surviving 44 days in the school is the real challenge. A few more minutes passed.
The red-dressed weird finally let go of Su Fei.
But she found that Su Fei still had his eyes tightly shut.
You don't dare look at me? Su Fei was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't possibly say he was afraid she was too ugly and might scare him, right? Even though he didn't know why she was like this. But if he made her angry, he had no way to resist at all.
Hidden tip, speak the truth in your heart.
Really say it?
Su Fei listened to the tip sound and couldn't help but think of everything that had happened earlier.
At least the tip wasn't wrong. It just felt a little strange.
The red-dressed weird's voice was like a prison.
Of course, if your answer doesn't satisfy me, I will kill you.
Hearing this, the people in Dragon Nation's livestream instantly felt their hearts jump into their throats.
Brother Su. Praise her. Please. I'm 30 and I'm calling you bro.
Brother Su is so good at flirting, he must know some romantic words. Don't say anything else, just describe her looks and it won't go wrong. Trust Brother Su, there's no way he'll mess up now.
Dragon Nation viewers were extremely nervous, but viewers from other countries were already laughing out loud.
I told you, the weird one was just playing around. Looks like he made it through, but being with a weird one means more dangerous rules.
It's clear this question is a rule answer wrong, and you die.
In Dragon Nation's livestream, everyone's eyes were locked onto Su Fei. Su Fei had no choice but to follow the system's prompt and speak, pouring out all his thoughts to the other person.
When I came in, I was actually worried that you'd be ugly.
You might be some kind of slit-mouthed woman, a long-tongued ghost, or maybe have maggots on your face, that's why I kept my eyes shut.
Of course, there's also.
Every word Su Fei said made the audience from Dragon Nation feel more pain.
Brother Su. Master Su.
Please, stop speaking these harsh truths.
Yes, just open your eyes and look, it'll be fine. Although it's an SSS level anomaly, she looks exactly like a top-tier campus beauty, okay?
Exactly, you've already kissed her, so what's wrong with giving her a compliment?
The audience from other countries laughed even harder upon hearing these words.
A Dragon Nation contestant, just a brainless thug.
My 8-year-old son wouldn't even say something like this. You're saying he's a university student?
I think I've already heard the announcement of Dragon Nation contestants' failure. At this moment, in the world of anomalies,
hearing Su Fei's thoughts, the red-clad anomaly suddenly chuckled. Very good, I like honest people. My name is Luo Yao. Welcome to Dorm 614. As soon as Luo Yao finished speaking, an announcement rang out in the world of anomalies. Dragon Nation contestants successfully checked in. The Dragon Nation audience? The audience from other countries, cheating. Must be investigated. This is definitely cheating. Instantly. The entire screen in the live stream was filled with question marks. Su Fei himself was also a bit skeptical, and confirmed again. You mean, I can live with you? Chapter 4, mainly worried your bed is not sturdy. What? You're not happy? Luo Yao's voice gradually turned cold, staring at Su Fei fiercely. Of course not. Su Fei wasn't too nervous but instead spoke according to his inner doubt. It's just that the dorm supervisor downstairs said, each dorm can only have one person. Ha! Luo Yao's laugh carried disdain. Remember, my rules come above his. Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Fei didn't have the slightest doubt. Whether it was the eerie dorm supervisor's fear of the female ghost dorm or the hints he saw, it was enough to prove that the level of anomaly in front of him was definitely not low. Hidden hint, open your eyes, read the school rules. Right. He had to read the school rules. Now, he really had no choice but to open his eyes. Besides, keeping his eyes closed was uncomfortable for Su Fei. So, he slowly opened his eyes, seeing the girl in front of him clearly. Su Fei suddenly felt a bit dazed. He had been so worried all this time, but it turned out she looked like this. What slit-mouthed woman, long-tongued ghost. She was simply the white moonlight and the cinnabar mole in the hearts of countless men. The girl in front of him was even more perfect than the soft and sweet image he had imagined before entering. This just proved that the hidden hint that had appeared until now didn't mislead him. He completely believed that the hidden hint was his golden finger. Seeing Su Fei in a daze, Luo Yao moved her face closer to him. Take another good look. See if I really look like some low-level anomaly, like a slit-mouthed long-tongued ghost? Hiss. Su Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath. But after all, this was an anomaly world, and an SSS-level red-clad anomaly at that. She wasn't some soft and sweet girl from reality. A soft and sweet girl might only hurt your kidneys. But a red-clad anomaly, that could really take your life. By the way, the school rules? Su Fei came to his senses and scanned the dorm room. It was called a dorm, but Su Fei had thought it was like his schools, a combination of a bed and a desk, about 10 square meters. But this dorm only had a princess bed and was at least 20 square meters. Besides the bloodstained mosquito net and the peeling walls, which looked eerie, it was better than his own dorm. The school rules are behind the door. Luo Yao raised her hand, and it seemed like some invisible force closed the dorm door again. Behind the door was a white paper. The white paper had a line of text written on it. Su Fei stepped forward, using the blood-red moonlight to see the school rules. 8:30 12 o'clock, check in at the playground, engage in the death exercise. 12 o'clock 1400 hours, check in at the cafeteria for meals. 1400 hours midnight, free activity time, but must check in at any location within the school. Midnight 8 o'clock, must stay in the dormitory, no noise allowed. Note, at each location, participants must follow the rules, or it will trigger a special bizarre event. Do not be late, do not be late, do not be late. The school rules were not many. Besides the initial rules when entering the bizarre world, the main rule was this check-in. Simply put, every morning they must do the death exercise, and noon is mealtime. After eating, they must check in at another location, such as the library. It seems that in the bizarre world, danger lurks everywhere. Not to mention anything else, just the death exercise itself makes one tremble with fear. It's called a death exercise, and if people don't die, it wouldn't be called that. It's getting late, let's rest. Luo Yao turned around, waved her hand, and the bloodstained mosquito net was opened. Then she glanced at Su Fei. Sleep together? How? Luo Yao's lips curled into a smile, teasing, are you still afraid I'll eat you? If you wanted to eat me, it wouldn't be that hard. Su Fei smiled helplessly, it's just that I'm worried your bed won't hold up. Luo Yao's face turned a deeper shade of red, if the bed holds or not, you'll know once you try. As soon as her words fell, Su Fei felt an invisible force controlling him, and he was then flown toward the princess bed. The mosquito net fell down. At the same time, the Dragon Country live broadcast screen also went completely black. What does this mean? Are they not showing the content below? Where's the recharge entrance? I have plenty of money, let me watch. Dragon Country officials, speak up. I'm worried about Dragon Country's safety, why aren't you showing it? You're slapping me in the face with your calculations. Are you really worried about Dragon Country's safety? From the moment Suyi kissed the red-dressed strange entity, I felt the nature of this live broadcast completely changed. Officials, explain. I want to see if Suyi can clear the game. Seeing the public's doubts, the Dragon Country official broadcast studio screen was also pitch black. Several technical staff members immediately broadcasted the studio's screen. Everyone, look, we can't see the broadcast either. The broadcast is a projection of the bizarre world, it's not our technical issue. Trust us, just like everyone else, we also want to know if Su-fei can successfully clear the game. But now, all we can do is waiting for the system's report or for the live broadcast to resume. With the official explanation from Dragon Country, many people gradually began to calm down. But audiences from other countries started to lose their composure. Why? Why do our country's players still have a feed? Our country's players' dorm only has a chair, why does Su-fei have a bed to sleep on? Our country's players may have a bed, but why don't they have strange entities sleeping with them? Don't rush, I think the Dragon Country player might not survive until dawn. As time passed, although the Dragon Country live broadcast lost Su-fei's feed, various clips and news about Su-fei began to spread wildly on the internet. The hype reached an unprecedented level across the entire Dragon Country. After all, it was about the fate of Dragon Country, and with Su-fei's actions, it was truly astonishing. Luck? Or thinking? How did Su-fei manage to do it? Science, the red-dressed strange entity is not as beautiful as people imagine. Dragon Country's player Su-fei carries the hope of the entire Dragon Country. As long as you're bold, the female strange entity goes on maternity leave, can Su-fei pull off the astonishing feat? Whether it was on social forums or various news media, titles about Su-fei were flooding everywhere. Because of the appearance of the bizarre game, all countries had separate departments studying the rules of the bizarre dungeon. Due to Su-fei's uniqueness. At this moment, key figures from several other countries began to analyze Su-fei's actions overnight. They were all scholars researching strange instances. I've been studying rule-based instances for 10 years, never imagining that one day it would turn out like this. That's right, every step he takes is unusual, like how did he know he could enter the female dorm? Setting Su-fei aside, that SSS-level red-clothed anomaly behaves so differently from the ones we've seen before. I can't think of any reason why a Dragon Country player could achieve this, could it really be just luck? In the end, they could only attribute everything to good luck. Aside from that, they couldn't find any explanation. Soon, under the strong expectations of the Dragon Country citizens and the jealousy of other nations' people, a night passed quickly. At 8 a.m., the live stream signal from the Dragon Country channel started to flicker. All the Dragon Country citizens immediately locked their gaze on the live stream. We've been waiting for this moment, finally, it's here. I had an intense argument with my wife all night, barely sleeping, just to make sure I didn't miss Lord Su. Ugh, I'm so nervous, just afraid I'll suddenly hear the announcement of Lord Su's failure. I want to watch, but we still need to care about whether Lord Su can lead us to victory. They say being with the king is like being with a tiger, and it's even more true with an SSS anomaly. We can't just look at the surface. Maybe he's lucky this time, but next time, we might not be so lucky. It's here, the screen is showing. Chapter 5, Death Sport, paired with anomaly? Sleeping with an anomaly really does kill people. Su-fei, with dark circles under his eyes, crawled out of bed, looking utterly exhausted. Through a night of communication, Su-fei realized that although the other side was an anomaly, it was extremely lonely. Because of its appearance, it was like a key that unlocked a lock that was thought to be impossible to open. As the clearly stated Rule 3 said, apart from the original rules of the instance, the anomalies inside would create their own rules. Not caring about the other's appearance, offering love and warmth was actually a hidden rule set by Luo Yao. Thinking carefully, without the hidden hint, no one would think of this step. First of all, no man would choose the female dorm. Secondly, even if someone did choose it, they would not only have to find the right dormitory, but also close their eyes, unless they were blind. It seems the hint's guidance was correct. Su-fei glanced at Luo Yao, who was still asleep. At this moment, Luo Yao was lying on her side, her hair, once straight and long, now in a messy tangle. Su-fei, stop pressing on my hair. Luo Yao's voice echoed in the dormitory, carrying a hint of annoyance. Even Su-fei was startled. But when he saw that she was still asleep, Su-fei froze. Anomalies can talk in their sleep too? But seeing this, the Dragon Country live stream exploded. Amazing. Even though I don't know what's happening, at least he's still alive. Lord Su is our hope, he even took down an SSS anomaly. But this was just the first night, and there's still the death sport ahead. After facing the death sport continuously, can Su-fei handle it? At this point, the excited Dragon Country citizens quickly fell silent. The audience from other countries began to mock wildly. Looks like he's comfortable now, but he's actually not far from death. So naive, do you really think you can have a relationship with an anomaly? Do you think it's possible that the anomaly is deliberately using the death sport rules to kill him? Actually, that makes sense, after playing with him, using the rules to kill him. The bullet comments were in heated discussion, and at the same time, voices of announcements echoed in the anomaly campus. 8:30 remaining, only 10 minutes left. All students, please gather at the playground to participate in the death sport. At this moment, Luo Yao also opened her eyes. Su Fei glanced at Luo Yao. Curiously asked, Death game, are you going? I can go, or I can choose not to. Luo Yao said this, and added, you only need to remember, no matter what the rules are, they are all aimed at you humans. We, the strange ones, can freely make our own rules based on the copy's rules. Got it. Su Fei nodded his head. Luo Yao waved at Su Fei, go. All right. Su Fei picked up his coat from the bed, turned around and walked out of the dormitory. When they saw Su Fei walking out of the female strange one's dormitory building, those foreign contestants across from him all showed surprise on their faces, but no one dared to come up and talk. Even the strange dormitory manager couldn't help walking up to Su Fei out of curiosity to talk. Kid, your luck is not bad. Not too bad. Su Fei nodded his head. Then can you tell me, which dormitory did you choose? 614, Su Fei answered honestly. 614? The strange dormitory manager's heart suddenly trembled, and his eyeballs actually fell out of his eye sockets. His voice was very loud. It even scared the human contestants behind him. He immediately pressed his eyeballs back in, looked at Su Fei, and asked again, are you sure you went to 614? Yes. Su Fei waved his hand, not talking to you anymore, I have to check in at the playground. How is that possible? Looking at Su Fei's departing back, even the strange dormitory manager couldn't have imagined this result. He unconsciously raised his head to glance at the corner of the 6th floor. But with just one glance, he immediately pulled back, muttering under his breath. How can this be? If it's 614, how could he still be alive? Even many strange ones don't know her rules, how could a human break them so easily? The dormitory wasn't far from the playground. When Su Fei arrived, there were still 2 minutes left. At that moment, over 100 humans had already gathered on the playground. When they saw Su Fei coming, they all looked at him with strange expressions. There was confusion, shock, and also disdain. After all, they couldn't watch the livestream, so naturally they didn't know what Su Fei had experienced. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy footsteps sounded. From not far away, a tall strange one walked over. Estimated to be more than 3 meters tall, bare-chested, with steel pipes inserted at his joints, his limbs had no order. It looked like limbs from different people were put together. As soon as he got close, everyone smelled a strong foul odor, like a zombie. I am your instructor. From now on, every death game will follow the rules I set. The strange instructor immediately roared, everyone line up by height. Everyone started to look for a suitable position. Su Fei was 1.83 meters tall, so he was placed toward the back of the line. Wait for me. From not far away, a figure ran over in a hurry. It was a blonde man. Su Fei didn't know which country he was from. Sorry, I'm late. The blonde man looked at the strange instructor with eyes full of pleading. But the strange instructor suddenly showed a cruel smile. In the next moment, he grabbed the blonde man's shoulder and bit directly at his neck. Ah! Only a scream was heard, and blood sprayed non-stop. Terrifying chewing sounds echoed, and the strange instructor actually ate the blonde man alive. At the same time, the elimination broadcast sounded again on campus. Kangaroo contestant eliminated. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart jumped to their throat. Some almost fainted on the spot. Even Su Fei felt his stomach turning. But since he hadn't eaten, he just dry heaved. You all saw that. If anyone is late, this is what happens. The strange instructor casually threw away the remains in his hand. The death game begins now. But you must cooperate with your strange classmates. Of course, it's not that you choose them, it's that they choose you. The strange instructor clapped his hands, and a group of bizarre beings appeared on the field. There were both males and females, some humanoid, some spirits, and others were irregularly shaped stitched-together monsters. Sharp teeth, claws, half-eaten heads. There was nothing they didn't have, only what you couldn't imagine. Feeling the gaze of these bizarre beings, every contestant's heart almost shattered. The strange instructor shouted loudly, now, pairing begins. He. Finally, the day has come. Hiss, I hope this process isn't boring. It's no fun for us to play with boring humans. One by one, the bizarre beings swirled around, as if they were picking out delicious treats. At this moment, a girl-like, Barbie doll appearance among the bizarre beings walked towards Su Fei. Seeing this scene, the nearby contestants cast envious glances at Su Fei. S-class bizarre being, the terrifying Barbie. Although her body was covered in blood, her teeth shattered, and her body was filled with needle holes. Compared to those non-human shaped bizarre beings, she looked like a celestial being. Even though they were all filled with danger, and no one knew what would happen next. No one would want to be paired with those bizarre beings that looked disgusting. However, just when everyone thought that the Death Barbie would choose Su Fei, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the man in uniform beside Su Fei. It was the police officer from Shaohan.
The Death Barbie walked towards the contestant from Shaohan, extending her hand.
Nice to meet you, dear.
The contestant from Shaohan actually smiled and took her hand with enthusiasm. Shaohan glanced at Su Fei, his eyes filled with arrogance. Then, he raised his chin and walked away from the group. The other contestants, who had not yet been selected, turned their eyes towards Su Fei, mocking him.
The Dragon Country contestant is so pitiful.
If it were me, I'd be totally crushed.
It's better not to even approach, this is the biggest tragedy of life.
The best opportunity was just approaching, but it left at the critical moment.
One by one, contestants were successfully paired.
Although none of them had the Death Barbie from Shaohan, some were within an acceptable range.
The remaining contestants, who hadn't been selected, were mostly lower-level bizarre beings, none of which were humanoid.
At this moment, a bizarre being, wrapped in bandages and with a knife stuck in its back, crawled towards Su Fei.
Ka-keek. Don't bother looking, no bizarre being will choose you. Hurry up and thank me.
It crawled on all fours, emitting a strange stench from its mouth. But just then, a red figure was walking towards the field slowly. The appearance of the red figure instantly attracted everyone's attention.
The people around were all shocked as they looked at Luo Yao.
At this moment, Luo Yao had replaced her red dress with a small red suit, paired with a white inner lining. Her lower body had a red plaid skirt with knee-high socks, giving her the look of a student.
Someone's actually late? She's so beautiful. There are contestants like her? No, she can't be human.
There are only a few female contestants, she's not one of them. As we all know, in the world of bizarre beings, red outfits are not a normal thing.
Red clothes? Could it be an SSS class red dress bizarre being? SSS class bizarre beings rarely appear. And we saw one on the first day? That's right.
Look at how the other bizarre beings look, they're all afraid of her.
Could she also be here to choose? But there are not many contestants left.
All the contestants, upon seeing this scene, felt both fear and regret in their hearts. If the terrifying Barbie was already one of the more acceptable bizarre beings, then
the appearance of Luo Yao undoubtedly broke their perception. They would not doubt it at all. Even in the human world, Luo Yao's appearance would definitely be considered top tier. Let alone in the bizarre world.
Their sense of beauty had long been unified by these strange and twisted beings.
Luo Yao gradually approached, and the surrounding bizarre beings immediately made way for her.
The bizarre instructor even smiled and walked forward, lowering his body slightly.
You also came? Can't I come? Luo Yao glanced at the bizarre instructor.
The bizarre instructor immediately kneeled on the ground. No, I didn't mean that, I mean.
Found it. Luo Yao completely ignored the bizarre instructor and walked toward the group.
There were still a dozen or so participants who hadn't paired up successfully, each of them filled with excitement inside.
They all silently prayed. SSS-level bizarre beings were indeed terrifying, but at least they were undeniably good-looking.
Those who had already paired up successfully cast envious glances in this direction. Even if they might die later. At least dying at the hands of such a beautiful bizarre being was better than dying at the hands of those that didn't even look human.
At this moment,
whether bizarre or human, all eyes were fixed on Luo Yao. They all wanted to know who this beautiful bizarre being would choose.
Finally,
Luo Yao walked through the crowd, heading straight for Su Fei. The bizarre centipede that had chosen Su Fei earlier immediately retreated several meters, its face full of terror. Luo Yao's lips curled into a slight smile, and she took Su Fei's hand voluntarily.
It's you!
When those words fell, everyone in the scene froze. Whether bizarre or human, their eyes gathered on Su Fei, as if they wanted to see through everything. They wanted to know what kind of magic Su Fei had, that made the SSS-level bizarre being personally select him.
Although Su Fei was indeed quite handsome, wasn't that a bit too much?
The bizarre world was governed by rules, not looks. Many of the participants looked at the bizarre beings that had chosen them, then looked at Su Fei. As expected, comparison made the difference painful.
Don't celebrate too early. Being chosen by the red-dressed bizarre being is definitely not a good thing.
This is the bizarre world.
Don't think that the bizarre beings will spare a human's life. Yes, humans who have encountered SSS-level bizarre beings in the past always die horribly. Just wait and see. I'll watch how he dies next.
Although they said this out loud, in their hearts, they were filled with jealousy.
But over at Su Fei's side, he seemed much more relaxed.
Luckily, Luo Yao arrived, and he didn't have to pair up with that terrifying centipede.
Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts last night have been in vain? Instructor, we can start.
Luo Yao turned around and glanced at the bizarre instructor still kneeling on the ground. I think you know what to do.
I know.
Feeling the terrifying gaze, the bizarre instructor quickly stood up from the ground. Since everyone has successfully paired up, the death game officially begins. The bizarre instructor said, then glanced at Luo Yao, before shouting. Now I will announce the first event, the death sit-up. That's right, it's the sit-ups you're all familiar with, in coordination with your paired bizarre being. The first human to exhaust themselves and fail to continue will face the death penalty, and the paired bizarre being is absolutely forbidden from interfering with the human. Once the first person exhausts themselves, the remaining humans will successfully pass. Sit-ups? Everyone, upon hearing this event, instantly looked at the bizarre instructor with suspicion. They even started to wonder if the bizarre instructor had intentionally set up this rule. Having these bizarre beings press their legs while doing sit-ups was like a nightmare. But after hearing the rules, they also knew clearly. As long as one person falls first, the others can pass smoothly. Every day, someone gets eliminated because of the death game. Find your position. The eerie instructor said, and many of the paired-up contestants began lying down neatly on the ground following the lines on the playground. The eerie beings also cooperated by using various methods to fix their legs. Although the rules forbid the eerie beings from touching humans, the terrifying appearance and the foul smells from them were already a huge distraction. Upon seeing their respective eerie partners, all the contestants turned their gaze toward Su Fei's side, and immediately, the entire playground was filled with jealousy. Other eerie beings either pressed their disgusting limbs against the contestants' legs or used eerie abilities to immobilize their legs. But Su Fei's side was an entirely different scene. Luo Yao had directly sat sideways on his thigh. They had no doubt that if Su Fei did a sit-up, they would even be face-to-face, lips to lips. I feel like your physical stamina isn't too great. Luo Yao looked at Su Fei, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. I'm not great? As a man, Su Fei could accept anything, but he just couldn't accept a woman saying he wasn't good enough. Even though she was an eerie being, she was still a woman. After all, it had already been proven, just not something that could be openly discussed. Good luck, don't be the first to be eliminated, okay? Luo Yao extended a finger and playfully tapped Su Fei's nose. Su Fei immediately felt countless murderous intents heading his way. He glanced around. Sure enough, at that moment, all the contestants were staring at him. If this weren't an eerie world, he probably would have been surrounded and attacked by these people by now. All right. Everyone, take your positions, we begin now. The instructor suddenly spoke, and everyone instantly snapped to attention. But jealousy aside, no one wanted to be eliminated, so they all seriously began doing sit-ups. The rule was that the first contestant to exhaust their strength would be eliminated. So, regardless of how tired they were, they all slowed their movements, trying to stretch the time out, doing as few as possible. But when everyone thought this way, in the end, it still came down to their own physical stamina, and nothing could change the outcome. The eerie world didn't have daytime, but just a few minutes later, many were already drenched in sweat. The eerie instructor walked among the crowd, carefully watching the contestants' movements. If he saw anyone slacking off, he would urge them. But almost all the contestants had been urged, except Su Fei. In fact, he didn't even glance at Su Fei's side. Finally, the eerie instructor stopped in front of a man wearing suspenders. Hurry up, faster, faster. Why are you so slow, like a woman? The eerie instructor kept urging, and the man in suspenders almost cried. After struggling to do 5 more, he collapsed to the ground. I can't do it, I really can't anymore. Can't do it, huh? The eerie instructor seemed to have won and immediately shouted, someone has exhausted their strength, everyone else, rest. Unfair, unfair. The man in suspenders, upon hearing this, seemed to be revived and immediately pointed toward Su Fei's side, yelling. Why? Why are we struggling to survive, and he's over there kissing? Chapter 7, The Despised Butcher. Another SSS-level eerie being? Upon hearing this, all the contestants turned their gaze toward Su Fei again, and their mental state completely exploded. Luo Yao was holding Su Fei's shoulder, and they were kissing there. How about we take a break? Feeling the gazes around them, Su Fei himself started feeling a bit embarrassed. Did I tell you to stop? Luo Yao pouted and suddenly pulled Su Fei back. What are you looking at? The strange instructor yelled angrily and lifted his foot, stomping violently onto the head of the man in overalls. The head shattered instantly, like a watermelon. At the sight of this terrifying scene, everyone unconsciously looked away, not daring to speak. But the werewolf-like creature paired with the man in overalls excitedly shouted and immediately began to gnaw at the body. White flag player eliminated. Upon hearing the announcement of the player's elimination, the global live broadcast was shocked by this scene. Countless viewers from other countries rushed into the Dragon Country's livestream, especially the Australian viewers, who were filled with righteous indignation. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Why aren't the Dragon Country players penalized for kissing there? Although I'm not an Australian fan, I also feel it's unfair for their friends. Today it's not us, but who's to say it won't be us tomorrow?
We need to report the Dragon Country players. Others are struggling to survive. Why aren't the Dragon Country players trying hard? Dragon Country players only rely on women, they have no strength at all. As the viewers from other countries were all outraged, the viewers from Dragon Country were incredibly excited. Why are you barking? What do you mean by cheating? Can you influence the strange world? If reporting actually worked, Dragon Country would have reported it long ago. Would we still need you? Relying on women? Why don't you try choosing an SSS level strange creature yourself? Their players must have wet themselves just seeing an SSS level strange creature. Exactly, Suya's skills are beyond your envy. But honestly, I'd envy Suya's treatment to death. The backlash from Dragon Country's people instantly made viewers from other countries even more furious. But as the Dragon Country's bullet screen said, if reporting worked, which country that lost 3 times like Dragon Country wouldn't want to report? But unfortunately, all they could do was hope that their players could find ways to clear the instance next time. As long as they could clear the instance, any method would be fine. Naturally, that also included outrageous methods like Su Fei's. On screen, the strange instructor looked at everyone and emphasized again. In my arena, my rules are the rules, no one is allowed to object. Now, is anyone still unsatisfied? After the strange instructor finished speaking, everyone slouched, not even daring to breathe. Indeed. In the strange world, apart from the rules that the instance itself brought, most of the rules were dictated by the strange creatures. The hardest part of clearing an instance was this. After all, no one knew what bizarre rules these strange creatures would deliberately set to eliminate or toy with humans. Today's death sports are now over. You can choose to roam freely in the arena, and your mealtime will be at 12 o'clock. After the strange instructor finished speaking, he immediately ran over to Su Fei with a nod and a bow. Su Fei was also panting. Even though he had only done a sit-up and was caught by Luo Yao for a kiss, kissing was also a physical activity, especially in such a position. Luo Yao struggled to move her gaze from Su Fei and glanced at the strange instructor. You did well. The strange instructor, receiving praise, instantly smiled widely. Huh, that's good, then I'll leave first. Go ahead. Luo Yao waved her hand and once again turned her gaze to Su Fei, her red eyes shining like brilliant rubies. The strange instructor saw this scene and shuddered, quickly turning around and walking away. As he walked, he muttered to himself. Even he himself didn't understand how Su Fei did it. That was the SSS level strange creature school beauty, the one that made all strange creatures tremble in fear. How could Su Fei not be afraid? He couldn't understand. Could it be that I look scarier than Lord Luo Yao? Seeing the strange instructor leave, the other strange beings gradually left the playground as well. Although they were strange beings and humans could not harm them, Luo Yao could. So even they did not dare to stay here for long, fearing they would anger Luo Yao. It was still not yet 12 o'clock. So the contestants from other countries remained on the playground. Why should the contestant from Dragon Country be chosen? Yeah, who doesn't have a nose or eyes? Why does he get to be like this? I saw him come out of the female strange being dormitory this morning, I was stunned. Humph, it's just luck, he didn't break the rules. Exactly, do you really want to fall in love with a strange being? You might die horribly next second. Watching Su Fei and Luo Yao being affectionate, the other contestants gritted their teeth in frustration. Not far away, Su Fei could also feel the massive malice coming from behind him. But as the rules stated, humans were not allowed to harm each other. Even if he did something a bit excessive, it wouldn't matter. Su Fei stroked Luo Yao's hair by her ear. By the way, I have some questions I want to ask you. Go ahead. Why did you make these rules? Are you asking why I accepted you? Yes. Because I thought this rule could never be completed by anyone, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. Luo Yao said this, then curiously asked, I also want to ask you, why did you enter the female strange being dormitory and directly find me? Hearing this question, Su Fei was momentarily stunned. But no matter what, he couldn't just tell her that he could see hints. Su Fei smiled, instinct, I guess. I hope your instincts continue to be this accurate. Luo Yao smiled, then said, actually, what I can help you with is limited, because there are some things you can only rely on yourself, like the upcoming canteen. Okay. Su Fei nodded, not denying the fact. The canteen in the strange being world. Even if you just think with your toes, you can tell that the food they give you will definitely not be good. But what the specific rules were, Su Fei didn't know. A chill wind blew, and after a few hours of rest, the time had gradually approached 12 o'clock. Including Su Fei, the people on the playground began to get up one by one and prepare to head to the canteen. Along the way, not only humans, but also many strange beings. After entering the canteen, the human contestants and strange beings very tacitly sat on separate sides, leaving a wide passage in the middle. Even Luo Yao had to temporarily separate from Su Fei. Perhaps this was what Luo Yao had mentioned earlier, even SSS-level strange beings cannot affect this existence.
At this moment, the heavy sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. A fat man wearing a chef's hat, holding a giant kitchen knife, walked to the center of the canteen.
As soon as the fat man appeared, all the strange beings felt fear, just like when they saw Luo Yao earlier. SSS-level strange being, the abhorrent butcher.
The whole scene, only Luo Yao remained normal, still looking at Su Fei, sitting across from him.
Welcome to the strange canteen.
I have specially prepared delicious food for you, but before that, let me explain the rules.
Chapter 8, The Strange Canteen, Terrifying Dining Rules. I only have one rule. I will randomly select someone, and the selected contestant will choose the dish you want, and you must finish it. If you don't finish, then you can give extra food to the strange beings behind me. The abhorrent butcher touched the giant kitchen knife in his hand.
Then, one by one, the food carts were pushed by an invisible force to the center of the canteen. The food on the carts was covered with stainless steel lids, and it was impossible to see what the food inside actually was. The only thing visible was the name of the dish written on top, with different food names written on each one. What hamburgers, foie gras, noodles, and so on are basically all special dishes from all over the world, everyone is very familiar with them.
Of course. Besides these, there are also some extremely terrifying dishes listed.
For example, stir-fried strange liver, spicy strange head, etc. Even though all the contestants have been hungry all night, seeing these names still makes them lose their appetite.
At this moment,
all the viewers watching the live stream also started to discuss among themselves.
The rules can't be this simple. That's right, don't look at the fact that it says hamburger after you open it, it could be some disgusting thing. The name and packaging do not represent the final quality of the food. If any of you accidentally pick something terrifying, would you dare to eat it? If you ask like this, no one would dare, but if you don't eat it, you'll be eaten. It really comes down to pure luck. Right now it seems like the strange red-dressed figure can't even help Xu Fei. Not just the viewers in the live chat, but all humans in the strange world also thought about this layer. But how to choose made everyone hesitate. Mealtime is here. The disgusted butcher walked over to the human contestants.
He pointed to a dark-skinned contestant sitting in the back row, who was from the White Elephant country.
Come, you go first to choose.
I go first? The White Elephant contestant walked nervously to the center, looking at the dazzling array of food carts, shaking uncontrollably from fear. He walked up to each food cart, starting to sniff around. In the end, he stopped in front of a food cart with a dish named curry lamb.
The disgusted butcher confirmed, "Are you sure you want to choose this?" The White Elephant contestant nodded firmly, "I'm sure."
Good. The disgusted butcher walked to the food cart.
At this moment,
not only the people at the scene but also all the viewers in the live stream focused their eyes on the food cart. The disgusted butcher lifted the cover, and a strong curry smell wafted out. On the plate, slices of meat were stacked.
Hurry up and eat.
After the disgusted butcher spoke, the White Elephant contestant immediately started to wolf down the food.
Everyone watching this couldn't help but show envy with saliva dripping. But to be honest,
although the dish was named curry lamb and looked like it, whether it really was lamb, no one knew. But for the White Elephant contestant, who was already starving, there was no other choice. After just 2 minutes, he had licked the entire plate clean.
Very good, next.
The disgusted butcher quickly scanned the crowd for his next target, and soon stopped in front of a female contestant.
Among all the contestants, there were only 5 female contestants. Since this female contestant didn't have any obvious facial features, it was impossible to tell where she was from.
Just like the White Elephant contestant earlier, this female contestant walked up to the food cart and started sniffing the smell inside. But she found that the majority of the smells inside were extremely normal, actually the kind of fragrance it should have had. For a moment, she was at a loss. The disgusted butcher immediately reminded her, "Everyone only has 30 seconds to choose, you have 5 seconds left."
5 seconds. The female contestant's heart tightened, and finally, she pointed to a food cart in front of her. Sweetmeat sauce noodles. The disgusted butcher lifted the lid, and instantly, everyone covered their noses, each frowning tightly.
In the dish, hundreds of worms were wriggling around, their shapes a mix of centipedes and earthworms. Their heads had small sharp teeth, and from time to time, the mouth spat out some brown sauce. The disgusted butcher immediately reminded, "Hurry up and eat."
I. The female contestant covered her nose and mouth, her legs trembling uncontrollably.
Forcing her to eat these mysterious worms was even worse than killing her.
"Eat quickly."
The disgusted butcher urged again,
tightening the knife in her hand. Faced with the threat, the female contestant finally took her first step.
She reached out and grabbed one of the worms, closed her eyes, and shoved it into her mouth, trying to swallow it in one go. However, the worm was alive, and it was very long, with the other end still wriggling outside of her mouth, making a crunching sound. The crowd watching felt extremely disgusted. Even the viewers watching the live stream vomited on the spot.
Ugh. The female contestant couldn't face her inner fear and immediately vomited the worm out of her mouth. Waste of food.
The butcher of disgust immediately roared angrily and called two strange figures, who grabbed the female contestant in front of him.
Take her to the kitchen, give them extra servings. No, no. Please.
The woman's pleas did not earn the strange figure's sympathy. Instead, it only made the humans who hadn't chosen yet panic even more.
In a moment, a scream echoed throughout the entire cafeteria. Windmill contestant eliminated. Next.
The butcher of disgust cast his gaze again over the crowd, and finally, his eyes landed on Su Fei.
Now it's your turn.
Even though Su Fei felt immense fear inside, he had no choice but to stand up and glance at Luo Yao sitting opposite him. The butcher of disgust seemed to understand something and reminded him, "Here, she will not be able to break my rules." Once these words were spoken, the other contestants' minds suddenly became balanced. The Dragon Kingdom viewers watching the livestream also had their hearts in their throats.
Brother Su, now you can only rely on yourself. This butcher is also an SSS level anomaly, that's why we can't break it. As expected of an SSS level dungeon, 2 SSS level anomalies have already appeared. I hope Brother Su can pick a better dish and eat it all. Whatever it is, Brother Su, you must finish it. Otherwise, our Dragon Kingdom is in danger. Do you think this is just some regular thing? It's not as easy as just saying eat. But, Sai, we can only hope Brother Su has better luck. The entire audience in Dragon Kingdom was extremely nervous. Similarly, Su Fei, the person involved, was sweating profusely in his palms. To be fair, if he had picked that unknown worm earlier, he might have tried his best. But whether or not he could finish it was still uncertain. Even with his strong will, it was hard to withstand such a physiological challenge. The viewers were on edge. Luo Yao, sitting opposite, was also worried about Su Fei. But the one most nervous was Su Fei himself. You have 5 seconds left. The butcher of disgust's voice was low as he counted down, 5, 4, 3. Su Fei's heart was pounding. But in the last 3 seconds, a hidden prompt suddenly rang in Su Fei's ear. Hidden prompt, first row, first one. Su Fei immediately walked toward the farthest left food cart, saying, I choose this. The butcher of disgust's expression changed when he saw Su Fei's choice. The other anomalies looked at Su Fei with terror on their faces. Even Luo Yao's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze toward Su Fei was filled with despair. The butcher of disgust stared at Su Fei, asking, Are you sure you want to choose this? I'm sure. Chapter 9, Su Fei's Choice. Demon Egg. Su Fei's certainty shocked all the anomalies present. Demon Egg. A human dared to choose the demon egg? We can't even accept such a terrifying food. Compared to the demon egg, the worm earlier seemed like a delicacy. In the entire anomaly school, only the Lord of Disgust can handle this. The anomalies were discussing among themselves, it was the first time they felt fear from a human. Upon seeing this, the other contestants behind them began to mock, their faces full of cruel smiles. Looks like he's not the chosen one after all. The demon egg, ha! Just hearing the name, you know it's nothing good. Something that even the eerie things fear. This time, the Dragon Country contestant is doomed. I said it long ago, flaunting love leads to death. Let's see what he does now. At the same time, all the viewers from Dragon Country watching the livestream once again fell into despair, palms sweating from anxiety. Why would Lord Su choose food with such a name? Lord Su must be trying to go against the grain on purpose, but looking at those eerie things' reactions, this definitely isn't something good. That's right, it says devil's egg, maybe it's something else? Impossible. Look at the expressions of those eerie beings, it's very likely the real devil's egg. Even things like that are afraid of this food, how could a human possibly eat it? Is this really the end of Lord Su's legend? To have come this far, Lord Su is already amazing. Viewers from other countries seized the chance and swarmed into Dragon Country's livestream like locusts, mocking without end. Game over. The cheating contestant from Dragon Country finally gets punished. Without a woman's help, he's nothing. There's an old Dragon Country saying, justice may be late, but it never fails. In an instant, the entire Dragon Country fell into fire and water, 1.4 billion viewers staring anxiously at Su Fei. At this moment, even Luo Yao was shocked by Su Fei's choice and couldn't help but speak. Su Fei, you can regret it now, choose again. The butcher of hatred immediately turned his eyes to Luo Yao and said, breaking the rules will not benefit you. Luo Yao paused her words and turned her gaze to Su Fei, her eyes full of determination. Su Fei, I want you to choose again. Su Fei saw Luo Yao's eyes, impossible to refuse, touched his chin, and thought briefly. After choosing the devil's egg, the expressions of those eerie things, he had seen them all clearly. Now in front of him were just two choices. 1. Believe in Luo Yao. 2. Believe in the hidden hint.
Although he hadn't spent much time with Luo Yao, she clearly had no intention of harming him. As for the hidden hint, that was even more like his golden finger.
Without the hidden hint, he wouldn't even have crossed paths with Luo Yao, let alone made it to this point.
So in the end, Su Fei's heart had always had only one choice. That was to trust the hidden hint. He just didn't expect that Luo Yao would still insist on helping him at such a moment. At that time, the voice of the Butcher of Hatred interrupted Su Fei's thoughts.
I've given you enough time to consider. Have you made your choice?
I've decided. Su Fei fixed his gaze on the food truck with the devil's egg.
I choose this devil's egg. Seeing Su Fei's insistence, Dragon Country's viewers completely sank into despair. Did Lord Su go dumb from dating? Why doesn't he choose again? Eerie things are still eerie, are they worth human compassion?
I thought Lord Su could become a god, but turns out he's just love-brained.
Sai, think on the bright side, maybe Su Fei can make a miracle? Su Fei reached here with the lowest win rate, that's already heaven's mercy.
What's meant to come will come. Blaming Su Fei is useless, he can't hear us. All the people of Dragon Country looked sorrowfully at Su Fei on screen, only boundless sadness in their eyes. After all, contestants couldn't see the livestream comments, so Su Fei's choice was something no one could interfere with.
On the contrary, the foreign contestants present couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, pitying the eerie, how pathetic a human. No way to help it, it's a dead end he chose, no one can save him.
Dragon Country's people must be having brain hemorrhages watching this, ha.
Love brain is terrifying. If it were me, I'd definitely choose again. Yeah, after all, the price is paid by the Yuri, it doesn't cost me anything.
Hurry, he has already made his decision, get him to eat the demon egg. The demon egg, it must be something very evil. However, in the strange world, the detestable Butcher looked at Su Fei, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. You performed quite well.
But I must tell you, inside is the real demon egg.
In this entire Bazaar campus, no one can truly eat a demon egg except for me. But no matter what, the rules cannot change, now you must eat it, wasting it will lead to only death. After the detestable Butcher finished speaking, he stepped in front of Su Fei and immediately removed the cover of the demon egg. Luo Yao looked at Su Fei, her expression complex. She clenched her fists, not knowing what to think. But the other bizarre beings, seeing the cover removed, turned their faces away like they had seen the sun. The other contestants also turned their bodies, afraid of seeing something terrifying, but their faces couldn't hide their anticipation. They couldn't wait to hear the announcement of failure for the Long Country contestant. At this moment, the cover on the food cart was fully moved aside, and the real demon egg finally appeared in front of Su Fei. A strong, pungent smell filled the entire cafeteria. Even though those contestants didn't look, just smelling this odor made some start to gag. Ugh, how can such a thing exist? It's too terrifying, I swear the Long Country contestant absolutely cannot eat this. With this smell, it's definitely not something a human can eat, no wonder those bizarre beings are scared.
Believe me, no one would dare eat this.
The Long Country contestant will be eliminated soon, just endure it. At this time, whether it was the human contestants or the bizarre beings, all were in pain from the smell of the demon egg.
Is this the demon egg? Su Fei looked at the thing on the plate, falling into self-doubt.
He seemed frozen in place, like he was dazed. He wasn't scared, but shocked by the true form of the demon egg. Su Fei's face was filled with disbelief. He casually picked up the demon egg, even bringing it close to his nose to smell. Seeing Su Fei's actions, even the detestable Butcher was momentarily stunned. Even Luo Yao stared at Su Fei, her mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. And the other bizarre beings were even more astonished.
Wait a minute. Did I see it wrong? He is not afraid of the demon egg? It is the demon egg.
Su Fei took a deep breath. Until now, he still could hardly believe his eyes.
Isn't this just a preserved egg?
Originally, seeing those bizarre beings nervous, Su Fei had almost prepared himself for death. As long as he could control himself physically, he would fight. But he never expected that the demon egg, which terrified these bizarre beings, was actually just a preserved egg he was very familiar with.
Do bizarre beings actually fear preserved eggs?
At first, he doubted that this demon egg might only look like a preserved egg, so he observed for a long time and even smelled it. But whether it was the smell or its surface structure, it looked no different from the preserved egg he had eaten before. At this moment, the viewers in the Long Country livestream were also instantly attracted by the preserved egg in Su Fei's hand.
Dude, did I see it wrong? This demon egg is actually a preserved egg?
That's right. It's a preserved egg. Our Long Country is saved.
Who said earlier that Su Fei made the wrong choice?
His choice was spot on. Don't celebrate too early, even for Long Country people, some can't eat preserved eggs.
No kidding, some people surely dislike normal eating, but at least it's better than eating those disgusting bugs. Exactly, if someone put a gun to your head and forced you to eat, wouldn't you eat? But have you thought about it? It might just look like a century egg? Is Brother Su going to be okay?
The people of the Dragon Kingdom were still extremely tense, all eyes fixed on Su Fei on the screen. On the screen, the detestable butcher was also shocked by Su Fei's performance, but still reminded.
Quick, eat it. Otherwise, I'll chop you into meat paste. Okay. Su Fei nodded, realizing there was no time to think about anything else. He was already hungry, but the earlier tense atmosphere had taken away all his appetite.
Now, seeing this devil's egg that looked exactly like a century egg, a wave of unprecedented hunger surged, and saliva kept flowing in his mouth. He stuffed it into his mouth in one bite and began to chew. The familiar taste of century egg flooded his entire mouth, the chewy egg white and creamy yolk were tender and smooth. It was simply a delicacy of the human world. If only he could add some soy sauce, vinegar, and garlic to make a cold dish, it would be a knockout. At the same time, Su Fei was also very sure that this so-called devil's egg was undoubtedly a century egg. To be honest, the hidden choice was tailor-made for him. Even if other countries' contestants got this, they would probably find it hard to swallow. But for Su Fei, century egg was definitely a gourmet dish. Amazing. The detestable butcher looked at Su Fei's face full of enjoyment, and his small eyes revealed great shock. Even Luo Yao, at this moment, covered her small mouth, looking at Su Fei's face filled with disbelief. The other strange beings looked at Su Fei, utterly astonished. Wow! This person actually ate the devil's egg. This is an egg born from the terrifying abyss, a devil's egg. How is this possible? Humans can actually eat such disgusting things? And look at him, he's clearly enjoying it. If I remember correctly, even the detestable lord couldn't eat it so calmly. This human named Su Fei is scarier than the detestable lord. If a human can eat a devil's egg like this, is there anything they can't eat? So it seems, he even dares to eat us. As they spoke, the strange beings seemed to think of something, and in their eyes, a hint of fear for Su Fei began to appear. Contestants from other countries were also awakened by these strange words, turning to look at Su Fei. Crazy, the Dragon Kingdom contestant must be crazy. How can he eat such a disgusting thing so deliciously? I went to the Dragon Kingdom before, why do I feel this thing is somewhat familiar? That's right. It's century egg, it's their Dragon Kingdom's specialty. What does this mean? All along, he chose his own country's food? Why? Why is his luck so good? I don't know how to comment, but if I got that, I definitely couldn't eat it. At this moment, all the contestants from other countries looked at Su Fei with various feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. They even began to fantasize about scenes where they picked delicious food. But compared to that, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom watching the livestream were overjoyed. Oh my little heart really can't take it. He lived. Su Fei survived again. Lord Su is amazing, he managed to get a specialty, truly a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. Where are those dog-like comments from earlier? Where are they? Why aren't they speaking now? Exactly, even if their contestants got it, they definitely wouldn't be able to eat it. Faced with the backlash from the Dragon Kingdom's viewers, the comments from other countries in the livestream began to defend themselves. It's just luck, right? The white elephant contestant's luck isn't bad either. Yeah, I still don't believe anyone can be lucky every single time. Doesn't your dragon country always say, who doesn't eat dumplings during the new year? It's still early, it's only the first day. I don't believe he can be this lucky every time. The barrage in the Dragon Country livestream was crazily arguing. At the same time, in the strange world, Su Fei completely swallowed the century egg. In the astonished gazes of the crowd and the strange beings, Su Fei looked up at the evil butcher again and asked, "Is there more?" The evil butcher frowned immediately and questioned, "Kid, do you still want to eat?" Su Fei honestly nodded, I'm a bit hungry. Hiss. Not to mention the other strange beings, even the SSS-class evil butcher couldn't help but gasp. He stared intensely at this incredible young man before slowly speaking. "Kid, do you think the demon egg is something you can just have? But if you're still hungry, you can choose again. If you choose incorrectly, the consequences will be the same as before, it all depends on whether you have the guts. Choose again?" When Su Fei heard this request, he pondered for a moment. The meaning of the evil butcher was very clear, it was to exchange his life for a feast. If he chose correctly, he could eat an extra food item, but if he chose incorrectly, he would still be eliminated. For normal contestants, successfully passing the level was already extremely difficult, they wouldn't dare to gamble again. But for Su Fei, who had hidden hints, this might not be a bad thing. It could very well be an opportunity to fill his stomach. After all, according to the rules of this copy, there was only one chance per day to eat in the cafeteria.
Only one meal a day. If he didn't eat enough, how would he have the strength to deal with these troublesome SSS-level anomalies? Let's gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Thus, Sufei once again gazed at the remaining food carts, eager to try. Seeing Sufei's expression, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream felt a tightness in their hearts again. Suyi, don't mess with me, I'm about to have a heart attack. So you won't really go insane from hunger, right? Is he really going to choose again? Don't, Suyi. Choosing again means wasting another opportunity, doesn't it? I beg you, Suyi, stop showing off. I'm really about to kneel down. Others are fighting for survival in the strange world, and Suyi, you want to live the life you dream of here, right?
As the tension rose in Dragon Country, the barrages from other countries finally began flooding the screen again. While you laugh, take a look at your pig-like contestants, only knowing how to eat.
I'm dying of laughter. Are your Dragon Country contestants' brains not normal? No way? There's no way he really thinks he can always be so lucky. Dragon Country, show some courage and choose again. Don't make me look down on you. Chapter 11, Choose Again. Dragon Country despairs again.
In the strange world. Whether it was the strange beings or the contestants, their gazes were firmly fixed on Sufei. Especially the contestants from other countries. They were all silently hoping Sufei would agree.
Because they simply didn't believe that one person's luck could be this good all the time.
If Sufei chose again, there was a possibility of being wiped out. Plus, considering the century egg they couldn't accept earlier. If Sufei failed this time, he would undoubtedly eliminate 2 wrong answers for the remaining contestants. The evil butcher then pressed, tell me your decision. Hidden hint, 3rd row, 5th one.
Hearing the hint, Sufei without hesitation looked up and stared directly at the evil butcher. I've decided, I'll choose again.
What courage! A cruel smile appeared on the face of the evil butcher. The other contestants behind him also suddenly began to smile.
Is the brain of the Dragon Country contestant not working? What a fool, surviving is not enough, he actually wants to eat full.
Hey, don't insult him. I really agree with his choice. Yeah, he has this courage, even if he loses, it's not shameful. If he chooses correctly again, I'll completely recognize the contestant from Dragon Country. Even if he dies, I will still thank him, at least he has helped us eliminate 2 wrong answers. Hearing these sarcastic voices, the entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room became tense again.
Hey, Master Su is too arrogant. Master Su, this really isn't the time to act on impulse, right? Even if he doesn't choose, it doesn't matter, they wouldn't dare say anything. He has already agreed, saying anything now is useless, we can only hope Master Su performs well. If he fails, won't Master Su be laughed to death by these people? What else can we do at this point?
The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room became gloomy again due to Sufei's reselection. Sufei's reselection completely turned their moment of joy into despair. The hated butcher spoke again, so what is your choice this time?
I choose. Sufei said this and walked straight to the food cart indicated by the hint. He took a glance at the name of the dish on the cart. The ever-changing strange hand. It was once again an abnormal dish name.
But since it was indicated by the hidden hint, it should not be something particularly terrifying. Sufei pointed at the food cart in front of him, I choose this. The hated butcher glanced at the food cart, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, are you sure?
I am sure. Sufei nodded. Good.
The hated butcher was also walking over to prepare to lift the food cover. At the same time, sitting right across from Sufei, Luo Yao smiled and nodded.
This time, your choice is very correct.
As soon as Luo Yao finished speaking, the other strange beings also nodded in agreement, and many of them cast envious glances at Sufei. His choice this time is indeed not wrong. The ever-changing strange hand. Made from S-grade ingredients, the ever-changing arms. This is definitely the best food in the entire world of the strange. Yes. In contrast to the demon egg, no strange can refuse the ever-changing strange hand. This guy is really lucky, not only does he have Lady Luo Yao backing him, but he also chose the ever-changing strange hand. As long as what's on the plate is the real ever-changing strange hand, it can't go wrong. However, hearing these strange beings' approvals, Sufei suddenly felt an ominous sensation in his heart. The terrifying demon egg that the strange beings found awful, he could accept. But food that strange beings could accept, normal people would probably find hard to digest. But since he had chosen, there was no way to go back now. The hated butcher removed the cover. A strong smell of blood surged into his face, quickly filling the entire dining hall.
Inside was a blood-soaked human hand, still intact.
The blood was thick like tomato sauce. Even on the back of the hand, it had been crudely cut, the flesh a bloody mess. The fingers had sharp nails like the claws of a fierce bird, long and curved. Seeing such a disgusting and bizarre scene, Su-fei felt a wave of nausea rising in his throat. But at this moment, those strange beings across from him were sniffing the bloody air as if they had discovered a supreme delicacy. Like the strange beings, the contestants behind Su-fei also became excited upon seeing this.
I told you, how could one person's luck be this good? He has already used up all his luck in this lifetime, he can't possibly eat the strange hand. Look at him, just holding it in without throwing up right now is already a struggle. Those who should be eliminated will ultimately be eliminated, even Jesus can't save him. Hurry up and eat, Su-fei. Don't you see the strange beings say this is the best food? Ha ha.
At the same time, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room felt not only a wave of nausea but their hearts also sank to the bottom.
Impossible. Su-fei can't eat this kind of thing.
Just looking at it through the screen, I can feel how disgusting it is, let alone Su-fei. I'm really impressed, clearly, he has already passed the test, but
why does Su-fei have to choose again? Sai, what's the use of complaining now? Even if we don't choose today, we'll face the same situation tomorrow.
44 days, choosing once every day, no one can guarantee they will always make the right choice. Well, it's still better than failing now and waiting to die, living one more day is still hope.
Why are you all so pessimistic? What if Suyi can actually eat it? Are you crazy? What kind of freak would dare to eat a humanoid arm?
At this time, the bullets from other countries started to counterattack again.
The people of Dragon Country really can't be too sure. What if he really is a freak? Yes, he can even eat that disgusting egg. What is there that a weird hand can't eat?
That's right, daring to kiss the strange and even eat century egg is no big deal. In any case, let's thank Mr. Su for helping us rule out the wrong answers.
Hurry and eat. The whole world is watching you, warrior.
At this moment, due to Su-fei's reselection, the eyes of audiences around the world were almost all on Su-fei.
Su-fei looked at the strange hand on the plate and felt more and more puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, this thing was definitely food that ordinary people would find hard to accept.
Both psychologically and physiologically, he felt extreme discomfort.
But why would the hidden hint lead him to choose this thing? Hidden hint, use your imagination, hug it and bite it. What does it mean? Hearing this hidden hint, Su-fei became more and more confused.
But at this moment, the deep and terrifying voice of the butcher began to ring in his ears.
You have 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chapter 12, Kissing Every Day, and still calling it SSS Strange? Forget it. Let's treat it as pig trotters and eat it first.
Su-fei suddenly grabbed the ever-changing strange hand in front of him. Based on the hidden hint, different kinds of gourmet pig trotters started to swirl in Su-fei's mind. Something like braised pig trotters, charcoal grilled pig trotters, and red braised pig trotters, etc. But for Su-fei, his favorite was the charcoal grilled pig trotters. The crispy outer skin, with tender juice inside, just the thought of it made his appetite soar.
Su-fei took a deep breath and decisively bit down on it.
There was a crispy sound, and oil burst in his mouth, while his hand felt warm. Even the originally bloody taste disappeared, replaced by a wave of charcoal and savory flavor.
Wait a minute.
This flavor, this texture. Su-fei's heart tightened, and he glanced at the strange hand in his hand. At that moment, he realized that the ever-changing strange hand had disappeared, and in his hand was clearly a charcoal-grilled pig trotter. Su-fei was momentarily stunned, carefully savoring the crispy skin in his mouth. Before long, a complete charcoal-grilled pig trotter was devoured by Su-fei, leaving only some bones. It completely matched his impression of charcoal-grilled pig trotters.
Su-fei quickly sensed something.
Ever-changing strange hand. Most importantly, it definitely had to do with the two words ever-changing. At the same time, sitting across from him, Luo Yao furrowed her brows, pouting.
Su-fei, is that how you use the ever-changing strange hand? This is your imagined delicacy? The butcher also shook his head. I thought you would imagine it as a devil's egg.
At the same time, those strange creatures behind him were all shaking their heads, looking confused. The entire audience in the live broadcast from Dragon Country was equally puzzled.
What the hell, how did Suyi do it? Just now it was clearly a bloody arm, how did it turn into a pig trotter? Could it be that Suyi can perform magic and turn a strange hand into an edible pig trotter? Are you insane? What do you take those strange beings for, some kind of magic trick? Then explain, how did Suyi know?
I don't care about all that, the most important thing now is to survive.
Exactly. Those who were singing despair earlier, come out and see how Suyi did it.
But the most shocked was
not just the audience from Dragon Country,
but also the contestants from other countries who witnessed everything in this strange world. Even facing a room full of bizarre sights, quite a few people stood up to voice their opinions.
Please give me a reasonable explanation. Why? Why did the original strange hand turn into food? I refuse to accept this. Su-fei must have a problem. Yes, he clearly chose a bloody arm. Why has it turned into a pig's hoof now? Everyone shut up.
Faced with everyone's questioning, the disgusted butcher suddenly swung the knife in his hand towards the table.
In an instant, the table was split in two.
Then, the disgusted butcher cast a fierce glance at the contestants and explained. The ever-changing strange is itself an S-class special strange in the strange world.
Any part of its body can turn into any edible food you can imagine.
So in the strange world, the ever-changing strange is the source of all food and ranks second in deliciousness.
As for the number one dish, even the ever-changing strange cannot transform into it.
At this point, the disgusted butcher fell silent and instead clapped his hands. From the depths of the cafeteria, more than a dozen little stranges walked over, carrying various plates. On the plates were various human limbs, emitting a strange odor.
All the human contestants knew very well
that the plates held the woman who had just been eliminated. It was clear that the disgusted butcher referred to the first delicacy, which was also something the ever-changing strange could not become.
Humans. Gag. The sounds of dry heaving echoed.
But soon, this so-called number one delicacy began to be served on the tables of the strange. Even the audience from Dragon Country watching the live broadcast showed signs of disgust.
Wow, that's scary. I can't bear to watch.
But no matter what, Suyi has managed to choose correctly again.
Suyi is truly a god. How does he know this? Yeah, everyone doesn't know these rules, yet Suyi can. Could it be that Suyi really has some kind of cheat? What cheat? Do you really think this is a novel?
Who cares?
As long as we can clear the level.
The audience from Dragon Country became excited, while the comments from contestants and viewers from other countries were in chaos.
Mad, can you say he didn't cheat? How could anyone manage to choose correctly twice in a row?
Exactly, and he even knows the rules of this strange hand. It's unbelievable.
Do you think that red-clad strange told him?
It's possible. A normal person could never discover such things. In the end, he's just relying on a woman. I don't believe he can keep it up. Watching Su Fei, who had already had his fill, other contestants and viewers from different countries felt even more frustrated. They were gambling with their lives during their meals, while Su Fei was simply enjoying himself.
Even though they were deeply unwilling, they felt utterly powerless.
At this moment, in the strange world, the disgusted butcher began to choose the next target according to the rules.
You, and you. To save time, all of you choose together.
As the disgusted butcher called names, one contestant after another stepped up to order. They walked to the food cart with a heart full of unwillingness and fear. At the same time, Su Fei, who had successfully passed, was called over by Luo Yao, and the disgusted butcher did not stop him.
Su Fei glanced at the strange enjoying their human meals, clearly showing signs of discomfort on his face.
After all, the food made from human bodies was still hard for him to accept.
At this moment, Luo Yao seemed to notice that Su Fei was not quite right.
As an SSS class strange, the food she was assigned was different from that of other stranges. Not only was it individually packaged, but it was also the most delicious part. But at this moment, she pushed the plate in front of her aside. I won't eat anymore, you all take it and share.
Thank you, Lady Luo Ya.
The strange beings nearby saw this and were incredibly excited, immediately starting to divide the food.
Su Fei noticed Luo Yao's actions and couldn't help but ask, isn't this the best food? Why aren't you eating? Luo Yao immediately puffed out her cheeks. You still dare to ask? You ate the devil's egg today. I punish you for 3 days, you can't kiss me. Su Fei was stunned for a moment when he heard this. But he quickly thought of the reason behind it. Is she worried that because he ate a human, she might not want to kiss her? So, Su Fei teased, I'm fine, but are you sure this is a punishment for me? Upon hearing this,
Luo Yao suddenly panicked, her face flushed a bit, revealing a hint of a shy woman's demeanor.
Then just one day.
Su Fei saw Luo Yao panic, he leaned a bit closer and questioned.
One day? Are you sure? Chapter 13, our contestant eats dung, yet you are eating lips? Seeing Su Fei close in,
Luo Yao's defenses were instantly shattered by him, her heart thumping wildly. She realized, as long as Su Fei's face came close to hers, her whole body would soften. No matter what Su Fei said, her mind had only one thought. That was to agree to him. Oh dear. I won't punish you anymore, but you must clean up. Upon seeing this, the surrounding strange beings found it hard to believe. After all, she was the SSS level school beauty of the horror university. Known for being ruthless, yet now she was threatened by a human. So, some brave ones started to whisper. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? When was Lady Luo Yao ever threatened? I have never seen Lady Luo Yao so flustered. Yes, even in front of the principal, Lady Luo Yao wouldn't be this nervous.
Don't forget, this human can eat the devil's egg. No, 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 just eating a devil's egg can't threaten an SSS level being. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's because Lady Luoyao is in love. No wonder she's even avoiding eating humans. Lady Luoyao is afraid this human might dislike her. Suddenly, as soon as the last strange being finished speaking, a chill wind swept in. At this moment, Luoyao had already appeared behind an S-class vampire with sharp teeth. Her pupils shimmered with a strange red light, her voice deep. I don't eat humans, but that doesn't mean I will be kind. Lady Luoyao, I. The vampire turned pale with terror, as if it had seen the Grim Reaper, and began to stutter. Luoyao extended her pale palm and clutched the air. Ah! A scream erupted, only to cease in an instant. Dark red, strange blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The little strange beings around trembled, not even daring to lift their heads to look at Luoyao. In Horror University, S-class strange beings could be considered very powerful among the strange student group. Ordinary strangeness would have to lower their heads when seeing S-class beings. But now, Luoyao killed without hesitation, as easily as crushing a chick. Let alone the little strange beings around. Even the detestable butcher glanced over but said nothing. It was clear that the rules permitted this. In the future, who dares to talk nonsense, this will be their fate. Luoyao's fierce gaze swept across the strange beings in front of her. She even specially looked at the contestants across from her. Seeing Luoyao's terrifying display, these contestants were equally frightened. Previously, seeing Luoyao's exceptional appearance and Su Fei's performance, they almost forgot her identity as an SSS-level strange being. But with the disappearance of the strange being, it instantly reminded them of Luoyao's true identity. Then, Luoyao withdrew her gaze and looked at Su Fei. Immediately, her face wore a warm, gentle smile. Only that smiling face still bore traces of blood, making it appear both terrifying and beautiful. Even Su Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Seeing Su Fei's expression, Luoyao panicked again. She feared that Su Fei might be affected by his own cruelty. She immediately waved her hand, using a strange power to simply wipe away the blood on her body. Then she hurriedly ran to Su Fei's side, explaining, I just now actually was. It's okay. Su Fei took a deep breath and reached out to wipe away a trace of blood on Luoyao's face. Luoyao's pupils shimmered with a sparkling red light, and she instinctively leaped into Su Fei's arms and kissed him. Seeing all this, the other contestants were instantly stunned, each one seething with jealousy. Even their back teeth were grinding together. Why? Why is this SSS-level bizarre creature so nice only to Su Fei? Seeing everyone absent-minded, the evil butcher suddenly shouted loudly. What are you looking at? Have you chosen your food? Hearing this, everyone's hearts jolted again. But time was running short, so the evil butcher began to speed up the selection process. He called out a few names to let them choose their dishes first, and then they would eat together. Concerned for their lives, all the contestants were extremely nervous at this moment. The dishes were certainly plentiful. But it's still the old problem. No one knew if the dish names matched the food. After a long while, all the contestants quickly chose their dishes and stood in front of their respective food carts. The evil butcher glanced at everyone and reminded. Once you've picked, just open and eat it yourself. If I find anyone hasn't finished, die. As the words fell, everyone opened their dishes with nervous and excited hearts. Aromatic, foul, fishy, various smells instantly filled the entire cafeteria. The remaining dishes were all shapes and forms. There were real human foods, some terrifying maggots, and even bizarre animal limbs. But compared to the strange worms chosen by the eliminated female contestant, and the strange hands picked by Su Fei, they looked much better. After all, faced with death, everyone gathered their courage and started to gulp down their food. Even though some people vomited in the process, no one dared to actually throw up on the spot. Other contestants stuffed maggots into their mouths, pain etched on their faces. But across from them, Luoyao lay in Su Fei's arms like a well-behaved little white rabbit, her face flushed. This made their suffering rise to another level. It was truly one side hell, the other side heaven. They wanted to curse, but didn't dare to speak. Instead, in the live broadcast, viewers from other countries quickly broke down. Oh my god. This is really unfair. I just want to know why. If it were me, I would really want to crash my head and die instead. Are you crazy? Your death represents not only yourself but also your country. Then tell me, while we're all struggling to survive, what about that contestant from Dragon Country? Exactly, why are we watching horror films while the Dragon Country livestream is a romantic one? No, it's our contestants eating poop while Su Fei enjoys himself. The behavior of the Dragon Country contestant is too ridiculous, I hope they can give a reasonable explanation. Seeing these comments, the viewers in the Dragon Country livestream were all smiling. Explanation? What can we use to explain? We also don't know why Master Su is so amazing. What romantic film? This is clearly a pure love story, don't you understand? Ha ha ha, is that the breaking point for you? Your contestants haven't even been eliminated yet?
Master Su's journey so far is nothing short of legendary. I want to write a book about Master Su.
It seems like mealtime is almost over.
I still want to know where Su Yi will check in this afternoon.
No one knows who said this.
At the same time, in the bizarre world, the clock in the cafeteria began to count down and notify.
30 seconds remaining until 1400 hours.
All players please leave the cafeteria and check in at any location.
With the announcement ringing out,
the majority of the contestants rushed out of the cafeteria like madmen, instantly causing a wave of vomit sounds.
Su Fei and Luo Yao finally separated at this moment, leaving the cafeteria. But just at that time,
deep in the cafeteria, a strange shadow gradually emerged from the darkness.
Even the despicable butcher couldn't help but turn back, startled. When did you arrive? That's not important.
The shadow's voice was filled with magnetism, and then said, what matters is that this Su Fei must disappear.
Chapter 14, Horror Classroom. Targeted Su Fei.
I am just a cook, I merely follow the rules of this copy. The despicable butcher glanced back at the black shadow behind him and then left his spot.
At the same time, the black shadow also disappeared. On the other side, Su Fei's mind was still reflecting on everything that happened after entering the copy. Although contestants had been eliminated since the dorm assignment, the elimination rate wasn't as scary as imagined.
Only a few had died after 3 rounds. Roughly estimated, there were still around 190 contestants remaining. This made Su Fei question if the bizarre occurrences in the copy were also being controlled for some reason.
If it wasn't like that, the despicable butcher could have easily replaced all the dishes with things humans couldn't swallow at all. For example, those deathworms that would crawl out even if contestants tried to swallow them. Suddenly, Luo Yao stopped in her tracks. Su Fei also halted and asked, what's wrong? It's nothing. Luo Yao first shook her head, then said,
you should find a place to check in first.
I have some things to deal with. I trust your instincts.
After Luo Yao finished speaking, she reluctantly let go of his hand and walked off alone. Watching Luo Yao's heavy-hearted back, Su Fei felt a hint of confusion in his heart.
But since she didn't take the initiative to say anything, he naturally couldn't ask more.
He had no choice but to walk to the navigation map, pondering where to check in safely.
Horror University. In a teacher's office. Knock knock. Luo Yao pushed open the office door and walked in. You've come. A gentle and seductive mature woman's voice sounded. A woman in a black office suit turned from the window.
The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with her hair tied up. Compared to Luo Yao, she had a more mature and sexy allure about her. She adjusted her glasses, her purple pupils staring intently at Luo Yao, her red lips slightly parted.
You know, Horror University doesn't allow bizarre beings and humans to fall in love.
Luo Yao walked to the woman's side, looking out at the blood moon.
That's just a rule you set.
As long as you don't care, nothing will happen.
Poof.
The woman crossed her arms over her chest.
Now, you must leave him. It's for both of your good. Impossible.
Luo Yao shook her head without hesitation, her expression turning tense. Hearing this response, the woman gently stroked her forehead. Your sister entrusted you to me, I must take responsibility for you.
I know, but I won't leave him. Luo Yao's gaze was very determined. What if he dies? The woman suddenly waved her hand, slamming the office door shut with a bang.
Although both are SSS bizarre beings, using the rules granted by the campus, I can confine you for 3 days.
He will not die. Luo Yao looked at the woman and warned, you can only kill by using the rules. The woman nodded, not too angry. You're right, but that's already enough.
As soon as she finished speaking, the woman transformed into a wisp of purple mist and vanished from the spot. Luo Yao looked out the window, her small fists clenched tightly.
Su Fei, I believe in you. At the same time,
while Su Fei was still analyzing the navigation map, the school broadcast suddenly rang out again. All contestants who have not chosen a check-in point, please go to the horror classroom in the horror building immediately.
Countdown, 4 minutes. Horror classroom? Su Fei quickly located the so-called horror building on the navigation map. With only 2 minutes left, Su Fei didn't have time to think too much and immediately ran toward the horror building. On the way, Su Fei encountered many contestants.
It wasn't until he arrived at the horror building that he found almost all the contestants had already gathered there.
It seemed these people hadn't easily chosen their desired check-in points.
But this was understandable. As the time for self-selection was very ample, no one wanted to be the first to take a risk. At this moment, the broadcast rang out again.
Everyone, proceed to classroom 444. Information is during the morning death training. Note, no creepy entities are allowed during this time. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to line up orderly and walked upstairs. During this time, they all remained silent, fearing that they might anger the strange entities and be erased. But that didn't stop them from casting glaring looks at Su Fei. Seeing all this, the foreign audience in the live stream instantly became interested. This is wonderful. No other strange entities involved, the contestants from Long Kingdom are doomed. Good, good. I bet even the Emperor can't save him this time. That's right. He only knows how to rely on women. Let's see what he does now. This is a perfect opportunity. We must use the rules to eliminate Su Fei. Now we can only work together to find a way to let the Long Kingdom contestant die here. Then, the Long Kingdom will be finished. Ha ha ha. Faced with the barrage from foreign countries, the audience in the Long Kingdom livestream began to curse. Are you looking for death, saying you want to get rid of our Long Kingdom contestant in our livestream? You're just jealous of our Su Yi, you disgusting little people. No matter what the rules are this time, I believe Su Yi can turn the tides. Su Yi, show them that you can clear the challenges without relying on women. Yes. I suggest the authorities ban these people, it's simply too intolerable. That said, the livestream was a projection of the strange world, and no human had the right to interfere. Similarly, as citizens of the Long Kingdom, they could also see the flickering eyes of contestants from other countries. It was clear that in this round, Su Fei would face real danger. Not just facing the strange entities. Of course, Su Fei was also very aware of the hostility around him. With hidden hints, he could calmly face the strange entities. But for these contestants from other countries, it might not be effective. We've arrived. The line came to a halt, they had reached the horror classroom 444. The classroom was dimly lit, filled with nearly 200 tables and chairs. On each table, there was some paper and a pen, resembling an examination room. At that moment, the projector above the classroom suddenly lit up, shining on the bloodstained curtain. On the curtain, a woman's graceful figure appeared, but her appearance couldn't be clearly seen. Please choose your seats in order. After saying this, everyone began to orderly search for their seats. Just like during the morning training. Next to Su Fei sat a contestant from the Small Cold Kingdom. The contestant from the Small Cold Kingdom saw Su Fei take his seat. He cast a seemingly kind smile at him. Su Fei just took a glance and then looked away. The smile of the contestant Xiao Han instantly turned fierce. At this time, the woman behind the curtain spoke again. Now all contestants, pick up your paper and pen. Write an article exposing the ugly side of human-ghost romantic relationships, emphasizing the critique of having feelings for ghosts, and then hand it to me. Those who do not meet the requirements will be eliminated. There are no proctors for this exam, so I hope you act responsibly. Aside from this, there are no other rules. You have 1 hour, the timer starts now. With the announcement of the topic, the live broadcast room of Long Country instantly boiled over. Chapter 15, you are given a choice of A and B, but you choose C? A critique essay, this rule sounds pretty simple. Bullshit. Can't you see this is aimed specifically at Su Yi? Exactly. Su Yi is currently having a heated romance with the ghost beauty, and you want him to critique love? If he wants to save himself and get through, Su Fei has no choice but to write a critique on human-ghost romantic relationships. No way. What if this is a test, deliberately challenging Su Yi's true feelings? Oh no, what should we do? What on earth will Su Yi write? Who on earth set this bizarre topic, to be so vicious? It's unfair. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing the hot discussion in the Long Country live broadcast room, the viewers from other countries were now thoroughly delighted. What unfairness! The rules were set by the ghost, it wasn't us. Ha, you all flaunting your love, and now even the ghost can't stand it. Right? Do you really think having an SSS-level ghost beauty on your side guarantees a win? It seems that this rule can't even be helped by the SSS ghost beauty. Once Su Fei writes it, I can't even imagine how the ghost beauty will deal with him. Seeing the man she loves critique their relationship, her heart must be shattered. So sad. I wanted to watch the Long Country contestant win effortlessly with the help of a woman, huh? At this moment, as long as one is not a fool, it was basically clear that this time the rules were aimed at Su Fei. The rule proposition was indeed simple. It basically just meant not to talk about romantic relationships between humans and ghosts. But the key is, this was a deadly question for Su Fei. Choose A, not write a critique, and face elimination. Choose B, write a critique, but this could very well be Luo Yao testing him. If it's a test, then losing the support of the SSS level ghost is minor. But if he violates the feelings and breaks Luo Yao's rules, then he could also be eliminated.
Su Fei furrowed his brows, hesitating for a long time without writing. At this moment, the audience in the Long Country live broadcast room was just as tense as Su Fei. Writing might not lead to death, but not writing will definitely lead to death.
Write it, Su Yi, no matter what happens later, we accept it. Yes, a test is a test, at least you can't die right now. Such a simple proposition, if you die, wouldn't that just be a joke for others? Exactly, what if this isn't a test? After that, just explain it to the ghost beauty, and there's a chance to survive.
In the horror classroom, the other contestants were all writing passionately, their faces filled with uncontainable excitement. A living human ghost romance was right in front of them. Of course, they would write everything about Su Fei that they had previously disliked into their articles, fiercely critiquing him.
It was both satisfying and a way to pass.
At this moment, in the entire classroom, only Su Fei had not put pen to paper. Because he was waiting for a hidden prompt. If the hidden prompt didn't come, then he would have no choice but to write a critique as a gamble. At least this way, there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as he thought of this, a pleasant, light sound rang in his ears, and then a line of shining silver words appeared on the paper in front of Su Fei.
Hidden prompt, submit a blank paper. Submit a blank paper? Su Fei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Originally thinking it was a choice between answers A and B. But now the hidden prompt suddenly revealed answer C? What does this mean? Su Fei was slightly confused. At the same time, in the next classroom, the woman with purple eyes looked at the tangled Su Fei on the screen. A smile appeared on her face. Su Fei, oh Su Fei. If you don't write your criticism, you will be erased by me for breaking the rules. If you do write, I guarantee that Luo Yao will give up on you. After saying this, the woman waved her hand, and the projection of the exam room disappeared, closing her eyes to rest. She did not care at all about the situation in the exam room. Even if someone blatantly copied or cheated, she wouldn't pay any attention. What she cared about was only what kind of answer Su Fei would submit. Time passed little by little. In the terrifying classroom, Su Fei looked at the paper before him and ultimately chose to believe in the hidden hint. Although he didn't know the reason for doing this, at least the hidden hint wouldn't betray him. Su Fei looked up at the clock on the platform. 3 p.m. Half an hour had already passed since the exam started. The other contestants had almost put down their pens and began reviewing. Seeing this, all the Dragon Kingdom viewers were anxious. Why isn't Su Yi writing yet? Is it really that hard to decide? No kidding, if it were me, I wouldn't know what to choose either. No matter what happens next, just pass the level first. Hurry up and write, even if it's a so-called test of love, you should at least put pen to paper. Wait. Why did Su Yi close his eyes? Huh? No way. Su Yi actually fell asleep? Isn't he planning to give up treatment directly? Unknowingly someone in the comments said this. And on the screen, Su Fei was holding the pen and had fallen asleep on the desk. Seeing this, comments from other countries started to flood in. Ha ha ha, can you believe it? Faced with life and death, the Dragon Kingdom contestant actually fell asleep. Unbelievable. He gave up, he couldn't bear the mental torture anymore. You see, it's impossible to pass relying on luck or women. I really didn't expect him to choose a third answer with two options. Sigh, I thought he would fight hard and show us the great power of love. Facing the mockery from other countries, the people in the Dragon Kingdom livestream still didn't give up. Hey! You can't say that. What if submitting a blank paper can also pass? Damn, why didn't I think of that? Su Yi must have guessed the rules. Yeah. The rules didn't say submitting a blank paper would lead to elimination. What you say makes some sense. Su Yi is deliberately trying to submit a blank paper. Previously, every choice Su Yi made seemed impossible, yet he always turned danger into good fortune. That's right. Maybe this time it will work too. Hearing this theory, many of the discouraged people in the Dragon Kingdom were reinvigorated. The comments from other countries seemed to sense the bad news. What are you thinking? Submitting a blank paper is equivalent to going off topic. Exactly, how can anyone pass an exam by submitting a blank paper? Could it be that your Dragon Kingdom's education is like this? Impossible, he couldn't possibly pass by submitting a blank paper. Both sides were arguing non-stop as time ticked away. Before long, a broadcast suddenly rang out. 1 minute left until the end time, please have all contestants place their answers on the desk and leave the exam room. At this moment, Su Fei rubbed his eyes and looked at the clean blank paper on his desk, then left the scene in formation. But just as Su Fei walked away, the contestant from the Little Han Kingdom immediately took out a filled answer sheet and placed it on Su Fei's desk. Even the title was written in Chinese. Seeing all this, the entire audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream went crazy. Chapter 16, Love, Disgusting, and Nauseating. Damn it! The contestant from Little Han is openly switching answer sheets? Damn it! This technique is so smooth that Master Su didn't see anything at all. Is this contestant from the small Han country seeking death? How dare they do this in front of so many people? He didn't directly swap his own exam paper, instead, he wrote an extra copy to exchange with Master Su's. I saw it, the title on that paper seems to say something like I love you? It's over, Master Su hasn't noticed yet, the people from Small Han are too treacherous. Isn't it strange? Didn't the invigilator notice this? This is clearly a trap. Seeing all this, the hearts of all the Dragon Country's people were instantly ignited with hatred. At this moment, the comments from other countries suddenly began to praise in unison. The strange rules didn't say anything, which means it's tacitly approved. That's right, you can only blame your contestants for being careless, don't blame others. Still planning to submit a blank paper? They even helped you write it, you should be thankful. Ha, exactly, we are allowed to cheat, but you can't? The rules didn't say anything, who said this was cheating? This is a game with strange rules, not our world. For a moment, the anger of the Dragon Country's people could not be restrained at all. If it weren't for the restrictions of the strange world's rules, they would have wanted to strike directly at the lands of Small Han. But everyone knows very well. As long as they provoke a war when the strange game arrives, before they can take action, the strange force will directly punish the country that breaks the rules. If they want to settle scores, they can only wait until this strange rule game is completely over. Everyone stay rational, actually no matter what the answer sheet is, Master Su is also gambling. Rational? How can you ask me to be rational? How can there still be people doing such petty theft? Sigh, even if supporting love, Master Su might not necessarily lose directly. If Master Su really clears this level, then Small Han just wait for our revenge. But I feel the chance of clearing is really too slim. Master Su, can he still create miracles? At this moment, all the Dragon Country's people were filled with anger and grief, unable to vent their feelings. This sense of powerlessness is simply indescribable. The only thing they could hope for was a miracle to happen. But they were afraid that this time, even miracles were hard to believe. However, in the strange world, all the contestants were still lined up in their respective formations, standing neatly in the corridor at the classroom door. And Su Fei was still unaware of everything that had just happened. His mind was occupied with thoughts of what consequences submitting a blank paper would bring. At that moment, a graceful figure walked out from the adjacent classroom. It was none other than the woman with purple eyes from earlier. The woman glanced at everyone and adjusted her glasses. I forgot to introduce myself. I am called Purple Eye, the director of Horror University, and all students and teachers are under my management. Even those with the same SSS level strangeness as me are no exception. As soon as she said this, everyone on the scene couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with terror as they looked at this beautiful woman. Another SSS level strangeness. And besides her own strength being SSS, her authority within the school was even greater than that of ordinary SSS level strangeness. No wonder they could directly let them come here to take the exam, no wonder even Luo Yao couldn't provide any help to Su Fei. Everything could now be explained. Su Fei stared tightly at the purple-eyed woman before him, instantly understanding everything. At the same time, the gaze of Purple Eye also turned to Su Fei, her expression gradually becoming fierce and ruthless. Today, I brought you here to take this exam, and I want to make it clear to you. Whether it is strangeness or humanity, no one is allowed to fall in love. Love is something disgusting, even nauseating. If anyone dares to violate this, then there is only one outcome. Death. Purple Eye's terrifying voice echoed in the chilly wind. It seems that every sentence carries a strange power, like sharp steel needles, piercing directly into the heart. No one would doubt it. If anyone violates the rules set by this strange instructor, it is likely not just a matter of being torn apart or eaten. Something even more terrifying might happen. But the good thing is, everyone present knows very well that this terrifying strangeness is aimed directly at Su Fei. As the person concerned, Su Fei naturally faces the greatest pressure among this group of people. From the words of this strange instructor, Su Fei has also completely understood everything. To put it simply, in the strange world, the power level represents everything. But if the power levels are the same, it depends on each person's power and status in the instance. It can almost be said that there is not much difference from human society. These strange custom rules purely depend on everyone's thoughts. As long as they do not violate the basic rules of the instance, they can set the rules however they want. So the other party can set this so-called examination criticizing love and make Su Fei participate in it. This is to make Su Fei violate the rules and then kill him. The key is, hidden tips can always help him avoid breaking the rules. But can submitting a blank paper really avoid it? After all, submitting a blank paper means there is no question at all.
Not to mention what a loophole in the rules is. Su Fei himself does not believe that, under such targeted circumstances, they would let him go so easily.
At this moment, Su Fei is completely lost. But at this point, he cannot go back and write another paper. Then, the voice of the purple-eyed instructor came again. Now, I will personally review your answer sheets in order. Only those who pass can leave this building. After saying this, the purple-eyed instructor walked up to the podium in the classroom. She waved her hand, and the answer sheet from the first seat in the first row floated to the podium. The purple-eyed instructor glanced at it and looked toward the door outside. The first one, you did well, you can leave. Due to the seating order, it was the same as their queue outside. The first contestant, who did not know which country he was from, quickly bowed and excitedly left the classroom. Thank you, teacher. Immediately afterward, the purple-eyed instructor's voice continued to come from the classroom. The second one, you can leave. And the third one, you can leave too. The fourth one. The reviewing time was very quick, and at this moment, Su Fei was still worried about his blank paper. As contestants left one by one, the people in the Dragon Nation livestream became even more anxious and desperate. It's over. Su Yi looks like he still doesn't know what he wrote. You all heard the strange director's statement, she really hates love. Not only that, this rule examination is clearly intended to kill Su Yi. So does this mean Su Yi has no chance of survival? We are all doomed? I feel like it's already over. Looking at the other party's attitude, even submitting a blank paper, Su Yi can't survive. Even if the strange school beauty appears, she can't suppress the director. The people in the Dragon Nation livestream all seem to have their hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand. But soon, the purple-eyed instructor's voice rang out again, like a death knell in the hearts of the Dragon Nation's people. Su Fei, it's finally your turn. Chapter 17, you demand a critique of love, and you write a love letter to confess? Hearing his name, Su Fei's heart also skipped a beat. During the previous review, the instructor had never read anyone's name individually. Basically, she would look at the papers directly and then start letting people go in order. Only when it came to Su Fei did the purple-eyed instructor read his name. At this moment, the purple-eyed instructor even stood up from the podium and walked toward his seat. It's over. Seeing all this, Su Fei felt his heart sink. At this moment, the little cold contestant standing next to Su Fei revealed a charming smile, but it disappeared in an instant. In the classroom, Zitong slowly walked to Su Fei's seat and picked up the exam paper that had been swapped by the little cold contestant. As soon as she saw the title on the paper, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in Zitong's eyes. I love you, even if I die, I am willing. What a boldness. This guy really isn't afraid of death. She had actually thought that Su Fei would likely choose to criticize love first, then avoid dying by the rules. But as long as Su Fei was still here, she would always have various means and ways to separate the two. But she didn't expect that this Su Fei didn't even pretend, completely ignoring life and death. This is simply too foolish. Sure enough, people in love are all crazy. I want to see what on earth you are thinking. Zitong snorted lightly, then shifted her gaze to the following text. Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life. Even though I have not seen your face, your beautiful figure has captivated me so much. Until now, I finally understand what the true meaning of love is. Seeing this, Zitong slightly furrowed her brows, her mind filled with confusion. No, wait. Why does it seem like it's not written for Luo Yao? With doubt and curiosity, Zitong continued to read on. Although I have not seen your true face, it seems to have always been stored in my memory. It is so enchanting, so splendid. Yes, I could completely criticize love, I could completely follow what you want. But I can't do it, I cannot betray my heart, so I love you, even if I die, I am willing. Zitong stared at Su Fei's exam paper, her breath becoming rapid, her heart stirred with waves of turmoil. She didn't misunderstand. The you in the article is not Luo Yao. But her, the one who made Su Fei criticize love, herself. Su Fei, this is a confession to her. Zitong's hand gripping the exam paper trembled uncontrollably. This is disgusting. It is truly nauseating. As an SSS-level creep in the horror university, and holding the position of the director of education. In the university's instances, hardly any creep would dare to defy her. Even Luo Yao wouldn't dare. To maintain the healthy cycle of the entire creepy campus, she does not allow anyone to develop such unnecessary feelings. Especially between creeps and humans. But at this moment, a human not only broke this rule, but also directly jumped in her face and wrote a love letter confessing to her. The key is, this Su Fei is even dating Luo Yao. Su Fei, you have such audacity. Zitong instantly clenched the exam paper tightly in her palm.
A strange gust of wind suddenly swept through the classroom, countless papers flying around.
Seeing all this,
all the contestants standing outside the corridor couldn't help but cover their ears, some even terrified to the point of collapsing to the ground. Even the creeps in other parts of the university involuntarily turned their gazes toward the terrifying teaching building, each showing fear. Only Su Fei, looking at Zitong in the classroom, stood there completely dazed.
Although he already felt it was bad. Now it seems it is more than just bad. But the key point is, didn't he submit a blank paper? Does looking at a blank paper deserve such a furious reaction? People who don't know would think he wrote a love letter. Zitong still tightly clutched Su Fei's exam paper and returned to the podium, sitting down.
Through the window, seeing this stunningly beautiful and eerie profile, Su Fei felt his heart leap into his throat.
It seems this time, it's really over. Everyone else, get out. Su Fei, come into the classroom, I have something to ask you.
With a shout from the purple-eyed figure, all the other contestants around fled the scene as if granted a pardon, rolling and scrambling away. Now, in the entire corridor, only Su Fei remained. Upon seeing this, the audience in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room was filled with despair.
It's over. It looks like we are completely doomed this time. Damn it, the people from Little Han are truly malicious.
Su Yi is also innocent, he probably won't even know what happened until he dies.
Looking at this SSS-level eerie situation, there is no hope left. I don't want to die yet. Do you think this eerie thing might like Su Yi like the one in the red dress? Impossible.
The others targeted Su Yi because he was in a relationship. It seems that we in Dragon Country have really reached a dead end this time. I'm ending the live stream, there's no need to watch anymore. At this moment, the entire Dragon Country had almost lost its vitality, the atmosphere had turned heavy and despairing. Nearly all viewers had closed the eerie live broadcast room. They did not want to see Su Fei being killed by the eerie figure, which was a form of respect for the contestant. Meanwhile, viewers in other countries started watching with great interest. The Little Han's contestant operates sharply, they actually eliminated Dragon Country. Although we all hope Su Fei gets eliminated, we should also be careful of the Little Han contestant. Being able to swap answers right under people's noses might also harm our contestants. In short, Dragon Country is about to become history, and we can take this opportunity to learn a lesson. I just wonder how this Su Fei will eventually die. At this moment, in the eerie world. Come in. At the purple-eyed figure's command, Su Fei had no choice but to obediently walk into the classroom. But just as he stepped into the classroom, the door slammed shut with a bang. If one violates the rules, not to mention an SSS-level eerie, even a D-level small eerie is absolutely beyond human resistance. Su Fei had no inclination to resist at all. What was to come had ultimately arrived. Even with hidden hints, it would probably be of no use now. Su Fei, who gave you the guts to write this kind of thing? The purple-eyed figure had a serious expression, throwing the answer sheet in front of Su Fei. Su Fei quickly picked up the answer sheet and took a look. At the moment he saw the answer sheet, Su Fei's pupils suddenly widened, and even his breath stopped for a moment. I love you, even if it means death, I am willing? What the hell? This is absolutely not what I wrote. But the key point is that he had been watching the purple-eyed figure walk to his seat to take the answer sheet the entire time, and the other party did not make a mistake. It's over. This has nothing to do with hidden hints, someone is definitely framing me. Chapter 18, For Love, He Really Does Not Fear Death. Su Fei's heart completely collapsed. Even though he had only just come into contact with this SSS-level eerie purple-eyed figure. Regardless of the exam questions or various words and actions. The other party obviously hated love and wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. But now the answer sheet in his hand was not just about believing in love. It was an outright confession to the other party. Even if he tried to explain now, even if the purple-eyed figure knew this was not his answer sheet, the other party would absolutely not let go of this opportunity. Besides, this answer sheet might have been deliberately arranged by the purple-eyed figure. In any case, no matter what he does now, it could be said that escaping death is nearly impossible. Su Fei tightly clutched the answer sheet in his hand, his heart in ashes. Seeing Su Fei fall silent, the purple-eyed figure also began to carefully observe this extremely bold man before her. In her mind, she had already started imagining how to torture him to death. Tear him apart directly? That would be too easy on him. Do you want me to skin this man alive? Tear off this man's clothes, slice his flesh piece by piece with a knife, then savor it slowly. This man looks quite good, with tender, delicate skin, and his figure is also. Just as I thought about this, a strange scene suddenly appeared in my mind. Then, recalling the sweet words in Su Fei's answer earlier, a strange feeling suddenly rose in Zitong's heart. A slight warmth appeared on her cold face. This feeling was completely unprecedented. No. I can't think about this anymore.
I'm here to kill Su Fei, why would I have these strange thoughts? Zitong took a deep breath, quickly pulling her thoughts back, and her face returned to its cold expression. At this moment, she noticed that Su Fei was also staring at her, so she angrily scolded, "If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." Su Fei immediately lowered his head when he heard this, but his heart was trembling wildly. Because he was absolutely certain that just now, Zitong had actually blushed. Although the process lasted only for an instant, he was sure, he definitely didn't see it wrong. What is going on here? Su Fei frowned, suddenly feeling that his brain wasn't working properly. This woman, she doesn't like me, does she? But it shouldn't be. When she first appeared, she was extremely disgusted with love, and everyone saw it. Even before he entered the classroom, that murderous intent, almost tangible, couldn't fool anyone. No. We haven't even met before this. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a pleasant, light sound rang out. Hidden hint, this is all arranged by the other party. All arranged by the other party? So, everything is a trap designed by the other party to frame me? The answer sheet was changed by the other party? Hearing the hint, Su Fei immediately became furious. If it weren't for being in the strange world, if it weren't for the other party being an SSS level anomaly, Su Fei would have rushed up to curse right now. No. Anyway, I've already broken the rules set by the other party, and they could kill me at any time. To hell with it. Since it's death either way, I'd rather die standing up than crouching down. Maybe by angering the other party, they'll just kill me instantly, instead of giving them time to think of ways to torture me. I'm going for it. Ha! Su Fei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then he raised his head and looked at Zitong. Zitong raised her eyebrows and questioned, "You're about to die, and you can still laugh? Stop pretending, I already know." Su Fei shoved his hands into his pockets and walked directly to the podium. "You know what?" Zitong asked in return. Su Fei slightly bent over, gazing into the abyss. "Actually, this whole thing was your plan, right?" At this moment, Zitong was also confused by Su Fei's actions. "What are you talking about?" "Alright, you won't admit it, huh?" Su Fei shrugged, as if he had already given up on life, his face showing indifference. But in the next instant, he moved with lightning speed. He grabbed Zitong by the arm, yanking her violently from the seat and forcefully pressing her against the blackboard's curtain. Feeling Su Fei's warm breath, Zitong was instantly stunned. At this moment, it seemed like the whole world had come to a standstill. At the same time, the livestream's comments began to flood the screen. "He's gone crazy, so he must be crazy." Of course, who wouldn't be crazy at this point? Suyi is right, even if it's death, he wants to die standing. So far, only Suyi dares to make a move against an SSS level anomaly. I support Suyi. Even if we lose this time, we accept it, at least we fought back. Sigh, I'll just quietly wait for the elimination announcement. All the viewers still watching the livestream in Lone Country were almost prepared for Su Fei to be eliminated, and they were all extremely nervous. But now, in the strange world, Zitong's anxiety was no less than anyone else's. As an SSS level anomaly, no anomaly has ever dared to lay a hand on her. Let alone, the fact that the other party is just a human. How dare you be so bold? Her purple eyes stayed fixed on Su Fei, her tone as cold as ice. Do you know what you're doing? Of course, I do. Su Fei replied without hesitation, then said, "Now, I'm not afraid of death, do you think I still fear anything?" You. Hearing this, Purple Eyes instantly thought of the title in the previous answer sheet. I love you, even if it's death, I'm willing. He really isn't afraid of death, even willing to. Purple Eye's heart raced, her mind in chaos. As an anomaly in the world of anomalies, she of course understood the mission of human players entering the world of anomalies. Not only is it a game with their lives, but they also carry the fate of the entire nation. So anyone who comes here would do anything to survive. But strangely, this man before her, he isn't afraid of death. Otherwise, how would he, as a human, dare to act against an SSS level anomaly? The power of love. Is it really that strong? Purple Eyes bit her red lip lightly, looking at Su Fei's face just inches away, her heart more and more tangled. Have I been wrong from the start? For love, he's not afraid of death. These words aren't just for show. It's real. But didn't he like Luo Yao? How could he like me when he first saw me, even before seeing my face? No. Luo Yao is my best friend's sister, practically my own sister. Moreover, she's my student. Am I being too much? But what does love really feel like? And what does a kiss really feel like? Why does Luo Yao always want Su Fei to kiss her? Purple Eyes was both conflicted and curious, unknowingly her cheeks tinged with a faint pink. Seeing this, Su Fei immediately felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere.
The frequency of her blushing was even more ridiculous than Luo Yao's earlier.
Could it be that my initial guess was actually true? This woman, she really likes me?
Thinking of this, Su Fei immediately connected everything that had happened earlier.
Could it be that it's because this female anomaly likes me, but as an SSS level anomaly, she's the one who set the no dating rule? So she deliberately did this, just to make me confess?
Otherwise, how could my answer sheet be so easily changed? If that's the case, then this woman is too scary.
This is all a conspiracy. By the way, I have a question to ask you.
Purple Eye's voice gradually filled with hesitation, and her face unconsciously turned even redder.
What is it?
Well, Purple Eye's fingers behind her back were practically tied in knots, and after a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence.
Well, do you really want to be with me? Chapter 19, all this time, you were just asking for a kiss? You're still pretending. You like playing this kind of romantic game, huh?
Although Su Fei was angry inside, he also seemed to sense a hint of a chance to stay alive from this moment. If his guess was right, then he really could use this opportunity to play along.
Su Fei became bolder, reaching out to gently caress Purple Eye's face. Baby, isn't my meaning clear enough? Baby? He actually called me baby?
Feeling the warmth of his palm, Purple Eyes trembled uncontrollably.
At this moment, she was no longer the terrifying SSS level anomaly, she was like a frightened little bunny.
No, she should be a big bunny, she's trembling like one.
No. You're a human. And you're already with Luo Yao.
Purple Eye's continuous words increased Su Fei's pressure. What a good game of catch me if you can, she's testing my attitude, does she think I, Su Fei, am a fool? Su Fei smiled softly. As if having seen through everything, his eyes fixed on the purple-eyed girl.
Look into my eyes, I feel I cannot betray my own heart.
You must know that many things are not within one's control. Of course. Su Fei shifted the conversation, saying, if you are still worried about what others think, you might as well just kill me. The purple-eyed girl slowly raised her hand, struggling with her inner self. Deep in her heart, the last shred of reason seemed to continuously warn her. Her original goal was to kill Su Fei.
No need to be conflicted, I know you can't bear to do it. Su Fei then held the purple-eyed girl's hand.
As if truly afraid she might change her mind. Faced with Su Fei's relentless advances, the last shred of reason in the purple-eyed girl's heart seemed to be completely shattered. Her heart was in utter chaos. Perhaps killing Su Fei would be easy. But eradicating the seed that Su Fei had planted in her heart was not so simple. Moreover, the man before her was unafraid of death and was about to confess to her, so what was there for her to fear?
In the entire terrifying university,
it could almost be said that nothing could threaten her.
If she wanted,
then she would just take it.
After all, nobody was watching now. I understand.
The purple-eyed girl said shyly, looking at Su Fei's lips. That feeling was like a thief seeing a priceless gem for the first time. Having already made up her mind, she still hesitated at the last moment. Not knowing how long it had been, the purple-eyed girl could no longer contain her curiosity and decided to speak.
By the way, could you kiss me?
Just once. As soon as these words left her lips,
not just Su Fei, but the people from the Dragon Country watching the livestream also lost their ability to think.
Wait, I left for a bit and why does it feel like something is off?
I don't quite understand, wasn't the twist supposed to kill Su Yi? Why did it suddenly ask for a kiss? Crazy. This world must be insane. Why do all the twists want Su Yi to kiss? What on earth is happening?
Why is this twist suddenly blushing?
I can't take this kind of livestream. My heart can't handle it. Although I don't know what happened, do we seem to have a chance to survive?
If it's true, it seems like we, the Dragon Country, have a chance again.
Su Yi, hurry and kiss her. This really is a chance to survive. Seeing this, the other countries that had originally been expecting Su Fei to be eliminated couldn't sit still anymore. No. Something must be wrong. Now I think, even if the Dragon Country contestant is eliminated, it's not a total loss. After all, both of these girls are exquisite, it's too enviable. But why did it suddenly change like this? Could it be because contestant Xiaohan swapped the article? At this moment, all the audience watching the livestream began to brainstorm.
They simply could not understand how things had developed into this situation.
Similarly,
Su Fei, in the twisted world, looked at the purple-eyed girl before him with a tumult of thoughts.
Well,
the other party was willing to go to such lengths.
Setting exam rules, swapping papers, and putting on a facade. All just to ask him for a kiss? No way. Could his lips have such great power? But without a doubt. Perhaps if he satisfied this strange desire of hers, he would have a chance to live. Even though doing so would mean walking a tightrope. But he had no choice. If he never had an opportunity, then so be it, it was no big deal, just death. But now, the hope of survival was right in front of his mouth. Did he still have a choice? If he lost his life, then he loses everything. As for Luo Yao, she could only take it one step at a time. Come on. Su Fei answered without thinking. Slowly closed her eyes. The purple-eyed girl also hurriedly closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her whole body tensing up. Then, a warm sensation came from her lips. This unprecedented feeling fascinated her. After a while, she immersed herself fully in it. Not only did she begin to enjoy it, but she also gradually became more active and greedy. As time passed, the scene in Su Fei's livestream once again turned pitch black. The people of Longhua, witnessing all this, completely went crazy. What does this mean? Why are we not allowed to see it again? No way, last time was a critical moment, can't we have a proper livestream? There's no way, the official said last time that we humans cannot control the livestream. No matter what, at least Su Yi hasn't been eliminated. Even if player Xiao Han changes the answer sheet, justice cannot be defeated. Unknowingly, outside the classroom, it began to rain. The rain was not heavy, but it made the ground damp. When the rain stopped, Su Fei and the purple-eyed girl had already parted. The purple-eyed girl slightly pursed her lips, so this is how it feels, no wonder Luo Yao is addicted. At this moment, the purple-eyed girl's expression suddenly changed, as if she thought of something terrifying. She stared straight at Su Fei, her tone gradually becoming serious. You better forget everything that just happened. Hearing this, Su Fei was completely bewildered. What the heck is going on? Are you saying after we had fun, you want to run away and deny everything? The purple-eyed girl looked very serious, reminding him. You must remember, this matter must not be told to Luo Yao. No, it must not be told to anyone. Okay. Su Fei nodded repeatedly. Even if she didn't remind him, he wouldn't dare to admit it actively. All right. Just treat today's events as if they never happened, and I won't look for you again in the future. You, take care of yourself. After saying this, the purple-eyed girl hurriedly left the classroom, leaving Su Fei standing alone inside. So confusing. Su Fei felt as if he was being played with. No, accurately speaking, it felt like he was a toy for the director. But anyway, at least he was still alive. To be honest, her words are even sweeter than Luo Yao's. Su Fei clicked his tongue, slightly adjusting his outfit. Then he left the classroom, heading downstairs. At that moment, the Longhua livestream picture also returned to normal. Seeing Su Fei safe and sound, the entire Longhua's bullet comments instantly erupted. Chapter 20, you don't understand, his kiss is really warm. He's alive. Su Yi is alive again. I knew Su Yi would not just disappear like that. By the way, where's that monster? Why has it disappeared? What exactly happened just now? I want to know too, but as long as Su Yi is safe, nothing else matters. Now I want to see what expression that damn player Xiao Han will have when she sees Su Yi appear. Speaking of this makes me angry, I hope Xiao Han gets eliminated soon. The entire Longhua livestream room was immersed in joy. However, other countries' livestream rooms at this moment were completely breaking down. He's still not dead. How can he still not be dead after all this? My god. Can someone tell me how this Longhua player is doing it? This is absolutely ridiculous. Don't tell me this SSS level monster has fallen for Su Fei? But it looks like that's really the case, otherwise, how could she not die? Didn't this monster say it prohibited love before? How come she doesn't follow the rules herself? What the heck is this monster world? This is simply Su Fei's harem. What the hell, did Su Fei save the whole world in his past life? People from other countries were shocked one after another. But those contestants in the monster world were also equally shocked. Since Su Fei went up, many of them hadn't returned to their dorms. Instead, they were wandering downstairs of the horror classroom, waiting for Su Fei's elimination. However, unexpectedly, after a long wait, Su Fei appeared before them safe and sound. As soon as Su Fei reached the bottom of the classroom building, he was instantly locked onto by more than 100 pairs of eyes. They all froze on the spot. Especially the contestant Xiao Han, who directly blocked Su Fei's way and asked, How could you possibly survive? Su Fei looked at the contestant Xiao Han, his tone not much better. Even though he still did not know that the instigator of all this was actually this police contestant Xiao Han. But for these contestants who desperately wished for his death, Su Fei had little fondness for them. Su Fei gave him a sidelong glance. What? Are you disappointed? Contestant Xiao Han was instantly at a loss for words. He looked around, eyes flickering like a thief. But inside, he was more shocked than anyone else. He wanted nothing more than to ask Su Fei what had happened just now. But if he asked, he would likely be found out for his meddling. Even though he was incredibly curious right now, he could only force a smile and step aside. Su Fei watched Xiao Han's actions and felt somewhat strange inside. But ultimately, he didn't like dealing with people like this. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he left the terrifying teaching building, heading toward the dormitory. On the other side, outside the office, Zitong stood there dazedly in the hallway, seemingly lost in thought, as if her soul had left her body. She looked at the office door before her and didn't even have the courage to step inside. How could I do something like this? Wasn't I supposed to kill him? How did it turn into this? Thinking of this, the kiss from earlier flashed in Zitong's mind, and her face turned red again. But, this man seems really different from the others. But he happens to be the one Luo Yao likes, how could I? Zitong slightly raised her head and looked again at the tightly closed office door. She truly could not imagine what it would be like to face Luo Yao. No matter how she thought about it. She wasn't just a half-sister to Luo Yao, but also a teacher. If this matter were exposed, not to mention Luo Yao, how would the others see her? Stealing her sister's beloved, forcing a human student to submit under the title of a teacher? Wouldn't that mean being gossiped about by the others every day? Of course. The scariest thing was that she was still worried about how to spend the remaining 43 days. Just after leaving for a short while, the scene of being with Su Fei played in her mind like a slideshow, repeating endlessly. She even wished she could find Su Fei right now to satisfy her cravings. Sigh. How did I turn into this? Zitong's face was full of worry. It was her first time feeling this melancholic. All of this was because of that strange thing called love. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on, startling Zitong into a panic. Immediately after, Luo Yao's voice came from inside the office. Sister Zitong, I know you're back. Zitong's heart tightened and she became extraordinarily nervous. She didn't even have the courage to reply. Luo Yao's voice came again from inside the office. I know you didn't hurt Su Fei, thank you. Zitong patted her chest, quickly suppressing her nervous emotions. Finally, she took a deep breath and opened the office door. As soon as she saw Luo Yao, she had already regained her cold demeanor. She said seriously to Luo Yao, don't think I'll let him off easily just like that. He. Luo Yao took Zitong's hand with a smile and said, Good sister, I know your words are hard, but your heart is soft. How could you hurt the person your sister likes? Mouth. Hearing Luo Yao mention mouth, Zitong couldn't help but think again of the earlier feeling. A sudden wave of ominous feeling surged from her heart again. She wanted to have another time with Su Fei. But in an instant, she forcibly suppressed it again. Luo Yao was still in front of her. It would be better to let Luo Yao leave here quickly to avoid exposure. No. Not right. 3 days of confinement have a cooling-off period. If she let Luo Yao out this time, what if she wanted to find Su Fei at night? In a flash, various thoughts flashed through Zitong's mind. Do you think saying nice things will make me let you go? Zitong said seriously, you stay here until the confinement time is over. All right. Luo Yao was not too disappointed and continued. As long as my sister doesn't hurt Su Fei, I can stay here in confinement forever. Really? Zitong felt a surge of excitement in her heart and blurted out. Luo Yao looked at Zitong with a strange expression. Seeing this, Zitong immediately realized she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly began to make up for it. Really foolish. To limit your freedom for a man. Luo Yao sighed deeply upon hearing this. You don't understand that feeling, his kiss is really warm. Who says I don't understand? I understand all too well. But please, don't say it. Please don't force me to fight you for it. At this moment, Zitong felt like wanting to die. She had finally suppressed her inner desires, yet Luo Yao's words stirred them again. I'll let you reflect here. Zitong fled in a rush, disappearing from the spot like a ghost. Looking at Zitong's strange behavior, Luo Yao also wore a puzzled and confused expression. What is going on with her? Chapter 21, Collection of Human Love Stories, 1. Unknowingly, time had arrived at 6 p.m. But including Su Fei. After leaving the terrifying teaching building, all the contestants stayed quietly in their own dormitories. After all, no one wanted to wander around and encounter some strange event. I wonder what Zitong did to Luo Yao. But since they are both SSS level strange, Zitong shouldn't be able to harm Luo Yao. Lying on his bed, Su Fei was also very puzzled. But he wasn't idle, he was constantly analyzing everything that had happened so far in his mind. In short, he concluded one principle. That is, no matter what happens, just follow the hidden hints and keep going. Although sometimes these hints are very absurd. But at least he's still alive, which is enough to prove the value of these hidden hints. The most dangerous moment today was just that last exam. Even someone as strong as Zitong could handle it. What could be so difficult in this university? But similarly, what he was considering now was not anything else but thinking about how to handle the relationship between Zitong and Luo Yao. Especially when this matter is exposed. That scene, just thinking about it is terrifying. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, there are still 43 days left. Thinking of this, Su Fei drowsily fell asleep. On the other side, in a corner of the horror university, there was a strange standalone villa. Outside the villa, a pile of white bones paved the path. Various colors of strange man-eating flowers and other unknown weeds were planted on both sides. Hold on, I must hold on. On a dark purple bed, Zitong was wearing a purple nightgown and had let down her hair. She clenched her pink fists, tightly holding the blanket. Just thinking about Su Fei pinning her against the wall and kissing her made her blush uncontrollably. How could it be? How could there be such a brave and handsome man? Zitong's face turned red as she rolled around on the bed. She was completely unlike an SSS-level strange being, but more like a lovesick girl. No! I have to go find him. Zitong suddenly sat up. But soon she hesitated again. Will it be inappropriate to find him so suddenly? Humans? What kind of way does he like to interact? Like he does with Luo Yao? But, I can't just ask Luo Yao, right? Zitong fell into a dilemma again. For humans, especially regarding feelings, how to get along. It is completely her knowledge blind spot. Right. The horror library. As the director of instruction, even though she is not a regular at the library. But she knows that there are all kinds of books related to humans there. Due to the rule, she said, although books about human love are not allowed on campus, there are books about the operation of human society. Maybe she can find some inspiration from there. Let's go have a look. Zitong immediately opened the door and ran barefoot towards the horror library. The horror library. As one of the check-in spots of Horror University. In fact, today there were many places for contestants to choose from. But due to Zitong's actions, now no contestant would willingly seek out a dangerous place to check in. After all, no one wants to face danger again. So when Zitong arrived here, the entire library was extremely quiet. At that moment, a shadow holding a book stepped out from the darkness. The shadow was a woman with glasses and dyed blonde hair. She looked gentle and elegant, full of a scholarly air. But the most bizarre thing was that she had two pairs of eyes. SS Class Anomaly, the library administrator. Upon seeing Zitong, this administrator quickly hid the book behind her back. Lady Zitong. You came here? It's nothing, just wandering around, wanna find some books to read. Zitong's face was serious, her gaze sweeping over the shelves. Hearing this, the library administrator became extremely nervous and forced a smile, asking, what book are you looking for? It's that kind of book. Zitong became a bit shy at this point. What kind? The administrator was confused. Just that kind about humans. You mean, the kind that teaches how to make human food? Or? Zitong frowned, no, just that kind, you should know. Upon hearing this, the library administrator couldn't help but shout. Lady Zitong? So you already? Zitong panicked and immediately scolded, lower your voice. Lady Zitong, so you already know. The administrator suddenly kneeled on the ground and presented the book with both hands. It was a book with a yellow cover, titled Collection of Human Love Stories, 1. Upon seeing the title of this book, Zitong's pupils brightened a little. Lady Zitong, The administrator before her was extremely frightened. Such a book could appear anywhere, but it absolutely cannot appear at Horror University. Because here, she must obey Zitong's rules. She knew very well that Zitong absolutely does not allow anomalies in humans to have feelings on campus. Of course. Unless he is also an SSS-level anomaly, in which case the worst that could happen is confinement for violating the rules. But the key is she is not. She is an SS-level anomaly, and although she can walk freely in school, Zitong can kill her anytime. Lady Zitong, I was wrong. This book, I accidentally brought it in, it was really not on purpose, I will destroy it right away. Saying this, the eerie librarian's fingers sparked, wanting to burn the book on the spot. Enough! Zitong hurriedly waved her hand, feeling a gust of chill that blew out the flames, and the book flew into Zitong's hands. The book, I will confiscate. Zitong glanced at the administrator and then said. You better be careful in the future. If other Erie students see it and learn from it, wouldn't the whole school be thrown into chaos? Yes. The creepy administrator looked like he'd been granted amnesty.
I promise I'll never bring this kind of book in again.
Let's go.
Purple Eyes turned around, immediately hugging the book to her chest, and left the library.
Who on earth leaked the information?
The librarian's face gradually twisted, and inside he was burning with rage. This is just too great. Purple Eyes returned to her room, carefully rubbing the book's cover. This book was like a surprise treasure to her. As for whether it was the administrator's first time or not, that didn't matter at all. Purple Eyes raised her hand again. And instantly, every door and window in the entire villa was sealed tight. Then she lay down on the bed and opened the collection of love stories. The moment she saw the table of contents, Purple Eyes was stunned. Just in collection 1 there are more than 100 stories, how many are there after that? If I learn all these, what will Luo Yao use to compete with me? Very quickly. With a heart beating for knowledge, she fully immersed herself, her purple pupils flickering with many colors of light. The corners of her mouth lifted again and again, and her face blushed deeper and deeper. Chapter 22, Lord Purple Eyes really did sleep with Su Fei. In the Eerie World's night, everything was silent. But the real world was the complete opposite. Whether in Dragon Country or other nations, almost everyone was talking about it. The name Su Fei had risen to number 1 on the global trending list. Countless posts about Su Fei began spreading across the internet like a virus. Basically, as long as you opened any social app or browser, the headlines were all about Su Fei. The creepy dungeon was already super popular, and now, because of Su Fei's actions, the heat had exploded to a level never seen before. It wasn't just the people talking. Even leaders of different countries decided to hold an online meeting about Su Fei. And they named this online meeting the Special Global Stream on Creepy Dungeon Rules. Nearly thousands of scholars studying creepy dungeons, along with representatives from each nation, appeared together in the joint live stream room. At the same time, the stream was playing highlight footage of Su Fei in the dungeon. Countless experts began analyzing frame by frame, trying to figure out why Su Fei did what he did. After analyzing the first day, this dungeon is clearly different from the ones before. Isn't that obvious? 3 SSS level creepies showed up in one day. The key thing is, 2 of those SSS level creepies got involved with Dragon Country's players. In the past, just looking at an SSS level creepy could get you killed, let alone kissing one. Can't analyze this at all. He must be cheating. Dragon Country's reps and experts, aren't you going to explain something? All the other countries' reps and experts looked over at Dragon Country's side. At this moment, the Dragon Country's reps and experts all had relaxed expressions. If it weren't for Su Fei, let alone holding a conference, Dragon Country would have already been eliminated. Now that they had survived day 1 and things were looking great, of course they were happy. A certain stealing country's player switched the test paper to frame Su Fei, the whole world saw that. Blatant stealing isn't cheating, but are Su Fei's progress is? If I remember right, many people were cheering for that stealing country's player back then, weren't they? If you're going to say someone's cheating, show some proof. And you call yourselves experts. If it weren't for the creepy world's rules, your Xiaohan would already be gone. Dragon Country's counterattack was clean and sharp, and all of it was truth. The other country's experts couldn't make a calm argument at all. Especially Xiaohan's experts and reps, they directly left the live stream room. Proof? The creepies in the creepy world are things humans can't control. How can they find evidence? So they could only continue to talk tough. Dragon Country people, don't celebrate too early, playing with fire will surely get burned. Exactly, and let's not even talk about SSS level anomalies, a small mistake could lead to being eliminated. Among so many strong nations, only your Dragon Country keeps losing, you no longer have any margin for error. And this is just the first day, it won't get any easier from here. Due to the inability to find evidence, the original analysis meeting quickly turned into a shouting match. If it were in the past, they would probably have immediately launched military action. But now no one could take action, so they could only temporarily shift the battlefield to the internet. This shouting match went on from night until dawn. At the same time, in the strange live streaming room, Su Fei also opened his eyes. The time had already reached 8 o'clock. At 8:30, the second day of the death exercises would begin. Looking at the empty big bed beside him, Su Fei suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Luo Yao isn't here. I wonder what today's death exercise will involve. If it still requires cooperation from others, what should I do? Su Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit anxious inside. After all, other anomalies aren't as easy to communicate with as Luo Yao. As for the purple-eyed one, after yesterday's contact, Su Fei felt that her temper was quite unpredictable. One second she said she wanted to kill him, the next she wanted a kiss. After the kiss, she suddenly became extremely indifferent. She could very well be a ticking time bomb. Moreover, since she didn't want to expose their relationship, she certainly wouldn't blatantly help him. Women can't be relied on, female anomalies are the same. In the end, he could only rely on the hidden prompts that occasionally appeared. Looks like today I'll have to go solo. Su Fei took a deep breath, quickly washed up, and then walked downstairs to the dormitory. Hey, young man. As soon as he reached the bottom floor, the strange dorm manager ran up to Su Fei with a silly smile. Is there something you need? Su Fei asked. No, nothing. The strange dorm manager scratched his head and then asked, I just heard you ate a devil's egg yesterday, is that true? Yeah. Wow, you're so brave. The strange dorm manager's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard this, and then he asked. By the way, I heard you were called into the classroom alone by Lord Purple Eyes yesterday, what happened? Su Fei raised an eyebrow and replied, nothing much, just got yelled at. Just yelled at? The tone of the strange dorm manager was full of disbelief. Yeah, what else? As Su Fei said this, a notification echoed through the campus again. Only 10 minutes left until 8:30. All students please gather at the playground to participate in the death exercises. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm off to the playground. After Su Fei finished speaking, he walked toward the playground. This is unbelievable. Lord Purple Eyes generally dislikes romance, this kid violated the rules and still managed to come out alive. Plus, with Lord Luo Yao being locked up, there must be something fishy going on. When this kid answered just now, there was some hesitation, I'm afraid Lord Purple Eyes is likely. The strange dorm manager looked at Su Fei's back, as if he had thought of something, and then quickly transformed into a shadow and vanished. When he reappeared, he had already made it to the gym ahead of Su Fei. At this moment, the strange instructor was just preparing to start the death training in the playground. Just like that golden library administrator. These bizarre administrators are all S-class anomalies and are the backbone of the horror university dungeon. Especially the two of them, who usually get along very well. The instructor couldn't help but ask, bro, what brings you here? The strange dorm manager said seriously, I'm here to save you, otherwise, be careful for your life. The instructor immediately frowned, could it be about yesterday's matter with Lord Purple Eyes and Su Fei? The strange dorm manager lowered his voice, exactly, I've already found out that. The Lord with Purple Eyes also has his eyes on this kid. What? Hearing this, the instructor suddenly grabbed the collar of the strange dormitory manager, this kind of thing cannot be a joke. At this point, do I look like I'm joking? The strange dormitory manager immediately broke away from the instructor's grip and shared his analysis. The instructor was sweating all over, indeed, thinking about it sends chills down my spine, it's impossible for him to come out alive. What do you think? The strange dormitory manager had a serious face, you need to be careful during training later, don't lose your life for nothing. The instructor nodded repeatedly, don't worry, brother, even if it's not the Lord with Purple Eyes, for the sake of Lord Luoyao, I won't make things difficult for him. Just be careful. I'll head back to the dorm now, make sure you don't let this slip. After saying that, the strange dormitory manager left the gym as if he had oil on his feet. At the same time, less than 5 minutes remained until the death training started. The instructor steadied himself and hurried towards the playground. Just then, a blonde girl, carrying a few books, happened to pass by the gym. It was yesterday's library administrator. The instructor saw the administrator and immediately approached her, Akin, I have a secret to tell you. What secret? The Lord with Purple Eyes forcibly kissed that human from the Dragon Kingdom in class yesterday, he must have fallen in love. What? The blonde administrator was first startled, then suddenly realized. No wonder. I thought it was strange why the Lord with Purple Eyes suddenly came over yesterday and even confiscated. The blonde administrator adjusted her glasses, her eyes revealing wisdom. I only told you this because we have a good relationship, you absolutely must not tell anyone else. If the Lord with Purple Eyes finds out, it'll be trouble. After saying that, the instructor continued running towards the playground. No, this matter is likely more complex than it seems. The blonde administrator looked at the instructor's back and hurriedly ran towards the library. Just then, a woman in a black long dress, also an SS-level strange, was already waiting at the door. Upon closer inspection, this strange had 2 mouths on her face, looking extremely bizarre. Akin, why did you take so long to come? I think someone checked in at the university concert hall and is looking for some books. Sister, don't look for books right now, the sky is about to fall. The blonde administrator's face was full of anxiety, you have no idea. Yesterday, in class, the Lord with Purple Eyes went ahead and set rules with that human from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 23, No way, is the Lord with Purple Eyes also joining the training?
Soon, it was already 8:30. Because yesterday a contestant was shredded for being late. So today everyone arrived early at the playground to gather. After all, they were not Sufei, the strange instructor would definitely not be polite with them. I thought about it all night, but I can't figure out how he survived. Hey, who doesn't? That strange named Purple Eyes was clearly about to make a move. Do you think Sufei might also be favored by that SS level strange? Impossible, right? Doesn't he already have an SS level strange partner?
The only possibility is that it's for Lord Luoyao's sake. After all, they're both SS level strange.
I think so too, otherwise it can't be explained.
The contestants whispered among themselves, constantly guessing. They weren't like the people in the real world who could see all this through the live broadcast. But no matter what, the one most puzzled among this group of contestants was still the detective, Xiaohan. After all, everything was written by his own hand. He too thought all night and couldn't figure out how Sufei resolved it. Feeling the strange gazes around him, Sufei remained calm. Because of the public display of affection with Luo Yao, plus yesterday's survival in the deadly situation set by the Lord with Purple Eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid the spotlight, it was very difficult. But now was not the time to care about the other contestants. But it was today's death training, how should it be passed? Everyone, from left to right, start counting. Suddenly, the strange instructor's voice echoed in the playground. At the moment of seeing the strange instructor, everyone stood straight and counted one by one. At the same time, the other strange students slowly arrived at the playground. The strange instructor called out again, just like yesterday, find your partners. So all the strange students walked to their respective human partners. But since some humans were eliminated yesterday, there were a few strange students left without partners. Of course. However, these strange students did not dare to approach Sufei at all. Seeing this, the instructor quickly said, "Students without partners, rest over there and supervise." As soon as he finished speaking, those strange students quickly retreated to the side. Seeing that Sufei did not move, the strange instructor hurriedly ran over. "Sufei, you can also take a break." "Okay." Sufei immediately stepped aside and sat down on the grass. Seeing this, all the human contestants couldn't help but feel tense. They still had to contact the terrifying strange ones and even face the danger of death. But Sufei didn't have to train at all. Where's the semblance of survival? Those who didn't know would think he was a strange emperor. But no matter how much they envied and were jealous, it was useless. After all, they did not have an SSS level strange one backing them, and those who were to be eliminated still had to be eliminated. Death Training, Day 2, officially begins. Today's subject is death support. All strange partners will press down on the human contestants. The rules remain unchanged, the first human eliminated, the others pass. The strange students can only utilize their original weight. As soon as the strange instructor said this, all the contestants looked at their partners, their faces filled with terror. These strange students came in various shapes. For example, contestant Xiaohan's Death Barbie looked very light. But some unknown contestant had a partner that looked like a little pig. But luckily, none of these strange students had overly exaggerated physiques. If there were strange instructors with such exaggerated sizes, forget about support, they would probably be crushed into a meat paste in an instant. Are you all ready? Death support, now start. As soon as the strange instructor finished speaking, a stern shout instantly resonated throughout the entire playground. Everyone's gaze turned to look. A purple figure suddenly appeared on the playground. She was none other than Purple Eye. Today, Purple Eye was not dressed formally. Instead, she wore a set of purple and black sportswear. Her originally tied-up hair was styled into a high ponytail. The jacket on her upper body was paired with a black sports tank top. That powerful strength in her chest was shocking. Filled with the vigor of sports youth. Even Sufei couldn't help but look a few more times, involuntarily starting to compare with Luo Yao. It can only be said that both women have their strengths. In the real world, both are definitely goddess level. One is a pure school flower with bold love. The other is a sexy big sister with a stark contrast. The other strange and human contestants all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. The strange instructor's expression changed. He first glanced at Sufei, then immediately went up to her. "Lady Purple Eye, you suddenly came." Purple Eye glanced at the instructor. "As the head teacher, can't I come to supervise your educational work?" Should. The instructor lowered his head and immediately smiled flatteringly. What is supervising educational work? Since the establishment of the Horror University, the head teacher Purple Eye has never been here. Of course. The strange instructor naturally could not point this out directly. Purple Eye scanned everyone in front of her, then her gaze fell on Sufei.
In just a moment, she felt a tremor in her heart. But she forced herself to hold it in and pretended to be serious as she asked. "Ha? Isn't that Su Fei? Why is he resting?" "This." The strange instructor heard this question, and 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Knowing that Zitong had a connection to Su Fei, this answer was deadly. If he said it was for your sake, he would be doomed without a doubt. If he said it was for Luoyao's sake, this complicated love triangle might also anger Zitong. As an SS-level anomaly, the instructor had never felt so frustrated in his life. After all, both Zitong and Luoyao were SSS-level anomalies. He couldn't provoke either of them. Seeing the instructor silent for a long time, Zitong scolded. As an instructor, all students should be treated equally. Su Fei must participate in the death training. Upon hearing this, Su Fei was stunned. This woman is indeed a ticking time bomb. Similarly, the other contestants also had their own thoughts. Could it be that Su Fei found a loophole in the rules again yesterday? So Zitong couldn't lay a hand on him? Or was Zitong deliberately trying to use him to ruin Su Fei, considering Luoyao's connection? Although everyone was confused, at least their hearts felt a bit more balanced. After all humans must participate in death training, why should Su Fei be allowed to rest on the side? Alright, we'll do as Lady Zitong says. As the instructor said this, he quickly looked at the few strange students. Who wants to be Su Fei's partner? Wait. Since we happen to meet today, I will personally supervise him. Zitong called a halt to the instructor, then directly walked toward Su Fei. The strange instructor looked at Zitong's retreating figure, his expression filled with pain. What a coincidence! Turns out, this was the other party's goal. The strange instructor never expected that he would become a part of Zitong and Su Fei's play. Zitong walked up to Su Fei and smiled wickedly. But that smile disappeared in an instant, unseen by anyone. She then turned to look at the strange instructor. The instructor understood and immediately shouted. Everyone take your positions and get ready for death support. Chapter 24, Is this a punishment or a reward? As soon as the strange instructor's words fell, including Su Fei, all human contestants placed their arms on the ground. Undoubtedly, this training was no different from being pressed by an oddity. But they all knew in their hearts, being pressed by a pretty oddity was far better than by those bizarre-shaped anomalies. For example, Su Fei. Thinking of this, many human contestants couldn't help but look at Su Fei, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They all hoped that Su Fei would be the first to give in. But it was obvious that this was impossible. Just looking at the weights of these peculiar partners, Su Fei absolutely would not be the first one to be crushed. Hold on. Suddenly, Zitong called a stop to everyone. All eyes turned in her direction. Zitong looked at Su Fei, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Since I'm here, Su Fei, you must increase the difficulty. Su Fei felt something was wrong and asked, how do you want to increase it? Very simple. Zitong pointed at the other contestants, saying, they will do death supports, while you will do death push-ups. Push-ups. When Su Fei heard this, his brows furrowed. The other contestants, upon hearing this, were overjoyed. If it were just weighted supports, with Su Fei's physique, he would definitely not be the first to be eliminated. But push-ups were different, they required much more effort. Su Fei naturally realized this. But looking at Zitong, she didn't seem like she was joking at all. What on earth did she want to do? Su Fei furrowed his brow. He said, I think it's unfair. If we're doing this, let's do it together. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was immediately met with opposition from the other contestants. I think Lord Zitong is right. She's personally come to be your partner, shouldn't you be grateful? Exactly, Su Fei, don't be ungrateful. To be noticed by Lord Zitong is your fortune. Others want to cooperate with Lord Zitong, but they don't even have a chance. Su Fei, you should cherish this. As a human, as a man, can't you show some spirit? That's right. The contestants spoke one after another, afraid of ending up like Su Fei. Zitong looked at Su Fei with a serious expression on her face. Yesterday, I saved you. Today, no matter what you say, I will not let you off. You. Su Fei originally had no idea what was going on in Zitong's heart. Now, suddenly, with this turn of events, Su Fei was completely confused. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom viewers watching the livestream were also left anxious and uneasy by Zitong's actions. Bullying, this is simply school bullying. If it's push-ups, the difficulty has increased several times. But it shouldn't be like this. Why is she doing this to Lord Su? As expected, not all SSS-level anomalies are as easygoing as Luo Yao. So, this anomaly called Zitong now wants to kill Lord Su? If that's the case, then this anomaly is really inhumane. Seeing the panic of the Dragon Kingdom viewers from other countries once again flooded in with comments. Naive. How could an anomaly be human? What did I tell you? SSS-level anomalies aren't so easy to approach. Just thinking about how proud Dragon Kingdom was yesterday makes me laugh. Last night, Dragon Kingdom argued fiercely, and if you didn't know better, you'd think they had already won. Now the retribution has come. Let's see what Su Fei does. The rules of the anomaly game, the hardest part, is the anomaly's unpredictable hearts. Humans can almost say they are unable to accurately judge when they will break the rules. Therefore, they are always played around by the anomalies. Even with accumulated experience, each anomaly has a different personality, making it still impossible to judge accurately. So, the safest way for human contestants is just one. That is, to avoid contact with anomalies as much as possible, to reduce the probability of breaking the rules. So at the beginning, Luo Yao's appearance broke their perception. She was a completely unique existence among anomalies. But fortunately, it seems that Zitong is different from Luo Yao. This is the real play with humans. Let's get ready to start. Zitong gave a look to the anomaly instructor. The anomaly instructor immediately shouted, "Everyone, get ready, the second day's death exercise begins now." As the words fell, everyone dropped to the ground and pushed up with their arms. Since Su Fei had to do push-ups, many human contestants secretly rejoiced. At the same time, the anomaly students also began to press themselves onto the human contestants. Due to the different forms of each anomaly student, some, like dwarfs, directly stood on the contestants' backs, while others sat sideways. Zitong looked at Su Fei and commanded, "Push up, prepare." Su Fei had no choice but to support himself on the ground with his hands. But at the next moment, Zitong smiled wickedly and transformed into a shadow, directly lying down under Su Fei. The sudden change shocked Su Fei to the core. "Su Fei, you better not touch me, or you're finished." Zitong's eyes flashed with eerie purple light. Su Fei was speechless at this moment. He looked at Zitong beneath him and forced a bitter smile. "Sister, where did you learn this trick?" "Of course," Zitong said halfway, her lips slightly pouting, humming softly, "None of your business where I learned it." Su Fei struggled to support his arms. "Stop watching unhealthy things. This is very dangerous for you." "What? What do you want to do to me?" Zitong's words were full of threats, but her heart was filled with anticipation. What a coincidence! The first love story she watched yesterday was a campus romance. The male and female leads lost a game of truth or dare with their classmates, so they were teased and punished to do push-ups. It was because of this that the male lead kissed the female lead and confessed his love, leading them to fall in love. Although this plot was very cliché and melodramatic, for someone like her who had never tasted the flavor of love, it was extremely fresh and exciting. "Stop talking, just do it." Zitong closed her eyes, already beginning to imagine Su Fei collapsing from exhaustion and finally kissing her. But in the next second, a scream echoed across the entire playground. Zitong suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with uncontrollable anger. Not far away, a female contestant had been pinned to the ground by a strange creature with horns. Although the creature's physique was not absurd, it was still too heavy for a girl to bear. Being able to hold on for more than 10 seconds was already her limit. It's unfair. This isn't fair. Why should we girls have to face the same punishment as them? The woman lay on the ground, gripping the grass with her hands, shouting in a hysterical manner. The other contestants heard these words, feeling both happy and regretful. Of course, they were happy that they weren't the first to lose. But sadly, the scream did not come from Su Fei. However, the strange instructor strode over to the female contestant, glaring intensely. "In our strange world, we don't care if you're male or female, everything is treated fairly. Go." The instructor waved his hand. The horned creature's eyes lit up, immediately lunging toward the female contestant. Screams and crunching sounds constantly echoed. Everyone closed their eyes and covered their ears, not daring to look at what was happening. After saying this, the strange instructor shouted to everyone. "Someone has been eliminated, the rest can move freely." Hearing this, everyone's anxious hearts relaxed, so they all got up to rest. "Su Fei, did I tell you to rest?" Suddenly, Zitong's voice rang out across the playground. Everyone felt a surge of joy, immediately turning to look at Su Fei. But in the next moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 25, Are you sure she's not an MMM-level female monster? Damn it! While others were being pinned down by strange creatures, why had it turned into a person pinning Su Fei? The key was that it was a female monster with extraordinarily strong power and top-notch looks. All the contestants were left confused by this scene. Was this a punishment for Su Fei or a reward? On the first day, they frantically did sit-ups, while Su Fei was eating like crazy. On the second day, they struggled to hold on, being suffocated by the strange creatures, but Su Fei had the female monster pinned down.
Although he hadn't truly pinned her down yet, as time passed, Su-Fei's strength began to fade.
The distance between the two of them was almost negligible. What is going on here? This isn't what I imagined.
I don't know either. I'm starting to doubt whether she really wants to kill Su-Fei. I think she probably does want to kill him, because it looks like Su-Fei is trying hard not to touch her.
That makes sense. If she really didn't want to kill him, Su-Fei would have probably kissed her by now, right?
That makes sense. Even though the temptation is so great, it could very well lead to death. Not just the contestants, but even the strange instructor was shocked by this position.
But without a doubt,
such intimate actions were enough to prove that the previous information they received was definitely not false.
In fact, to some extent, their relationship had long exceeded their imaginations. 13. 14. Su-Fei continued to do push-ups with all his might. If Luo Yao had already kissed him. But the key is that the other party is Zitong.
Before the hidden prompt appeared, Su-Fei still decided it was better not to take the risk.
15. 16. Su-Fei gritted his teeth and persisted, sweat pouring down like rain.
Seeing how hard Su-Fei was working but still not kissing her, Zitong began to doubt herself.
No, wait. Why isn't he kissing me? Could it be that the book was wrong? 19. 20. Su-Fei's sweat dripped onto Zitong's body. Finally, Zitong couldn't hold back any longer. She asked in a voice only Su-Fei could hear, "Are you really that unwilling to kiss me first?" Nonsense. Su-Fei glared at Zitong fiercely. Didn't you say yesterday that we can't expose it? Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. This. I wonder why you didn't have so many concerns when you were kissing Luo Yao?
Zitong's words left Su-Fei speechless.
How could it be the same?
It was Luo Yao that the hidden prompt made him kiss back then.
Now, with no hidden prompt, how could he dare to take the initiative? Seeing Su-Fei not saying anything, Zitong grew angrier and angrier.
Yesterday you said you'd love me even if you had to die, but now you've changed, you're a scumbag.
You think I'm a scumbag? Su-Fei was instantly filled with rage. Damn it. That love letter wasn't even written by me, how did I suddenly become a scumbag? Don't push it too far. If there weren't so many people here, I swear I'd beat you up. Really?
Zitong, hearing this, immediately became excited. You said it yourself, don't go back on your word.
Su-Fei froze again. What does she mean? Did I just fall into this woman's trap again? Or did I accidentally touch some switch? What's going on in this woman's twisted mind? Contradiction? Yandere? Maybe she has some special traits? However, before Su-Fei could think too much,
Zitong grabbed Su-Fei's collar and in an instant turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot.
Upon seeing this, all the other contestants were completely confused, unable to understand what was going on. Su-Fei felt a dizziness in his head.
When he came to his senses, he found himself in a strange room.
The entire room was almost purple-black, giving off an extremely eerie and oppressive vibe. Where is this? Su-Fei couldn't help but ask. This is my home.
Zitong looked at Su-Fei with an expectant face. Don't worry, no one will come in here.
Even Luo Yao can't enter without my permission. You? Su-Fei swallowed nervously, staring at the eerie purple light in her eyes. Su-Fei asked again, you really want me to hit you?
Zitong approached step by step, her face blushing. You said it yourself, not me forcing you.
Hidden prompt, hit her, this will be your only chance to survive. No. Am I really supposed to hit an SSS level anomaly? But this might be the only chance to survive. Even Su-Fei had to admit, dealing with this strange personality was troublesome. Alright. Since I've been played with since yesterday, Su-Fei was filled with anger. Whether I can beat her or not, I'll deal with that later. At least right now, I have no way out. So, Su-Fei gathered all his strength, grabbed Zitong, and without hesitation slapped her. However, this slap caused the anomaly livestream in the real world to instantly black out.
Upon seeing this, the Dragon Country livestream exploded.
Damn it, so he dared to hit an SSS level anomaly. Crazy, he must be crazy, no one has ever dared to lay a hand on an anomaly. Didn't you hear? This woman has some special attributes. She looks so serious and terrifying, but who would have thought she's actually this kind of anomaly? What SSS level anomaly? It's clearly an MMM level anomaly, right? Damn it, such an exciting moment and the screen goes black again, we can't see the battle. Not to mention the Dragon Country audience. Even audiences from other countries didn't mock or ridicule.
Incredible, this Dragon Country player always does unexpected things. Putting aside our stance, I would call Su-Fei a hero. At least no human dares to do such a thing. Yes, but the outcome is still unknown, maybe he will die.
The more bizarre and strange it is, the harder it is to guess their character. Now, even though the Dragon Country livestream is pitch black and nothing can be seen, the viewers from all over the world are still focusing on the Dragon Country livestream. The whole process lasted for over an hour. Finally, the time reached 11:30. The Dragon Country livestream screen reappeared. In the picture, Su-fei is lying on the bed. Zitong is like a well-behaved little rabbit, cuddled up next to Su-fei. At this moment, Su-fei is holding a yellow book in his hand, reading it. The book is the same love story collection that Zitong had confiscated from the library yesterday. 1. These storylines are so outdated, who still falls for this kind of thing? Su-fei looks at Zitong beside him and pinches her cheek. Woo-woo, you can't blame me, after all, it's not written by humans. Zitong's face turns red, looking aggrieved, but her eyes can't hide the excitement. This is in sharp contrast to her strong demeanor from yesterday, completely unlike a strange being. Seeing this scene, all the viewers in the world's weird live streams exploded. The bullet comments flooded like a tsunami, covering the entire live stream screen. Chapter 26, I see you just like to cheat. Awesome. I would call Su-fei the master of training weirdness. Bro, I have nothing left to say. Look at this, does this female weirdness still have any threat? 2 SSS level weirdness, and Su-fei has taken them both down. Wait, is this really an SSS level weirdness rule dungeon? It doesn't seem that difficult. Did those people just say this is Dragon Country's retribution? Please, if this is retribution, bring more of it. Do you think this was caused by Xiao Han's player switching the answer sheet? If that's really the case, that would be interesting. If Xiao Han knew, he'd probably be so angry he'd bleed. You're overthinking, if Xiao Han had been in, he would probably have been torn apart by now. Facing the comments from the Dragon Country audience, the bullet comments from other countries instantly disappeared. Although he's a Dragon Country player, as the first human to take action against an SSS level weirdness, I acknowledge him. I don't get it, why are Dragon Country players so attractive to female weirdness? One pure love, one Yandere, and both are SSS level weirdness, and Su-fei has taken them all down? That Luo Yao might have been because Su-fei got lucky, but Zitong, she can only blame Xiao Han. Exactly, if Xiao Han hadn't deliberately switched the answer sheet, Su-fei would have been dead by now. Damn, you guys were all supporting our players back then, and now you've forgotten? At that moment, the bullet comments from other countries started flooding into Xiao Han's livestream, and began accusing him. Meanwhile, in the strange world. Looking at Zitong, who was lying in his arms, Su-fei couldn't help but ask, I have a question for you. Zitong stretched out her hand, caressing Su-fei's face with love in her eyes. Ask me, I'll answer whatever you ask. Earlier, since you wanted me to kiss you, why didn't you just say it directly like Luo Yao? She's her, I'm me. Zitong pouted and said, I'm an SSS level weirdness. If you want me to take the initiative, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? Hearing this answer, Su-fei had a black line on his face, and he complained, then why did you take the initiative to find me today? Zitong said with a teary voice, I couldn't help it, you don't know, I held it in all night yesterday. You're just putting on a facade, suffering in silence. Su-fei shook his head. But after this conversation, he had a clearer understanding of Zitong in his arms. She truly likes him. But because of her desire to save face. That's why they would make these strange actions. But anyway, the most important thing now is to handle the relationship between Zitong and Luo Yao. If the 2 SSS level anomalies really fought, it would probably be catastrophic. As a human, Su-fei found it hard to say he would survive this hell-level battle. The world of anomalies is indeed terrifying. Su-fei sighed deeply, looking at Zitong beside him, and asked, by the way, where did Luo Yao actually go? As soon as Su-fei mentioned Luo Yao, Zitong's expression instantly changed. What, do you miss her? No, just curious. Su-fei gave an awkward smile. Don't worry, she is the sister of my good friend, I won't hurt her, you'll see her in a couple of days. When Zitong said this, her eyes clearly showed a hint of disappointment. Sigh, it's precisely because of this relationship that I can't openly compete for a man with her. Can't compete openly? Su-fei shook his head and teased, I think you just like to have an affair. When Zitong heard this phrase, her anger mixed with laughter. You, what are you talking about? But I think you should be prepared for the possibility of being exposed at any time. Zitong shook her head, her face serious. As long as you don't take the initiative to say anything, no one will know. As for the other anomalies, I guarantee they wouldn't dare to speak. All right then. Su-fei nodded helplessly. Under the eaves, one has to bow their head. As a human, he was the weakest party. Besides obeying, he had no other choice. By the way, there's another question. Su-fei couldn't help but think of a not so important, yet very curious question. That is about the exam paper that was swapped. Since the other party cared about face and set such a trap, it was natural to replace his exam paper. But if that's the case, then wouldn't it prove that he had already been targeted by Zitong? By the way, that exam paper. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a bell interrupted Su Fei. Immediately after, an announcement rang out. There are 10 minutes left until the strange cafeteria opens. All students please proceed to the strange cafeteria immediately. Only 10 minutes left. Su Fei immediately sat up from the bed. Although he ate the most in the cafeteria yesterday, unfortunately, there was only one meal a day. Plus, having done push-ups earlier, he had truly exhausted too much energy. At this moment, he felt very hungry. Moreover, he didn't even know where he was in the school, so he was naturally anxious. But at that moment, Zitong grasped his wrist. Actually, I really don't want you to go, but this is the school's rule. I understand. Su Fei nodded. The daily time card check is a rule of the Horror University instance, and no anomaly can violate it. It can only be said that under this rule, SSS anomalies have a huge operating space. Zitong reminded again, I also want to tell you that the elimination rate of each time card check is actually not high. I noticed that too. Su Fei rubbed his chin. Actually, he had already suspected this. The death exercise is very obvious, fixed to eliminate one person every day. But the strange cafeteria is a bit uncertain, containing a huge element of luck. After all, just because some people can accept certain foods, doesn't mean everyone else can. For example, the so-called demon egg. Zitong then gently stroked Su Fei's face, speaking somewhat proudly. Of course, there is one thing that Luo Yao can't compare to me. What's that? If you violate the rules in the strange cafeteria, I can help you resolve it without any cost. Okay, I got it. Su Fei nodded slightly. He naturally understood the other's goodwill. For him with hidden hints, the cafeteria's mealtime might be a death sentence for others. But for Su Fei, it was like a buffet. Su Fei then stood up, smiling as he lifted Zitong's chin. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. After speaking, Su Fei took the initiative to kiss her. In an instant, the purple pupils suddenly widened, then closed their eyes, full of enjoyment. I'm leaving. I'll walk you out. At this moment, Purple Pupils was as happy as a little girl, holding Su Fei's hand and walking towards the villa's exit. Turn left ahead, walk for 2 minutes and you'll be there. Su Fei nodded and then walked towards the strange cafeteria. Looking at Su Fei's back, Purple Pupils was filled with reluctance. But just as Su Fei turned the corner, Purple Pupils' expression suddenly turned gloomy. Since you've come, you might as well show yourself. Chapter 27, Collection of Human Love Stories, 2. As soon as Purple Pupils finished speaking, a strange shadow appeared around them, kneeling in front of Purple Pupils. She was none other than the blonde library administrator, Lady Purple Pupils. It's a misunderstanding, I really didn't see anything. Faced with the others, please, Purple Pupils' cold gaze flickered as she scolded. Stop pretending. Feeling Purple Pupils' eyes, the blonde strange felt a chill from head to toe. But the next moment, Purple Pupils slowly spoke. If you saw it, you saw it. I need you to help me come up with an idea. Hearing this, the blonde strange let out a sigh of relief and replied immediately, Don't worry, as long as you ask, I will tell you everything. Come inside. Purple Pupils waved her hand, and the blonde strange walked into the villa, sitting on the sofa. Purple Pupils slowly began, I assume you know what happened? The blonde strange nodded honestly, I kind of guessed it. Purple Pupils crossed her legs, her gaze sharp, then I ask you, how can I make Su Fei obsessed with me? This. As a passionate reader of human love stories, the blonde strange was the first to react to this. So you mean, how to secretly steal Su Fei's heart from Luo Yao? Purple Pupils frowned but quickly relaxed, what you said is not wrong. Lady, you've come to the right person. I have plenty of experience. What do you mean? Have you also dated a human before? No, but... The blonde strange grew excited at this point. But I have read human love stories since childhood, I know a lot about this. You're talking about this kind of thing? Purple Pupils reached out and brought the collection of love stories over, scolding. Su Fei said these things are just too cheesy, completely useless. Hee, that's because you haven't read Collection 2. The blonde strange said confidently. Purple Pupils suddenly became interested, what? Is Collection 2 different? Of course. The blonde strange said with confidence. Collection 1 is just for beginners in love, so it's naturally cliched. Collection 2 is the advanced version, with detailed descriptions of real human dating tips. It even includes stories of how a third party can rise to power in love. As long as you read Collection 2, I promise you can secretly take back your love and make Su Fei obsessed with you. Hearing this, Purple Pupils immediately became intrigued. Really? Really? Purple Pupils was clearly a bit impatient, then hurry and bring it. The blonde strange sighed at this point. Unfortunately, that collection can only be bought in the strange city for 20,000 strange coins, and I have only read part of it. Take it. Without saying a word, Purple Pupils took out a black strange card and warned, I want to see the book before this afternoon. The blonde strange took the strange card, instantly excited, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. After saying that, the blonde strange left the villa in a flash. At the same time, Purple Pupils was filled with anticipation. In her mind, she began to fantasize about Su Fei passionately kissing her in front of Luo Yao. Thinking of this, Purple Pupils felt her toes curl. Whoa, if that happens, it would be so sweet. On the other side, Su Fei finally arrived at the eerie cafeteria at the last minute. Su Fei's sudden appearance startled all the contestants and the eerie beings. Wait, how is he still alive? Crazy, do you think that Purple-Eyed One really has taken a liking to him? Did you just realize? That female eerie has let Su Fei go several times, and that's the best proof. Is this right? Why does Su Fei get to do this? I'm losing my mind. How do we even play now? I don't want to live anymore. Calm down, brother. As long as we can clear the level, what's there that we can't get? Money, women, everything? That's true, but this level is just too hard to bear. Su Fei's arrival made all the contestants' minds explode. But as long as they thought about the rich rewards they could get after clearing the level, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their bitterness. The repulsive butcher was also somewhat surprised to see Su Fei appear. After all, being an SSS level eerie, the repulsive butcher knew a lot about the temperament of the purple-eyed one. To be targeted by the purple-eyed being and still be alive was indeed a bit unexpected for him. Take this. The repulsive butcher fixed his gaze on Su Fei and then handed him a white card. Su Fei looked at the card with his name printed on it, somewhat confused. What is this? This is an eerie card, which can be used for transactions anywhere in the eerie world. As the repulsive butcher said this, he turned his gaze to the crowd. Since everyone is here, I will explain today's rules again. Today, I will take you away from the school and to the eerie city. I will provide each of you with an unlimited dish to sell in the eerie city. No matter how many eerie coins you earn, all of it belongs to you. But I must tell you that this opportunity only comes once. From now on, every meal you have will cost eerie coins. Without eerie coins, you will have to find a way on your own. Is that clear? Clear. Everyone replied in unison. Actually, they were not unfamiliar with the eerie city. In previous levels, the eerie city had appeared before. In the eerie city, all sorts of strange and bizarre items could be purchased. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Eerie coins, being the only currency, also seemed very important. Once, humans had earned a huge amount of eerie coins in a level. At the last moment, they bought their lives and successfully cleared the level. But those are all old stories. Now, they needed to resolve their basic needs for survival. They were already only eating one meal a day to barely keep themselves alive. If they went a few more days without eerie coins to buy food, they would also starve to death. Everyone, line up and follow me. As the repulsive butcher finished speaking, he led the contestants toward the school gate. Leaving the campus for the first time. All the contestants were both curious and nervous. As soon as they stepped outside the school, numerous eerie passers-by turned their gaze toward them, causing everyone to quicken their steps, fearing they would fall behind. Before long, led by the repulsive butcher, they arrived at a street that seemed endless. On both sides of the street, there were many different shops. Countless eerie beings saw humans coming and stopped to watch, their eyes revealing desire. Like hungry wolves watching a sheep. Eventually, the group arrived in front of a hotel. Creepy hotel. Su Fei looked up at the name and then stepped into the hotel lobby. The entire lobby was dimly lit, only illuminated by dozens of white candles. In the middle of the lobby, there were several dining carts, each with different dishes on them. You will find your own dish in order. When the guests walk in, you can set your prices and start selling. Once priced, it cannot be changed. How much you can sell depends on your skills. The time is 1.5 hours, and the timer starts now. Of course, the person who sells the least in total dies. The hated butcher clapped his hands as he spoke. One by one, the crowd went to their respective dining tables. Only then did they discover in surprise that what they were going to sell were exactly the dishes they had each chosen for lunch yesterday. At this moment, everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Su Fei. They all knew very well that only Su Fei had chosen 2 dishes yesterday, and among them was the top-tier item, the ever-changing trick. When they saw the name of the dish in front of Su Fei, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Because what was placed before Su Fei was not the ever-changing trick. Instead, it was the demon egg. That food which struck terror into the hearts of other strange beings and was difficult to swallow. Alright, Su Fei is finished. That's right, there's no way this thing can be sold. Humph, now that Su Fei is not in school, surely no one will help him, right? As long as no strange being pays, he is definitely doomed. Chapter 28. Is this girl strange? Has her brain broken? It's over. Su Fei looked at the demon egg in front of him and felt nervous again.
Originally, the rules this time were very simple. In simple terms, it was an opportunity for them to earn a living. As for how much they could earn, it depended on their dishes and pricing. After all, strange coins were so important, everyone wanted to earn a little more. Since there was no limit on the number of dishes, their pricing would definitely not be too high, mainly to boost sales. But the key point was, for other people, it was just a matter of earning more or less. The demon egg was something no strange being would buy. After all, even Luo Yao was afraid of it, so other strange beings naturally couldn't accept it. Just as Su Fei thought of this, strange beings began to walk into the hotel one by one. Seeing these strange beings coming, the other contestants all wore smiles. They all placed their pricing on the dining tables. Looking around, the pricing was very cheap, with the most expensive not exceeding 20.
Only 10 for these bloody maggots? Give me 5 servings. And this one, pack me 2 more. And bring some of this too.
As other contestants priced conservatively, the whole hotel began to become extremely lively.
In the blink of an eye, an hour passed.
Contestants with higher earnings had already reached close to 1,000 strange coins. Even those with less had at least broken into the triple digits. But at this moment, they were not worried about earning less and being eliminated. Because there was still one person who hadn't sold a single item. Not to mention, he hadn't even set a price. That was Su Fei. Seeing Su Fei with a frown, the other contestants secretly rejoiced. The hated butcher glanced at Su Fei and then reminded everyone, there are only half an hour left. Su Fei rubbed his temples, feeling slightly anxious. For him, it was no longer a matter of pricing. No matter what price he set, no one would buy. And now he wasn't even in the school cafeteria, so even Zitong might not be able to help him. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a hidden prompt sound rang in his ears. Hidden prompt, price set to 10,000. 10,000? A century egg for 10,000? Su Fei felt a jolt when he heard the hidden prompt. But since the hidden prompt appeared, there was nothing else to say. So, he immediately grabbed the drawing board on the dining table and wrote down his pricing. Upon seeing Su Fei's pricing, not just the contestants, even those bystanders dining couldn't help but start laughing. This human, does he have a problem with his brain? The demon egg may be rare, but it shouldn't be priced like this, right? This is really funny, this kind of human's brain might not be edible. I think he believes that there are no strange beings who would pay, so he just wrote randomly, right? I'm afraid only a strange being with a brain problem would buy it, Seeing such a situation, the audience in the Long Country livestream also started to wear worried frowns. It's over. It used to be a welfare agency, but now it's a killing ground. Isn't it? This century egg is so delicious, why are these weird beings so afraid? Being afraid is one thing, mainly, Master Su's pricing is just too high. Trust Master Su, after all, he has led us to survive time and again. Where is Luo Yao? Where is Zitong? Someone come and save us. As long as the Dragon Kingdom shows any weakness, other countries' comments start to stir things up. Things that even the weird don't eat, and Dragon Kingdom people still dare to call it delicious. I'm saying it here, if Su Fei plays like this, no matter how lucky he is, he'll eventually end up in trouble. At school he could rely on female weird beings, who can he rely on in the weird city? He's just an ordinary college student, after graduating, he's useless. In the terrifying hotel, the loathsome butcher saw Su Fei's pricing and also had a regretful look on his face, reminding him. Originally, you could easily eat a demon egg, I really admire you. But your pricing is simply outrageous. I'll give you one more chance to change your price. Hearing this, other contestants were suddenly shocked. Could Su Fei have really been a weird emperor in his past life? Why does every SSS level weird being treat Su Fei so specially? However, even if they were unconvinced, they could only hold it in. I appreciate your kindness, but I will sell it at this price. Su Fei said firmly. Suit yourself. The loathsome butcher heard this and didn't say anything more. Other weird diners also shook their heads, showing complete confusion. At this moment, the time had already reached 13:40, with only 20 minutes left. Fewer and fewer guests were in the hotel. But at that moment, a blonde girl with glasses suddenly rushed into the hotel, instantly attracting everyone's attention. But the blonde girl didn't care about that at all. Instead, she walked straight up to one of the weird diners. I've been looking for you everywhere, are you still here eating? Here are 20,000 weird coins, hurry up and give me what I want.
The weird diner awkwardly smiled, then took out a yellow book from his pocket and handed it to the blonde weird being. That flash of yellow caught Su Fei's attention. But it was too far away, and he couldn't see what it was. At this moment, after the transaction was completed, the blonde weird being finally turned her gaze over. When she realized Su Fei was paying attention here, she was suddenly startled and quickly hid the book in her arms. "You came too?" The loathsome butcher glanced at the blonde girl and asked. "I came to buy a book, and I didn't expect to run into you, Lord Loathsome." The blonde weird being smiled and replied. After all, the other party was also an SSS level weird being, so she naturally had to show respect. The blonde weird being pointed at the humans in front of her. "By the way, is this today's rule game? It's about to end, and humans who haven't sold any dishes will be wiped out." The loathsome butcher said this while looking at Su Fei. The blonde weird being sensed the terrifying gaze and was startled, instantly realizing Su Fei's situation was not optimistic. So, the blonde weird being casually walked closer to Su Fei. When she saw the demon egg priced at 10,000 in front of Su Fei, she was genuinely shocked. But the next moment, her face showed a rare excitement. Demon egg. I haven't eaten one in a long time. Hearing this, all the humans and weird beings in the room turned their attention to the blonde weird being. A 10,000 coin demon egg must taste amazing. The blonde weird being's face was full of anticipation. As soon as this was said, all the human contestants showed shocked expressions. Even the surrounding weird diners cast strange looks. This weird being really wouldn't want to buy it, would she? At this moment, the blonde weird being didn't care about others' gazes anymore. She took out the weird card Zetone had given her. "I'll take 10 demon eggs with me." Swipe the card. Upon hearing this, even Su Fei was momentarily stunned. Especially the other contestants, who felt something was wrong. Isn't it? Is there really someone with a broken brain wanting to buy a devil's egg? At this moment, the audience in Dragon Country watching the live broadcast was in an uproar. What the hell? $1,000 for a century egg? Is there really something weird to buy? Has Suye's charm reached such a level? Is any female oddity interested? From what the hatred butcher said, she seems to be from the horror university? We haven't seen her before. She might be a teacher from the school? This female oddity isn't as pretty as the first two, but I now think she looks beautiful. Woo, so moved, our Dragon Country is saved again. However, just as all the people in Dragon Country were happy about this, the hatred butcher directly stood in front of the golden oddity. If I remember correctly. You seem like you've never eaten this kind of thing? Chapter 29, Is this the power of love? The sudden question from the hatred butcher stunned everyone present. Especially the blonde female oddity. Her heart was in a panic, but she awkwardly smiled and said, "I didn't eat it before, but now I quite like it." Really? The hatred butcher narrowed his eyes slightly. The unique SSS level eerie aura instantly spread out. All the oddities around trembled in fear. Even the blonde female oddity, as an SS level oddity, felt an immense pressure. "Since you say you like to eat, then eat one right here for me to see." The words of the hatred butcher were laced with threats. The blonde female oddity swallowed her saliva, glanced at the devil's egg on the table, and hesitated. "I know what you're thinking, but if you don't eat it, you can't buy it." The hatred butcher's eyes flickered, showing an evil smile. Once these words were spoken, the blonde female oddity felt an intense inner conflict. If she doesn't eat it, when the time is up, Su Fei will be done for. If Lord Purple Eye finds out, she would surely be dead as well. Not to mention saving Su Fei, for the sake of herself alone, she had to try to eat it. "I'll eat." The blonde female oddity stretched out a trembling hand and removed the cover from the dining table. On the plate was a devil's egg that had already been peeled. A strange smell instantly permeated the air. Whether human contestants or those odd diners, every one of them showed disgust on their faces. Let alone the blonde female oddity. Facing this overpowering special smell, she felt extremely uncomfortable and even unconsciously took a half step back. The blonde female oddity hesitated again. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hotel lobby became tense and heavy. At the same time, the viewers in the Dragon Country live broadcast room also felt the impending crisis. It's over, it's been noticed." She said she would eat the century egg, but her face has changed. Now there isn't much time left. If no one pays, won't Suyi be done for? The key is that Suyi is not at Sushao right now. Who will save Suyi? What to do? I feel like she really can't eat it. Won't it really be over? At this moment, the bullet screens from other countries started to fuel the fire again. Still thinking of cheating? Even the hatred butcher can't stand it anymore. I bet this female oddity absolutely won't dare to eat the devil's egg. Who but the Dragon Country can eat such disgusting things? It's not about eating, it's mainly about Su Fei's confident pricing. Yes, if the price were a little lower, it might not be suspected. I'm dying of laughter. Didn't you see that price of 10,000? It makes it seem like someone really wants to buy. Time is running out. I wonder what you Dragon Country will do now. Time passed, minute by minute. Everyone's gaze was on Su Fei and the blonde female oddity. Last 5 minutes. The sudden words of the hatred butcher made everyone's mood even tenser. Especially those contestants, who were filled with anticipation. Because they felt, this time leaving the campus was the closest Su Fei had ever been to being eliminated. All the contestants were praying that they must not eat it. In fact, Su Fei also felt despair. At least for now, it seemed that unless the other party ate it, he couldn't find any way to break the deadlock. But the key was, this preserved egg had an oddly great killing power. Especially after seeing the strange look on the blonde girl. She completely did not look like someone who could eat a preserved egg. The abominable butcher glanced at the clock in the hall and reminded again. 2 minutes left. All the contestants' palms were sweating non-stop. Because of Su Fei's appearance, the whole bizarre game of rules had become different. Now, as long as Su Fei was eliminated, they not only got rid of a very strong competitor. But the main reason was that they couldn't stand Su Fei showing off his love in the bizarre world. Eliminate him. Quickly eliminate. Although they did not utter a sound. Su Fei felt the curses coming from all directions, and his lips inevitably became a little dry. In the next moment, the blonde girl moved. Although the devil's egg scared her, if she ate it, at least she would not die. But if she couldn't protect Su Fei, it would be a certain death. She slowly extended her trembling hands, ready to pick up the devil's egg. But at that moment, a familiar voice echoed throughout the hall. What's going on? How is it taking you so long to buy a devil's egg? Hearing this voice, everyone suddenly turned their eyes to the entrance of the hall. The bizarre diners looked horrified one by one. At that moment, the expressions of the other contestants also changed greatly. The girl with purple eyes had long hair, and wore a purple-black strap dress. She even walked into the hall barefoot. She looked just like someone who had just crawled out of bed. Indeed. She had just crawled out of bed. It was just that shortly after waking up, she realized Su Fei was not in school and felt extremely anxious. So she hurried over. Not only had she not changed her clothes, but she hadn't even put on shoes. The blonde girl looked at her as if she had seen a savior and hurriedly started to explain. Lady Purple Eye. No need to say, I already know. Purple Eye waved her hand and directly walked up to the abominable butcher. Purple Eye had a tall figure, but in front of the chubby abominable butcher, she appeared quite petite. But no bizarre creature dared to underestimate Purple Eye. In the entire hall, there were only these two SSS-level bizarre beings. Purple Eye glanced at the abominable butcher and questioned, the thing is something I asked her to buy, why won't you let her sell it? The abominable butcher shook his head again. I've known you for a long time, and you are even less likely to eat the devil's egg. Don't forget, this hotel is my territory, since my rules have been set, they must be followed. If you can't eat it, you can't buy it either. As soon as the abominable butcher said this, Su Fei quickly understood what it meant. Both being SSS-level bizarre beings. But because they had left the school, Purple Eye could not directly suppress him. Who said I won't eat it? Purple Eye's gaze shifted to Su Fei beside her, and without hesitation, she picked up the devil's egg and took a bite. It tastes great. Purple Eye chewed slowly, her face filled with enjoyment, as if she felt no discomfort at all. You. Su Fei frowned tightly. Even though he saw no signs of weakness on Purple Eye's face. His intuition told him that the reality couldn't possibly be so. Lady Purple Eye. The blonde girl looked just as terrified. She knew very well that Purple Eye was definitely pretending. Because when Purple Eye first saw the devil's egg, she had acted more disgusted than any bizarre being. But now, Purple Eye was actually eating it with great relish. Could it be? This is the power of love? The blonde girl suddenly felt that those love stories in books. It truly appeared right before my eyes. Impossible. You said the first time you saw the demon egg that you would never touch such food. Seeing this scene, the disgusted butcher's brow tightened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Swipe the card, 100,000. The Purple Eye took back her strange card from the hand of the blonde woman. Then, when it touched Su Fei's white card, his white strange card instantly turned into a silver card. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the bell in the hall rang. The time had arrived at 1400 hours. The disgusted butcher glanced at the clock and shouted loudly. Time's up. Today's rule game is over, the player with the lowest total sales will be eliminated. As soon as the disgusted butcher finished speaking, he quickly walked up to a player. That player was none other than the white elephant who sold curry lamb. For the strange beings, The more normal the food seemed to humans, the more difficult it was to accept. Get him out of here. The disgusted butcher waved his hand, and immediately two small strange beings appeared. They dragged the white elephant player toward the back of the hall. No, no. Please don't. The white elephant player struggled desperately. But the small strange beings had them in a grip like iron pliers, showing no signs of letting go. The white elephant player has been eliminated. With the announcement from the live broadcast, Xu breathed a sigh of relief, while looking at the purple eye, ready to thank her. But just then, the purple eye in front of him dimmed her gaze and then fell directly into Xu arms. At that moment, the entire hotel lobby fell completely silent. Chapter 30, Difficulty Upgraded. The Complete Strange World. This thing really doesn't taste good. The purple eye looked at Xu, her eyes teary. At that moment, even a fool could understand everything. The purple eye ate the demon egg just so that Xu would not be eliminated. Okay, I won't eat it again. Xu held the purple eye a little tighter. He finally understood why these strange beings were so afraid of preserved eggs. An SSS-level strange being eating a preserved egg ended up like this. If other strange beings ate it, wouldn't they be in big trouble? But the more this happened, the more Xu could feel the purple eye's heart. This time, being able to survive smoothly was all thanks to her. Looking at the purple eye in his arms, Xu gently said, "Be good, close your eyes." Hearing this, the purple eye's heart trembled. Then, with a smile on her face, she slowly closed her eyes, her heart filled with joy. The discomfort brought by the demon egg dissipated at that moment. Xu lowered his head and kissed her directly. The purple eye felt a familiar warmth coming from their lips, exactly the kiss she had longed for. Initiated by Xu. Her eyelashes trembled, her entire face flushed bright red. Seeing this kiss, the strange diners in the hotel, one by one, seemed to be frozen in place. The whole lobby was quiet, and even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Most of these strange beings were of A level. Even the S-level strange beings were few. No one knew better than them just how explosive this scene was. Wow! No way! I must be dreaming. An SSS-level boss, for a human, actually ate a demon egg. I must have drunk too much, that's why such an unbelievable thing happened. No, this is all real. The strange world is about to change. That strange being who previously traded the yellow book with the blonde woman had a face full of amazement. I've fantasized about countless human love stories, but I didn't expect the most touching love story to be right in front of me. Similarly, the entire Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was also deeply moved by this scene. Great, no need for many words. So touching. For Lord Su, she is willing to do anything. I'm almost in tears, this is even better than modern love movies. Don't forget, this is not a movie, this is her real emotion for Lord Su. Only Master Su can do something like this with an SSS-level anomaly, right? We in Dragon Country are truly blessed by the heavens for having Master Su. I believe that no one else could do what Master Su does. At this moment, the sounds of battle and the live streams of other countries gradually diminished. Whoa, putting aside positions, this is just too heartbreaking. I am not jealous of Mr. Su from Dragon Country at all, I really am not jealous. So envious, I suddenly feel that dating a female anomaly would be quite nice. Give you a female anomaly, and you won't think that way anymore. Hey! What are you all talking about? Our country's competitor is still in deep trouble. What can we do about it? Tell me, besides watching, what else can we do? Indeed. Just as the comments from other countries said. At this moment, those competitors who had been fully engaged, each one was clenching their fists tightly. Because of Su Fei's presence, the entire survival game of anomalies had changed. Jealousy, hatred, imbalance in the heart. All kinds of complex emotions had reached a critical point. Among them, a brown-haired man immediately stood up, almost hysterically shouting. No, no, no. I don't want to continue anymore. We're all here to survive in the anomaly world, why are you any different? Tell me, what gives you, Dragon Country, the right? Tell me, what gives you, Su Fei, the right? This game is simply unfair, I'm not convinced. The man crazily rushed toward Su Fei, as if wanting to interrupt them. But just as he was about to get closer, the abominable butcher moved. He reached out and grabbed the back of the man's neck, lifting him up directly. Then a strange light flickered. A kitchen knife appeared out of nowhere in the abominable butcher's hand. The knife flashed. That brown-haired man was instantly cut in half. Blood kept pouring out. Until his death, the man's eyes were filled with jealousy. The abominable butcher casually threw the upper half of his body on the ground like garbage. Soon, two small anomalies dragged the brown-haired man's corpse away. Questioning the fairness of the game's rules is against the rules. Does anyone else have any objections?
As the abominable butcher said this, he looked at the group of human competitors.
Everyone was terrified upon seeing this scene. Fear
made their anxious emotions gradually calm down. Even though anomalies could only harm humans when humans violated the rules, no one wanted to offend any anomaly. Because humans had no means to harm anomalies except for struggling to survive within the rules.
Unless it was a particular anomaly that actively allowed you to hurt it. At this moment,
noticing that the state of the purple-eyed girl was gradually returning to normal, Su-fei also slowly released his hand. The purple-eyed girl had a look of longing on her face.
But in the next moment,
her eyes flickered, looking at the abominable butcher beside her, and coldly said,
"I remember everything that happened today."
Faced with the purple-eyed girl's threat, the abominable butcher remained calm and said nothing. Instead, he turned his head to look at the other human competitors.
Everyone, return to school.
As his voice fell, everyone followed behind the abominable butcher and left the hotel lobby. The other anomaly diners also didn't dare to stay long and hurriedly left the scene.
Poof.
Watching the others leave, the purple-eyed girl let out a cold snort. Then she turned her head to look at Su-fei, her face blushing once again.
"Let's go back too." Su-fei squeezed the purple-eyed girl's cheek.
"Okay."
The purple-eyed girl obediently nodded and actively linked her arm with Su-fei's, filled with joy.
At this moment, the two looked completely like a couple in love. The blonde anomaly followed behind them, also wearing a smile of an ant.
Leaving the hotel. Wherever Su-fei went, the surrounding anomalies avoided him.
They all showed fear, even not daring to look at him too much.
However, as they walked, Zitong suddenly stopped in her tracks.
She released Xu-fei's hand and turned to look at the street behind them.
"What's wrong?"
Xu-fei also showed a look of confusion and followed her gaze. Then he instantly realized something was off. When they arrived, the end of the street was shrouded in fog, visibility barely a few hundred meters, unable to see beyond.
But now,
the layer of fog seemed to have thinned significantly, visibility continuously improving.
He could even vaguely see several tall buildings' outlines. Xu-fei couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?"
The bizarre world is accelerating its connection, your active area is expanding, and new rules will soon emerge.
New rules? Upon hearing this, Xu-fei frowned instantly. "That's right."
Zitong slowly spoke again to explain. "Simply put, all of you human players will see a complete bizarre world."
At this moment,
the live broadcast room of the entire real world suddenly displayed 2 lines of blood-red text.
"Bizarre copy is merging. New bizarre rules will be announced in 2 minutes." Immediately after,
piece by piece, map sections gradually appeared in the live broadcast room. Seeing those familiar map sections being stitched together,
people all over the world erupted into chaos. Chapter 31, You Smell Like Her Perfume. Are they merging all the copies together? What copies?
These are the frozen territories of our country.
Not just our dragon country. Other countries have theirs too. Are they using the frozen territories of humanity to construct a bizarre world?
As long as a country is completely defeated in battle, everything will become real.
At this moment,
all humans watching the live broadcast were stunned by this scene. Even though in the real world, the temporarily frozen territories were still operating normally. But seeing the familiar places inhabited by the bizarre, everyone couldn't help but shiver.
It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if a country were completely overcome by the bizarre. At this time,
the announcement of the bizarre rules game rang again. Merged copy, bizarre world.
Copy level, no level.
A bizarre world constructed by merging all copies. Rule 1, players are not allowed to kill each other.
Rule 2, players must strictly follow local rules wherever they are, violators will suffer harm.
Rule 3, bizarre tasks will be released irregularly, all players must participate. Rule 4, bizarre events will be triggered anywhere by each player.
Notice, merged copies have no fixed time limit until the final task is completed. Players will be comprehensively rated after successfully completing the tasks.
Ranking will be based on the scores of the players who completed the tasks. The player with the highest score will not only unfreeze territories and obtain the best resources but also receive hidden rewards.
Upon hearing the last announcement,
the entire populace of Dragon Country became excited. This is our chance for Dragon Country to turn the tables.
That said, we can't be careless. What merged copy? Isn't this just a version of our human society? Exactly, like graduates entering society, it's easy to step in the pit.
But this place is filled with bizarre elements, surviving here is extremely difficult.
And what about bizarre tasks and bizarre events? Just thinking about it is terrifying. A copy with no level is definitely more frightening than all previous copies combined. Xu you must do your best.
All the viewers from Dragon Country fixed their eyes on Xu, clenching their hands in prayer for him.
At this time, in the bizarre world, the bizarre city.
Looking at the gradually clearer street, Xu was also summarizing the information from the earlier announcement in his mind. The basic rules had not changed much. Now it was just equivalent to lighting up the entire map of the bizarre world, expanding the area of activity. And then there were bizarre events and strange tasks added.
That made everything even more dangerous. As for the rewards for clearing levels, those are all matters for later. From beginning to end, staying alive is the most important thing. Xu understood very well that at least until he fully understood what was outside, staying at school was the safest choice.
Unless a hidden hint appeared, it was best not to act rashly.
Xu took a deep breath. Let's go, we should head back to school. Okay. Zitong smiled and held Xu hand, continuing to walk towards the school.
But just after taking a few steps, Zitong suddenly paused, thinking of something, and quickly let go of his hand, saying,
"Oh no. If Luo Yao finds out I left the school, she can come out at any time." Zitong became even more flustered, quickly looking around, hearing that Luo Yao would appear here.
"I have to leave first."
Jean, you take Xu back to school." Zitong then transformed into a strange shadow and fled in panic. Seeing this scene, Xu was instantly stunned in place. At this moment,
the golden-haired strange sighed and explained, "Lady Zitong has a very good relationship with Luo Yao's older sister, she just doesn't want Luo Yao to be sad. If it were any other female strange, at this moment, there would probably be nothing left."
I know. Xu nodded slightly. Zitong had talked to him about this matter before. So, who is Luo Yao's sister? I can't say.
The golden-haired strange trembled all over, but the world has opened up, you will eventually meet her, she is an extremely unique female strange.
Can she be more unique than Zitong? The golden-haired strange's face was filled with gossip. Is Lady Zitong very unique? I don't know.
Xu quickly stopped this topic, but he probably had an idea in his heart.
Without a doubt. It must be another SSS level strange. Whatever.
When the car reaches the mountain, there must be a road, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight across.
After talking with the golden-haired strange, Xu continued walking towards the school. At this moment,
on the school playground, more than 100 contestants gathered together, discussing in a frenzy.
I really can't stand Xu anymore.
I want to leave this hellish place.
Me too. I want to go out and try my luck, maybe an SSS level strange will take a liking to me? Anyway, we have to follow the rules wherever we go. Why don't we take a gamble? If you want to go by yourself, I won't go. The announcement just said there are strange tasks, do you really think you can just leave?
That's true, we don't even know what type of tasks there are, we can't act rashly.
Just as everyone was getting heated in discussion,
they suddenly felt a chill breeze blowing behind them.
Then a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind them.
They turned around and realized the newcomer was none other than the long-missing Luo Yao.
I ask you, where is Xu? Luo Yao's expression was cold as she asked.
Seeing this, everyone broke out in cold sweat.
But they quickly thought of Xu and Zitong's earlier actions. If they reported it, Xu might be finished.
Suddenly, one contestant immediately said, Xu
he will be back soon. Suddenly, another familiar voice appeared on the playground. There was Zitong, walking towards them. Seeing Zitong, the contestant who was about to report turned pale instantly and did not dare to continue.
When they approached, the two women exchanged glances.
Zitong feigned indifference and said, "Today they all went to the strange city, I was just going out to relax, I didn't expect you to actually come out." Xu went to the strange city? That's too dangerous.
Luo Yao was anxious and turned to find him.
But at that moment, Xu figure also appeared on the playground.
Seeing the two women together, Xu felt an increase in pressure. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. But there was no time for him to think more.
Xu! Luo Yao exclaimed joyfully, striding towards Xu.
The hair draped over her shoulders swayed with the wind.
Immediately, Xu felt a great force coming at him. Luo Yao directly knocked him down to the ground and pressed him underneath her.
Just like when Xu did push-ups with Zitong at that time.
But at this moment, Luo Yao straightened up and didn't know when a red ribbon appeared in her hand.
She used the ribbon to tie her hair into a ponytail. Looking at Xu, her crystal red eyes seemed to have starlight flowing.
Xu, I really miss you. As soon as the words fell, before Xu could speak, Luo Yao unhesitatingly kissed him. Su Fei's eyes widened instantly.
Then, a terrifying pressure that only Su Fei could feel surged towards him.
But in the next second, an even more terrifying thing happened to Su Fei. Luo Yao slowly raised her head, frowning tightly. Something's wrong. Why do you have the scent of someone else on you? Chapter 32, The Frightening Shura Field of Instant Change. If I'm not wrong, the scent on you is the same as Jitong's.
Luo Yao's expression was complicated, and then she pursed her lips.
No, it's not just that. It seems like the taste in your mouth isn't right either. There's a certain taste of demonic eggs, and something else. At this point, Luo Yao suddenly turned her head and looked at Jitong behind her. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to freeze. The atmosphere in the entire playground became even more eerie.
The other contestants, seeing this scene, were all sweating profusely. In their hearts, they were looking forward to Su Fei's downfall.
Similarly,
seeing this scene, the viewers from other countries in the livestream were all ecstatic.
Aha, the scumbag from the Dragon Nation has been discovered. You like playing with fire, right? Let's see how you deal with this now. It's hard to imagine what will happen when an SSS Strange finds that a human is cheating.
A new copy is starting. The Dragon Nation contestant will no longer have a chance to see the real Strange World. Seeing the comments from other countries, the people of the Dragon Nation could no longer sit still and began to fight back.
How can you call Suyi a scumbag?
Suyi is doing this to survive, to save our Dragon Nation.
If this contestant were from their country, would they say that? Definitely not. These foreigners are so double standard. But the key is, what do we do now? Are those two going to fight? This is tough. Luo Yao truly loves Suyi, but Jitong would do anything for Suyi. Let's trust Suyi, he must have thought about this day long ago.
At this moment, the people of the Dragon Nation suddenly felt like the sky was about to fall. Even to some extent, they were more nervous than Su Fei playing the rules game.
As expected,
the Shura field of the Strange World was even more terrifying.
It was truly life-threatening. Of course, the most suffocating was Su Fei himself.
Although he did think there would be a day of being discovered, he absolutely didn't expect it to come so soon. Originally, he was thinking of first preparing Luo Yao mentally, and then taking the initiative to disclose it.
But he didn't expect to be discovered by Luo Yao in this way. Hidden hints, can they save him? Su Fei was extremely anxious inside. At this time,
the two women were still gazing at each other. Although Jitong had no expression, inside she was also incredibly flustered.
But amidst the panic, there seemed to be a hint of excitement lurking deep within. It was as if it really was as Su Fei said. But for Jitong, love was a strange thing, and she didn't know how to start. In the end, Su Fei took the initiative to break the silence. I admit, I kissed her. After all, as a man, when it's time to take responsibility, one must stand up. As soon as these words were spoken,
Jitong's face instantly turned several shades of red, her expression visibly panicking.
Seeing Jitong's expression, Luo Yao abruptly turned around.
Looking at Su Fei beneath her, her eyes slowly filled with tears.
The red pupils became especially crystal clear under the shimmer of water. Everything you said, is it true?
Yes, all of it is true. Just as Su Fei was about to confess honestly, a huge figure appeared again on the sports field. That figure was the Abomination Butcher. At this very moment,
the three most powerful SSS-level monsters in the whole Horror University instance were all gathered here. In the usual rule-based games, each instance normally only had one SSS-level monster, and that was already the hardest part for human players to pass. But because of Su Fei's love triangle, all three of them appeared here. It was simply unprecedented. Luo Yao sat on top of Su Fei, looked at the approaching Abomination Butcher, and asked, You saw it?
Yes. The Abomination Butcher first looked at Luo Yao and Su Fei, and finally set his gaze on Purple Eyes. Purple Eyes narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the Abomination Butcher. But in the next moment, the Abomination Butcher sighed and said,
Actually, all of this is because of me.
Because of the rule-based game I created, Purple Eyes swallowed a demon egg to help Su Fei pass the level. Then Purple Eyes almost fainted, and in the end, Su Fei had no choice but to kiss Purple Eyes.
But, in human terms, that seems to be called artificial respiration? Artificial respiration? Hearing this, everyone stared at the Abomination Butcher in shock. Was he wrong? He really wasn't. But the key was, once this Abomination Butcher spoke, the whole situation seemed to have changed flavor?
Originally it should have been a pure love school beauty catching her boyfriend cheating with a mature sister. She should have been completely heartbroken, even possibly turning love into hate. But now, it sounded like the mature sister risked herself to save the school beauty's boyfriend.
And in the end, the school beauty's boyfriend had no choice but to help the mature sister escape danger through artificial respiration? No way. This plot was just too cliché. But the key was, this was the monster world. These monsters had zero resistance against human-style cliché love stories. At this moment, the blonde monster who came back to school with Su Fei also appeared on the field without anyone noticing. Lord Luo Yao, I can testify too. Originally, that demon egg should have been eaten by me, and the one Su Fei kissed should have been me. This artificial respiration is recorded in the Human Love Story collection, it really works. As soon as the blonde monster spoke, everyone instantly turned to stone. What kind of thing was the Human Love Story collection? But it seemed everything she said was the truth? In just a few minutes, the atmosphere on the entire sports field changed countless times. Su Fei lay on the ground, looking at the abomination butcher and the blonde monster beside him, his eyes gradually clearing. Yeah. The person in the scene is confused, but the bystander sees clearly. Putting himself in Su Fei's shoes, of course he would feel guilty. But from the bystander's point of view, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. As for this artificial respiration, it looked like this chef really studied humans a lot. So that's how it is. Hearing even the abomination butcher testify voluntarily, Luo Yao had no reason not to believe. She slowly stood up, and at the same time pulled Su Fei up, I thought. Halfway through speaking, Luo Yao buried her head into his chest again, tears pouring down like rain. I thought you didn't like me anymore. Seeing this scene, the other national players' mental state collapsed completely. Is this really the monster world? This style, this plot. Are we sure this isn't a huge monster romance drama? The male lead is Su Fei. And we all have become background extras, become NPCs? The key point is, we NPCs still have to face the risk of death every single day. Now they completely understood what it meant when people say, the clown turned out to be me. Alright, don't cry anymore. Su Fei patted Luo Yao's back, comforting her. At the same time, not far away, Zitong saw things develop to this point and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She also walked towards Luo Yao, comforting her, everything is over, stop crying. Hearing this, Luo Yao reluctantly moved away from Su Fei's chest and then jumped into Zitong's arms. Sister Zitong, I shouldn't have doubted you, thank you for saving Su Fei. It's okay. Zitong stroked Luo Yao's head, while also glancing at Su Fei, a fleeting emotion in her eyes. Su Fei froze for a moment. No, this girl is even more unusual than I imagined, right? At the same time, seeing things develop to this scene, the foreign viewers in the live broadcast room completely broke down again. Chapter 33, Love Lecture, come if you dare. Shit. You tell me, how do we play this now? I just don't understand, why isn't that weird butcher coming out to explain? But to be fair, what he said seems to make sense. Oh my, was that mouth to mouth? It felt like he was sucking out brain matter. So what should we do? I'm really freaking out too. Seeing the bullet comments from other countries break down, the people in Long Country's live broadcast room were thrilled to jump up. Did you see that? What is a god? Suyi is a god. Su god, truly making my scalp tingle. I can only say that what he said is the truth, I can't pick any flaws. Yeah, the hated butcher is right there, and it's his rules for the game, who wouldn't believe? Have you all noticed that if it weren't for the new instance merging, Suyi could truly become the god of this instance? You're right, even the instance big shots are on Su God's side. But there are still other weird tasks and strange events, we can't let our guard down. At this moment, in the strange world. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Luo Yao finally came out of Zitong's arms. Sister Zitong, I haven't been out in a long time. Why don't the three of us go shopping together later? Just in time, I want to buy you a gift to thank you. I won't go, you two go by yourselves. Zitong rejected Luo Yao's proposal. From Luo Yao's behavior, if they went shopping together, she would cling to Su Fei constantly. And Zitong would only be watching from the side. This feeling of just watching without participating was uncomfortable to think about. Better to not see anything at all. It was just the right time to read a collection of human love stories too and learn a bit. Thinking of this, Zitong glanced at Su Fei, then turned and left the playground. The blonde strange quickly followed behind her. Watching Zitong's departing figure, Luo Yao tightly held Su Fei's hand, explaining. Su Fei, please don't take it to heart, Sister Zitong has always disliked love and hates the opposite sex. Not to mention that you even kissed her, it's already quite unbelievable that she didn't attack. Su Fei felt slightly awkward upon hearing this. Luo Yao was still too naive. Of course, the first time he met Zitong, that terrifying killing intent was not fake. Only later did he accidentally switch on some switch. Let's go.
Luo Yao's eyes were filled with smiles as she pulled Su Fei's hand and walked towards the exit.
As the two left, the hated butcher also left the playground.
As for the other contestants, they were still passionately discussing something.
On the other side,
Zitong also returned to her residence. The blonde strange quickly took out the yellow-covered book from her pocket.
Lady Zitong, this is the item you wanted.
Zitong took the book, her expression extremely unpleasant. In fact, she had started to regret a bit the moment she refused to go shopping.
Seeing but not having is still better than not seeing at all. Moreover, the strange world was completely open now.
If she wasn't around, Luo Yao might just take Su Fei to a hotel to do some terrible things. The more she thought about it, the more nervous Zitong became.
But she couldn't just act like a stalker, right? The strange blonde seemed to sense Zitong's worries and began to speak.
Lady Zitong, continuing this way is not a solution.
Otherwise, just confess directly?
Zitong sighed deeply. You also saw how heartbroken Luo Yao became after learning about this. The strange blonde said earnestly, in love, just like on the battlefield, Lady Zitong, your downfall is placing too much importance on feelings.
Forget it, let's just leave it like this for now.
Zitong frowned and opened the collection of love stories she had in her hands to start reading. Seeing this, the strange blonde felt it was best to say no more. Then, Lady Zitong, take your time, I will head back to the library first.
Wait.
Just as the strange blonde was about to step out the door, Zitong called out to her.
What further instructions do you have, Lady Zitong? Look at this. Zitong turned the book in her hands upside down. On the top of the directory was an extremely eye-catching advertisement. Love Lecture Hall.
The most authoritative free love training class. Analyzing human free love stories, helping you solve any emotional troubles, finding true happiness of the weird.
The strange blonde exclaimed, Lady Zitong, are you planning to attend a love training class? Zitong nodded affirmatively.
The strange world had always been replicating the lifestyle of the human world. The vast majority of the strange beings would, upon reaching a certain age, proceed in the most traditional way of matchmaking to find a partner.
But often, such love could not withstand the test.
This is why most strange beings, like Zitong, fundamentally do not believe in so-called love.
Especially when it comes to loving humans. After all, free love is still too open and advanced for the strange world.
Only a very small number of truly yearning for love strange beings are willing to accept it. Books like Collection of Human Love Stories are undoubtedly like a textbook for strange beings yearning for free love. Since it is a book aimed at a niche audience, buying the book must be a target for that crowd. Therefore, printing such advertisements on the book makes perfect sense.
Thinking about this, Zitong had made up her mind. I will sign up right now, remember to keep it a secret, otherwise.
Don't worry, I promise I won't let it slip.
The strange blonde confirmed and then asked, by the way, what about the other humans when you are not at school?
The strange world is already open, who loves who, let them handle it.
At this moment, Zitong's heart was only on Su Fei, how could she care about anything else?
In the next second, she turned into a shadow and vanished from the spot.
Meanwhile, Su Fei and Luo Yao were hand in hand, walking on the streets of the strange city. Returning here again, Su Fei noticed that the distant streets were now completely clear. More buildings, shops, and storefronts appeared one by one.
The entire street was brimming with more and more strange beings, creating a lively atmosphere.
As a human, Su Fei immediately attracted the attention of all the strange beings on the street.
Those shopping, setting up stalls, or running shops, various strange beings turned their gazes towards him.
Isn't that the human from earlier? Why has he turned back? Wait. The one next to him is another goddess-level SSS grade expert. No way. Didn't he just go shopping with another SSS grade expert? That expert looks like she also has a fondness for this human? Unbelievable. What a strong character this human has. Damn, is this person a harvest machine for strange goddesses? What? Are only SSS grade strangeness allowed to shop with humans now?
Feeling the gazes around him, Su Fei felt completely overwhelmed. Now he was not only regarded as a competitor by other human contenders but also became a thorn in the eyes of these strange beings.
Su Fei, don't pay attention to them. Luo Yao stopped and cupped Su Fei's face, kissing him. At this moment,
Su Fei seemed to hear countless sounds of shattered hearts in his ears.
Chapter 34, Are you signing up for a love training class too? This is too eye-catching. Su Fei couldn't help but marvel at the strangeness of fate.
Honestly, he didn't even know how he got to this point of survival and ended up like this. Originally, he wanted to be a little invisible, slowly clearing levels by relying on hidden hints. But now, even trying to be low-key was impossible. At least he could clearly feel the strange and malicious gazes around him. If it weren't for Luo Yao and the rules, he might have been torn apart in an instant.
But on the contrary, Luo Yao seemed to enjoy this feeling.
It was as if she was flaunting her fiery romance. At the same time, she was warning other entities that Su Fei was hers, and no entity could touch or take him.
Let's go, let's take a look ahead. Luo Yao pulled Su Fei again, moving deeper into the street.
There was a place that Su Fei couldn't see at first, but now it was bustling with activity. There were even entities shouting on the street, selling various snacks, as well as potted plants, toys, and so on.
However, these snacks looked like things humans couldn't eat.
Moreover, these entities were of a low level, and so far he only saw one SS-level entity. This further convinced Su Fei that this strange world was actually mimicking the survival patterns of human society.
Not long after, a shout suddenly attracted the attention of many entities.
A short female entity was seen distributing flyers everywhere, holding a pile of pamphlets.
Have you missed a beautiful relationship because you don't understand love? Do you want to improve your love skills and become happier? The love class is starting soon, hurry up and sign up, opportunities won't come again.
Upon hearing these words, Luo Yao instantly became interested and was about to walk over.
Su Fei saw this and immediately stopped Luo Yao.
After all, he had read the collection of human love stories from the Purple Eye.
He could only say that such things were completely pointless. Su Fei advised, Yao, I think it's better not to believe in these things. Why not give it a try? It might really be useful. Luo Yao replied with a smile. If you want to learn, I can teach you in the evening. How can that be the same?
Luo Yao's face turned red and then she said, what you teach me, you already know, so how can I surprise you?
Hearing this, Su Fei was momentarily stunned. What you said doesn't seem unreasonable. Come on, let's go take a look. Luo Yao pulled Su Fei towards the short female entity. The surrounding entities saw Luo Yao and actively made way.
After all, in the strange world, a high level has absolute power, and only entities of the same level will consider other additional conditions. Seeing Luo Yao approach, the short female entity's speech became hesitant.
Miss, are you interested in our love class?
The entity handed a flyer to Luo Yao with both hands.
Let me take a look. After a quick glance, Luo Yao smiled and said, so if I sign up today, the class starts tomorrow?
The short female entity nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain.
Yes, if you need it, I can reserve a spot for you and you can pay after the class. Okay, then help me sign up, I'll go to class tomorrow.
After Luo Yao said this, she folded the flyer and put it in her pocket.
Su Fei couldn't help but sigh after seeing this.
Indeed, the stronger the power, the more appealing it is.
Let's walk a bit further.
Okay. The two continued to stroll down the street. Everything on the road was both familiar and strange to Su Fei. Unknowingly, he had accompanied Luo Yao for a solid 2 hours of shopping, and his calves were starting to feel sore.
Luo Yao also noticed that Su Fei was tiring, so she actively suggested, are you tired? Let's go to the hotel to rest. Hotel? Su Fei confirmed again.
Luo Yao's face turned slightly red as she pinched her fingers and said, yes, the chef's hotel.
Didn't you go there for lunch? Okay. Su Fei had no choice but to agree. Let's go. A glint of mischief flashed in Luo Yao's eyes.
Then she pulled Su Fei and walked back, moving much faster than when they were shopping.
Shopping was just a hard slog.
Besides signing up for some romance training class, it seemed they did nothing else.
Su Fei even doubted that the hotel was Luo Yao's final destination.
Although he wouldn't resist, he feared that walking might become an issue when he got up tomorrow.
However, seeing the scene before them, viewers from other countries were all envious and jealous. Damn it, is the Dragon Country live broadcast room a place people can go to? Our players are all grinding in school dorms, while Su Fei is out dating and booking a room? You guys are still in the dorms? Our player just stepped out of school and is already hanging out. Same for me.
Look, there are only 160 people left on the announcement, and it's only been less than 3 days.
Praying Su Fei encounters some weird incident and gets eliminated would be best. At this moment,
the people of the Dragon Country all wore smiles of delight, completely ignoring the comments from other countries.
After a while, Luo Yao pulled Su Fei back to the spooky hotel they visited at noon.
Seeing Luo Yao, the little ghost at the front desk quickly came forward to greet them.
Lady Luo Yao, what can I do for you? Take us to the best room, Luo Yao said without hesitation. Alright, please follow me.
Then, under the guidance of the little ghost, Su Fei and Luo Yao headed upstairs of the hotel. The hotel had a total of 4 floors, but each floor was incredibly spacious. The first floor not only had the hotel front desk, but also a large restaurant beside it. The upper floors were for lodging, and the overall decor style was reminiscent of classical Western design.
However, on the 4th floor, the number of rooms was very few. Ultimately, they arrived at the door of room number 444. Needless to say, The number 4 seemed like a lucky number in the eerie world. The little ghost opened the door, revealing a large living room. Sofa, dining table, a turntable, wine cabinet. Anything one can think of was almost all provided in full. It didn't look like a hotel at all, but rather more like the living room of a luxury villa. Lady Luo Yao, this room is 40,000 ghost coins for one night, the little ghost said, bowing his head. 40,000 for one night? Su Fei was taken aback upon hearing this number. Aside from him, the human players had worked hard for at most just over 1,000 ghost coins at noon. And now, just to stay one night, 40,000 would disappear. But as a man, he couldn't let Luo Yao pay for their hotel room. Use my card. Su Fei just took out his ghost card from his pocket when he was immediately stopped by Luo Yao. Then Luo Yao also took out a black ghost card, identical to the purple one. Just use mine. I'll come down for it tomorrow. Alright, have a pleasant stay. The little ghost took the card and politely closed the door behind them. Thinking about how his white card turned into a silver card at noon, Su Fei couldn't help but ask. By the way, how many ghost coins does this black card represent? Not many, just 10 million turns it black. Got it. Su Fei scratched his chin. This rule was quite easy to understand. 100,000 is a silver card, and 1,000,000 should be a gold card. Now, let's try some drinks from the eerie world. Luo Yao walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine, placing it in front of Su Fei. But at that moment, the Dragon Country's live broadcast room once again plunged into darkness. Chapter 35, Crazy? SSS Eerie Training Class? Brother N. What's going on? Why does it always go black at critical moments? We've already got the red wine out, the atmosphere is just right, and you black out on me? No one wants the blackout. But this really couldn't be broadcast. Someone create a follow-up, tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. If you can't sleep, why not check out the live streams from other countries? Suddenly, a large group of people from Dragon Country flooded into the foreign live streams. Wow! I just realized that their dorms have iron frame beds. What? This bed looks like it's about to fall apart. Can anyone sleep on this? I thought they all slept on princess beds like Sushin. What princess beds? Now Sushin is staying in a hotel suite. Not only does he sleep well, but someone also keeps him company. Hey, the bizarre world has opened up. Don't these people dare to go outside? If that's the case, why can these people still come to our Dragon Country livestream to mock us? Faced with the comments from Dragon Country's viewers, people from other countries felt worse than if they had eaten something terrible. But they simply couldn't refute it. After all, they had seen the truth. So, live streams from various countries on the foreign web began to wildly ban Dragon Country's IP addresses. But the more they did this, the more they discovered that the comments were increasing rapidly. They couldn't ban them all, it was impossible. People on the foreign web were nearly going crazy. However, time flew by quickly. It was just that in the bizarre world, everything was exceedingly subtle. After all, except for the blood moon that always hung in the sky, there was not a trace of sunlight here. There was no such thing as work during the day and rest at night. But that night, nothing in the bizarre market was peaceful. Under dim light, a pair of A-grade bizarre beings were fighting about something without stopping. They even started to brawl. Even though they were just A-grade bizarre beings, when they fought, they were filled with fierce energy. This fight went on for an entire night. One of the bizarre beings fell to the ground, leaving a small pool of blood. It wasn't until 8 the next morning that other bizarre beings called him awake and cleaned up the aftermath. Just at that moment, a shadow quickly darted across the street. The speed, mixed with a strong sense of killing intent, stirred a commotion among the bizarre beings. It wasn't until the shadow reached a large building deep in the street that it revealed its form. She was Zitong. At this moment, her expression was calm to the point of frightening. You must know, she had waited an entire night. But unfortunately, she had not waited for Su Fei and Luo Yao to return to school. During this time, she had countless urges to rush out in search. Yet she dismissed this thought countless times. She could never fully bring herself to tell Luo Yao the truth. So all she could do at night was numb herself by reading anthology of human love stories all night long. But she found that the more she read carefully, the more she felt this book was remarkable. However, as a bizarre being, there were many feelings and behaviors in it that she could not understand. So, she couldn't wait to go to the love training class to seek answers. But now, just thinking about Su Fei not returning all night made her anxiety skyrocket. Upon entering the building, the entire structure seemed to be shrouded in killing intent. Even SS-grade bizarre beings could only keep their distance, fearing they might provoke Zitong. Just then, a short female bizarre being ran towards Zitong in a panic. She was the female bizarre who had handed out flyers to Luo Yao on the street yesterday. Mistress, you signed up by yourself yesterday, right? Yes. Zitong coldly glanced at her. The short female bazaar felt a chill run down her spine. Please follow me. I will take you to the classroom right away. Ultimately, under the guidance of the short female bazaar being, Zitong arrived in front of a room that looked like a classroom. She pushed open the door, and inside sat a few scattered bazaar beings. Upon seeing Zitong, their hearts raced. Although they didn't know Zitong, the SSS-level pressure radiating from her made them tremble in awe. They never expected that an SSS-level bazaar being would attend such a training class. That's just outrageous. Zitong sat in the very center of the first row at the door, starting to wait for the class to begin. The other weird beings all gathered in the corners of the classroom, afraid of upsetting Zitong. Master, the lecturer will start the class at 9, please wait a moment. The short female weird being said this and then closed the classroom door as she left. However, not long after that, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door. The short female weird being returned, bringing another strange being to the front of the classroom. As soon as the classroom door was opened, there was a loud thud, shaking the entire classroom. Zitong, my lord? What are you doing here? Zitong's gaze naturally turned towards the door. She found that the visitor was indeed their school's weird instructor. Zitong frowned and questioned, what are you doing here instead of training? My lord, didn't you say you don't care about others? So I came out. The weird instructor felt like crying without tears. Ever since Su Fei appeared, the school had undergone earth-shaking changes due to love. So he was also curious about what kind of magic love had that made two SSS-level big shots so obsessed. Thus, he chose to enroll in a class to understand the situation in detail. He just didn't expect that Zitong would be here too. And looking at Zitong's current state, she seemed to be in serious danger. The weird instructor felt a bad premonition rising in his heart and quickly bowed his head. My lord, I was wrong. I came here purely out of curiosity, that's why. Shut up. Zitong's mind was already chaotic, and she was too lazy to care about that much, scolding, find a seat for yourself. Thank you, my lord, for sparing me. The weird instructor felt relieved and quickly sat in the corner of the classroom, squeezing in with the other weird beings. Not long after, the classroom door was pushed open again, instantly attracting the attention of all the weird beings. A female weird being dressed in a black long dress with two mouths walked in. She was the friend of the blonde weird being, the music teacher at the horror university. In the next moment, a crisp voice rang out. The black-dressed female weird being suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, shivering continuously. My lord Zitong, how come it's you? Shut up, go to the back. Zitong's tone was very calm but filled with danger. The black-dressed female weird being quickly bowed and expressed thanks, then ran to the corner. When she saw the weird instructor, she was startled again. No way? How come you also? Shoo. The weird instructor quickly made a shushing gesture, quietly pointing at Zitong. The black-dressed female weird being immediately fell silent, trembling in fear. But at that moment, a wave of SSS-level pressure was approaching the classroom. Even Zitong couldn't help but lift her gaze to the classroom door. Because this aura was very familiar to her. At this moment, the other weird beings coming for class felt utterly crushed inside. Who understands? It's just a love class, why are all the big SSS shots here? Chapter 36, This Damn Desire to Win. My lord, please come in. Outside the door, the short female weird being's voice sounded. With a loud bang, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. A fat weird being, wider than the doorframe, appeared in their sight. Seeing the newcomer, the weird instructor and the black-dressed female weird being hiding in the corner widened their eyes. What the heck? The Lord of Repulsion? No way. The Lord of Repulsion also enrolled in this love training class? Hearing this, the surrounding weird beings were also confused. Big brother, which unit are you all from? Why are all of you here, either SS level or SSS level? If it weren't for the training fee already paid, I would want to leave. With all this going on, who still has the heart to attend class? Not to mention the other weird beings. Even Zitong was equally astonished. Chef, why are you here too? If I don't come, who will teach you? The Lord of Repulsion smiled, squeezed into the classroom, and went directly to the podium. Purple Eye was stunned. And the strange instructors behind her were even more confused. Purple Eye was the first to react, but she still couldn't quite believe this fact. You can't be the instructor of this dating training class, can you? The despicable butcher propped his hands on the podium. That's right, it's me. No wonder. Purple Eye thought deeply. She couldn't help but remember what the despicable butcher had said on the playground yesterday. Especially the term artificial respiration. Ordinary strange beings had no idea what that term meant. Even Purple Eye only understood it after reading the collection of human love stories too.
Thinking of this, Purple Eye suddenly jolted. She raised her gaze again, looking at the Despicable Butcher. If I'm not mistaken, then that book.
The author of that book is me.
The Despicable Butcher showed no signs of concealment, and then he explained one after another. Ever since Su Fei came out of the classroom safe and sound that day, I have developed a strong interest in you all.
Otherwise, do you think, why did I bring Su Fei and the others to the strange city that day? Everything I did was just to see your determination.
Of course, the main reason was to provide me with true stories to continue my creation.
Love is such a beautiful thing. Do you still hate love now?
The Despicable Butcher was full of yearning, which formed a striking contrast with his fierce appearance. Purple Eye stared firmly at the Despicable Butcher. You really hit it deep. The Despicable Butcher chuckled awkwardly and added, I forgot to tell you one thing, Luo Yao also signed up for the training class.
She's coming too? Purple Eye frowned.
She was supposed to come, but she's still at the hotel with Su Fei.
Hotel? She really went to the hotel?
Purple Eye's breath caught, freezing in place. Her mind involuntarily recalled various indescribable images.
Hesitation will lead to defeat.
The Despicable Butcher couldn't help but remind her, Su Fei is a very special human.
If you are unwilling to fight for it, you are handing your beloved to someone else. Think it over for yourself.
The Despicable Butcher's words began to loop in Purple Eye's mind like a spell. On the other side, in the chilling hotel.
With Su Fei's sneeze, the live broadcast room of Long Country finally showed the screen again. Luo Yao squatted by the bed, propping her chin, smiling, you're awake.
Yeah.
Su Fei stretched lazily and rubbed his eyes. Yao Yao, why are you awake so early? It's not early, am I not going to the dating training today?
Luo Yao slowly stood up, saying gently, if you're tired, you can sleep a bit more.
I'll come back to find you after my training. Su Fei nodded and lay back down again.
After all, he was really tired, and quite a lot.
I'm leaving.
Luo Yao covered Su Fei with the blanket and gave him a kiss on the forehead. Although the suite was large. But from the bed to the door only took just a few steps. Yet Luo Yao kept looking back, persistently walking out as if across a distance of life and death.
After a long while, she finally closed the door, reluctantly leaving the room. Seeing this,
the entire Long Country live broadcast room's comments started flooding the screen again.
Oh my, this is too sweet. Is this really a strange world? Look at our Su God, strong and young, yet he's so worn out.
Look at the table, it seems they had quite a bit of drink last night.
Huh? Didn't you see the rope on that chair? Not just a rope, didn't you see the white silk on the bed? Damn. This is going too far, right? I feel like I missed out on billions last night. Has everyone discussed this?
The atmosphere in the Long Country live broadcast room gradually shifted colors.
But just then, a series of footsteps sounded outside the room.
Then the door was opened again, waking the just sleeping Su Fei.
Yao Yao, why are you back again? Have you called Yao Yao yet?
Hearing this familiar voice, Su Fei was suddenly alarmed, his drowsiness gone.
He quickly sat up and looked at the figure in the doorway.
Su Fei felt his throat go dry. Zitong, why are you here? Yes, when calling her, she is Yao Yao, but when she comes to me, she is Zitong. Zitong gently bit her red lips. The entire room was filled with a strong sense of jealousy.
Su Fei scratched his head and shouted, then. Tong Tong? What Tong Tong, how childish.
Zitong crossed her arms and directly sat on the bed, turning her back to Su Fei, saying, others all call me wife.
Su Fei was completely stunned. Isn't this a bit too early to call?
Where is it early?
Zitong suddenly turned her head and questioned Su Fei, who was it that first called me baby when confessing? It seems to be Ha. Su Fei smiled awkwardly, then shouted, all right, baby.
Zitong lowered her head with a smile, suddenly blushing.
By the way, baby, when you came, didn't you see Luo Yao? No. Zitong shook her head, I originally wanted to interrupt you. At this point, Zitong's gaze instantly locked onto the white stockings on the bed.
For a moment, she was completely frozen.
Seeing the scene, Su Fei was completely stunned and quickly stuffed it under the blanket. Would I lose to her? Zitong's eyes turned cold, and then she transformed into a ghostly shadow, disappearing from the room. But before Su Fei could react, Zitong appeared in front of him again.
Only this time, she was different. At this moment, Zitong looked just like the first time he saw her in the horror classroom. Wearing glasses, along with a black office suit, complemented by a white shirt. But the lower half had turned into a fitted skirt, and she wore black stockings, perfectly displaying her graceful figure.
This damn competitive spirit. Su Fei was also amazed internally.
He realized that no matter what clothes this woman wore, or whether she wore glasses, it could not diminish her beauty and figure. Especially in terms of her figure.
Zitong was truly outstanding. How about it? Do you like this look?
Zitong reached out, supporting Su Fei's chin, her face gradually moving closer.
Wait a minute. Su Fei looked at Zitong's unusual gaze, faintly sensing something was wrong. Chapter 37, Strange Blind Date Mission released?
The atmosphere had reached this point. All the viewers in the Long Kingdom's live broadcast room were eager to shove their eyes into the screen. They thought they might witness an exciting battle, but the live stream once again unexpectedly went black.
Damn. How many times has it gone black now?
But to be fair, isn't a blackout also a signal that Su Fei needs to clear the level? Clearing it is certain, but I just want to see how God Su operates.
What are you all thinking? Am I the only one concerned about God Su's health?
Hiss, what you said is right, damn it, God Su was just exhausted.
I'm really curious, what will happen if Luo Yao comes back and sees this?
Don't think too much, let's go check out the players in the foreign live streams.
Unable to observe Su Fei.
The people of the Long Kingdom once again went to other countries' live rooms.
Due to the invasion of the Long Kingdom's barrage last night, foreign viewers now couldn't help but develop PTSD as soon as they saw an IP from the Long Kingdom. Don't you Long Kingdom people have your own live room? Don't come here, we won't flood your Long Kingdom's live room anymore.
Got it, I already know your God Su is an emperor in a strange world. I just want to see my own players, not any news about the Long Kingdom. Cyberbullying, this is definitely cyberbullying, we must refuse access from Long Kingdom IPs.
This is so annoying, can the strange missions come sooner? I am about to break down.
The people of the Long Kingdom were very clear. When Su Fei faced difficulties earlier, these people were the first to come and mock him.
Now the tables had turned. The people of the Dragon Country would naturally seize every opportunity to fight back.
Soon, 2 hours passed. At that moment, all the live streaming rooms suddenly sounded the announcement. A strange task is about to be announced.
All contestants, please get ready.
Hearing it was a strange task, the people of the Dragon Country all stopped their attacks and listened carefully to the broadcast.
Task name, Strange Blind Date.
All contestants will be collectively teleported to the blind date stage to choose your preferred match. The entire process will be carried out through blind selection, with the strange levels of participating dates ranging from D level to SSS level. At the same time, each match has different requirements and rules, and only by fulfilling the other party's requirements can a successful match be made.
Note, the task may end at any time, and contestants who do not successfully match will be erased.
Hearing this announcement, the people of other countries on the internet immediately became interested.
A chance, a rare opportunity. Could it be that this task was started because the female contestants were all eliminated? It's possible, this task is just too timely.
If our country's contestant could also match with an SSS level strange, how great would that be?
But for an SSS level strange, the requirements must be very high, right? Not necessarily. Look at the 2 SSS level strange Yufei found, did they have any requirements for him? But what if Yufei finds another SSS level strange? You're overthinking. Everyone is blind selecting, if he manages to find another one, I'll livestream myself chopping.
At the same time, the people in the Dragon Country's livestream couldn't help but feel worried.
It's over, I feel like Yu God is going to get played to death.
If Yu God finds another one, he can set up a mahjong table. Just 2 SSS level strange are hard to deal with, finding another one would only complicate things.
But if he fails, he will be erased. Does Yu God have any choice left?
Yu God has done too much for our Dragon Country.
Can someone send some supplements to Lord Yu? I'm really afraid he won't be able to handle it.
As the task announcement ended, the live stream room of the Dragon Country regained its image. In the picture, Yufei leaned against the headboard with a face like pork liver. Purple Eye snuggled in his arms, her complexion rosy, and her glasses were nowhere to be found.
The task was announced, right? Yufei nodded, his expression serious. Purple Eye blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, what is the task? Hearing this question, Yufei was stunned for a moment. You don't know?
Purple Eye shook her head, of course not, that's a task for you human contestants, only humans can hear it. Yufei didn't intend to hide it, and honestly said, it's a strange blind date task.
Blind date?
Purple Eye's breath hitched, her gaze gradually turning cold, what are the rules? So, Yufei recounted the task rules he had just heard. After hearing the rules, Purple Eye became extremely fierce. Since it's a task issued by the strange world, you must complete it, but after completing it, I will definitely make the strange you choose disappear.
Hearing this, Yufei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then he sighed, I just don't know where I will be teleported to.
Don't worry, although the strange world is vast, I will think of a way to find you quickly. Purple Eye stretched out her hand and tightly embraced Yufei, speaking in an almost pleading tone. But promise me, after you successfully match, you can't do anything too outrageous with them. Don't worry, I will wait for you. Yufei patted Purple Eye on the shoulder, smiling bitterly. Before that, I will think of every way to survive. You can definitely do it. As Purple Eye said this, a black card suddenly appeared in her hand. It was that black strange card. Without hesitation, she placed the card into Yufei's clothing pocket. When you're out, carry some strange coins, it can save your life at a critical moment. After saying this, Purple Eye wrapped her arms around Yufei's neck and kissed him. At this moment, a dark fog floated in from outside the window, enveloping Su Fei within it. Soon after, Su Fei disappeared in the embrace of Zitong. Feeling the warmth in her arms fading away, Zitong's eyes were filled with a sense of loss. But the only thing to be thankful for was she ultimately followed the butcher's hateful advice and obtained Su Fei. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to cope with the days ahead. Suddenly, another terrifying pressure was approaching. Zitong seemed to sense it and immediately transformed into a ghostly shadow, vanishing from the horrified hotel. On the other side, accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness and weightlessness, when Su Fei came to his senses, he found himself on a dim and closed stage. And around him, all the human contestants had also been transported here. These contestants looked dazed, and some were even staring blankly with vacant eyes. Soon after, the curtain behind them slowly drew open. A long corridor appeared before everyone. On both sides of the corridor, there were countless small rooms. Seeing this corridor, everyone couldn't help but think of the scene when they were first assigned dorms. At this moment, a bald man in a suit eerily walked in front of them. The man had a beaming smile, yet occasionally emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. It was obvious. This was yet another SSS-level eerie being. Even Su Fei couldn't help but gasp in shock. It seemed, ever since the eerie world merged, each task had basically been akin to last year's instance. The bald eerie being looked at everyone and revealed a strange smile. Welcome everyone to the eerie matchmaking event. Chapter 38, Shocking Demand. 1 billion. There are over 400 quality Yuris here, waiting for your choice. After you enter, choose the appropriate room number. Inside will be the requirements left by your match. Only those who successfully complete the requirements can successfully pair up. Remember, only one person can enter each room, and once a room number is confirmed, it cannot be changed. After the bald Eerie being finished speaking, he took a few steps back. All the human contestants walked toward the corridor with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Su Fei also followed the crowd, starting to examine each room along the corridor. In simple terms, it was just like opening a blind box when having a meal at the school cafeteria. What level and what requirements are chosen, it's all random. Since everything was random, the best result would be to choose a room with lower requirements. Because the simpler the requirements, the sooner the task could be completed, avoiding erasure. As for what level of eerie the match would be, one could only leave it to fate. In this way, hiding hints seemed particularly crucial. However, just as Su Fei thought of this, a pleasant prompt sound echoed in the depths of his mind. Hidden hint, choose room 444. So soon it appeared. With the previous experience, Su Fei didn't hesitate at all and quickly walked deeper. But Su Fei's actions soon attracted the attention of other human contestants. After all, to them, Su Fei's luck seemed outrageous, as he always managed to choose good things. So, immediately, quite a few contestants chose to follow, curious about what Su Fei would choose. Seeing others following behind him, Su Fei couldn't help but slow down his pace. He didn't walk directly to the room indicated by the hint. Instead, he casually stopped in front of a room. The door had the number 223 written on it. Su Fei decisively reached out and grasped the doorknob. Just as he opened the door a crack, a small black figure swiftly darted into the room first. Immediately, a notification sound rang out. Sakura contestant chooses room 223. Seeing this, the people in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room were completely angered by this scene. Damn, is it really this ruthless to steal a room? This cherry blossom ninja is simply a robber. Damn it, they know Su's luck is good, so they intercepted Su. It's been said it's all random, yet they still have to steal. What shameless things. First there were thieves, now there's a robber. It's really disgusting. Wait, don't get angry yet. Why do I see Suyi seems to be smiling? It looks like it. Could Suyi do this on purpose? But it's all random, right? Can Suyi really see the requests through the door? But anyway, we must strongly condemn these disgusting players. At this moment, seeing the room was stolen, Su Fei smiled knowingly. Sure enough, someone was tricked. Other players felt a bad omen upon seeing this smile. Soon afterward, the door opened again, and the ninja who had just entered came out with a frown.
Everyone swarmed around, hurriedly asking, "How was it? Was there anything inside? Could you see your potential partner after going in? By the way, what were the requirements for the partner you chose?"
Facing the crowd's questions, the cherry blossom ninja glared fiercely at Su Fei and then said, "There isn't even a ghostly shadow inside, just a note with the requirements you need to fulfill."
After speaking, the announcement sounded again. Cherry Blossom player's partner requirement, 100,000 ghost coins. Hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but gasp. 100,000 ghost coins. Everyone on the scene once again looked towards Su Fei. If Su Fei didn't have a cheat, they themselves wouldn't believe it. Because they all knew.
Now only Su Fei had 100,000 ghost coins.
If Su Fei really chose this room, wouldn't he be able to complete the task immediately?
But for the other players? Not to mention 100,000 ghost coins. Even if it was 10,000, they couldn't come up with it, and had no idea how to fulfill that requirement. At this time, the announcement sounded once more. Players who have already chosen a room, please return to the stage and wait for arrangements.
Shortly, we will provide you with a platform to earn ghost coins.
Hearing this, the cherry blossom ninja immediately ran towards the stage, afraid to waste time. Actually, when Su Fei heard this requirement, he was also a bit surprised.
He looked at the anxious players around him and awkwardly smiled. "Do you believe me if I say I chose randomly?" Hearing this, everyone gradually dispersed. Because they realized, even if Su Fei was really lucky, they still might not meet the requirements. Moreover, they had no idea if Su Fei was doing it on purpose. Even if they wanted to intercept, they didn't have the ninja's extreme speed. So they each went their separate ways, still choosing to leave their fate to their own intuition. Seeing this, Su Fei then continued to walk deeper into the corridor. Old Me player's partner requirement, 680,000 ghost coins. Little Han player's partner requirement, 1,380,000 ghost coins. Big Goose player's partner requirement, 1,880,000 ghost coins. The announcements were continuous, but Su Fei found that all the requirements needed ghost coin deposits. Basically starting from 100,000, and the following requests were even higher. This time, the task once again raised the value of money can make the devil push a mill. Finally, Su Fei arrived at the door of room 444 as indicated. Knowing the rules, Su Fei pushed the door open without hesitation. After all, he still had a black card. According to Luo Yao, 10 million is a black card, and according to the requirements of the previous players, it was completely not a problem. Maybe he could directly complete the task successfully in one go. Upon entering the room, Su Fei found that it was exactly as the cherry blossom ninja had said. There wasn't even a ghostly figure in the room, just a red paper pasted on the wall opposite. On the paper was written the requirements that the players needed to reach. Seeing a row of zeros on the wall, Su Fei was momentarily stunned, then began to count silently. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. 1 billion. At the same time, Su Fei's voice echoed in the strange world. Dragon Kingdom contestants' partner requirement, 1 billion strange coins in savings. Hearing this number, the entire Dragon Kingdom's barrage erupted instantly. Holy sh*T? It's over. How did Su Yi choose a partner with 1 billion in savings? What does 10 billion even mean? It's like 10 small goals. Seems like other contestants' highest requirement is just 1 million, right? Why does it have to be 10 billion for Su Yi? Damn, 10 billion. I can't even imagine how Su Yi could come up with that. Wait, didn't Zitong give Su Yi a black strange card earlier? Even so, it absolutely can't be 10 billion. The other countries' barrages, which had been silent for a long time, once again flooded the screens in the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha. No one can help Su Fei now. 10 billion. Let's see how you're gonna get that. By comparison, our hundreds of thousands suddenly seem very easy. Even if you give them a chance to earn money later, how long will it take to reach 10 billion? Don't even think about it, no matter how long you give the Dragon Kingdom contestant, he won't earn 10 billion. Don't underestimate him. What if he actually manages to earn it? And then finds out he has 10 D-rated anomalies? Ah, 10 billion strange coins for one D-rated anomaly, you really are clever. Dragon Kingdom netizens, don't you guys love to shout? Come on, let's see who can help Su Fei now. In an instant, an old feeling of despair once again engulfed the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom people. 10 billion, it's simply outrageous. Su Fei frowned and took out the black strange card that Zitong had given him from his pocket, lost in thought. According to what Luo Yao said earlier, a savings amount above 10 million means a black card. But 10 million and 10 billion are completely incomparable. I'm afraid that even if Luo Yao and Zitong arrived here right now, it would be hard to complete this task. Chapter 39, Surviving in the Strange City, Scary Delivery.
Leaving the room, Su Fei walked towards the stage, his face turning extremely unpleasant.
That's 10 billion. Even an SSS level anomaly would find it hard to achieve 10 billion in savings, let alone they are just newly arrived humans. Unless
the other party never intended to have a proper matchmaking.
But since it's a hidden hint, there must be a reason for it.
However, every choice given to Su Fei left him puzzled.
He could only take it one step at a time.
Before long, all the contestants had finished selecting. Seeing Su Fei return to the stage with his head down, the contestants from other countries were all excited. Originally, there were contestants who felt despair after selecting high savings requirements.
But compared to Su Fei's 10 billion requirement, they instantly found their confidence. Now someone has it worse than us.
I thought an 8.88 million savings requirement was already the limit. I didn't expect there to be someone even tougher.
Sigh, 10 billion, even relying on women wouldn't make 10 billion, right? Who knows where the person is now?
Even if they wanted to rely on someone, they couldn't.
Stop laughing at him.
Whether it's 10,000 or 10 billion, the outcome depends on luck.
Ha, maybe 10 billion and my 10,000 are of the same level? By the way, didn't they say there are ways to make money?
What are those ways? As the human contestants finished selecting their rooms, the bald strange being on stage spoke again.
You all must have already learned about your partner's requirements.
Now, you will go to the most prosperous strange capital in the strange world. It's filled with opportunities, you can earn strange coins in any way allowed by the rules.
When you fulfill the requirement, I will naturally come find you.
As the bald strange being said this, a strange iron door appeared oddly in the center of the stage. Through this door, everyone will be randomly teleported to any corner of the strange city, starting your journey of survival in this bizarre world. Remember, the strange card in your hand can be used to pay with strange coins according to your thoughts. Unless someone voluntarily gives it, the strange card that is not yours cannot be used.
As the voice faded,
the human contestants walked one after another toward the iron gate.
Su Fei was no exception. As he stepped through the iron gate, a wave of dizziness hit him again.
When he came to his senses, he was already shocked by the bustling scenery around him. At that moment, he stood on an unknown street. The blood moon still hung high in the sky. Tall buildings surrounded him, their neon lights flashing. Various strange and bizarre vehicles with weird paint jobs flowed continuously, along with shops.
Bars and casinos were everywhere. Su Fei felt as if he was playing Grand Theft Auto.
But this was the real strange city. Apart from the human contestants, all the NPCs were various scary anomalies.
If a human died, they would not come back to life. Just as Su Fei was pondering, he was already surrounded by some oddly shaped anomalies who were pointing and whispering at him.
It was like humans seeing an alien, and they seemed to be discussing something. This place is not suitable for staying long.
Su Fei quickly left the scene.
Although it was a bizarre metropolis, full of opportunities everywhere.
At the same time,
the density of the strange was so high that the danger was raised several levels. As long as it is strange, it will surely overpower humans, and violating the rules will also get them torn apart. By the copy rating, this was more dangerous than any previous copies. Now Su Fei completely understood what a complete strange world meant. It actually meant that various different copies were all connected together. But the most critical issue now is to survive and earn 1 billion as fast as possible. After all, the end time of the task is uncertain. Every day wasted will become one day more dangerous.
If he earns nothing, failing the task is fine.
What he fears most is clearly having the ability to earn, or even having earned 900 million when the task time ends.
He currently only had a black card. How can he use this 10 million asset to earn enough money for 1 billion? Should he go to the casino?
With hidden hints for help, maybe he could earn enough in one night.
Ding ding ding.
The sound of the hidden hint rang in Su Fei's mind.
Hidden hint, go to the strange talent market. Strange talent market?
Su Fei frowned slightly. After all, he had 10 million assets.
Does he really have to work like a beast for the strange?
With heavy doubts, Su Fei had no choice but to stop a taxi on the roadside.
Hello, driver, take me to the talent market.
Sure. The strange driver pressed the price meter, then suddenly stepped on the gas pedal, and the speed instantly reached 150. The strong pushback sensation scared Su Fei. But the driver seemed unconcerned, shaking his head while continuing to step on the gas. The speed soared to 300 kilometers per hour. Su Fei then realized what it felt like to run in front while the soul chased from behind.
It's hard to imagine. If an accident happens at this speed, it would probably be a disaster. As time passed, Su Fei finally arrived at his destination.
The strange driver turned his head and took out a strange card, 50 kilometers, a total of 1,000 strange coins. Please settle the bill.
1,000? Su Fei frowned immediately, glancing at the meter price. Driver, is there something wrong with your meter? Will you pay or not?
The strange driver's eyes widened, and the flesh on his face seemed to almost burst open, which genuinely startled Su Fei. Hidden hint, the driver has violated the rules, you only need to pay 120 strange coins.
Hearing the hint,
Su Fei without thinking directly took out his silver card.
A gentle touch. That's all, do you want love or not? With a thought, Su Fei's Ziri card automatically paid 120 yuan, which was far more convenient than using a bank card. After finishing the payment, Su Fei directly got out of the car. Damn! This human actually broke my rules?
The strange driver looked at Su Fei leaving, his face full of ferocity, but he had no way to stop him. If Su Fei really paid 1,000 out of fear of him, he could not only earn that fare but also devour Su Fei on the spot.
Arriving at the bizarre talent market. In fact, it was no different from the talent market in Su Fei's real life.
It was just a recruitment scene of various strange companies, but all the applicants were purely eerie. It seems that in order for the bazaar to have a good life, they also have to work. The originally bustling bazaar talent market quickly caused a stir upon Su Fei's arrival. Many of the strange entities that were hiring rushed forward to hand out their business cards.
Hello, we are the Life and Death Delivery Company, would you be interested in joining us? I have a position for scare delivery, want to know more?
Seeing the bizarre figures around him, Su Fei was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that as a human, he would be so popular here.
It seems he really came to the right place? Hidden hint, join scare delivery. Su Fei was immediately at a loss.
With millions of eerie coins in hand, whether for investment or starting a business, both were feasible routes.
But now you're asking me to deliver food?
However, since it was a hidden hint, it seemed Su Fei had no choice.
Excuse me, can I start working now? Any time. I can take you to complete your onboarding right now.
Upon seeing Su Fei choose food delivery, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room started a heated discussion.
Isn't Su God holding money? Why would he choose to deliver food? Delivering food is not bad, he can understand the situation of this city and plan ahead.
I see some contestants already working for big companies, with a monthly salary of 80,000, plus project shares.
Exactly. Human contestants in this big city are really treated like royalty. So, those million deposits aren't really exaggerated? But Su God's requirement is 10 billion. Can he really earn that before the task ends?
Su God's connections he worked hard to build in school are practically useless in this urban survival. Watching this eerie urban survival scenario, the Dragon Kingdom audience was all anxious.
Because the amount Su Fei asked for was simply too large. Meanwhile, in the Bazaar City, just half an hour had passed. Su Fei smoothly completed the onboarding process and learned the rules of the so-called scare delivery. Overall, it was genuinely quite easy. Meals and accommodations were reimbursed, and they even provided him with a delivery vehicle and a phone.
Each delivery earned him a commission of a full 20%. Moreover, there was no so-called bad review system, even being late was fine as long as the delivery was made. Of course. All of this was because he was human, which gave him such treatment. Other eerie delivery workers not only earned lower pay, but they also faced fines for receiving bad reviews. But Su Fei was still cautious. Because every delivery he made would come into contact with different eerie beings. If he accidentally violated a customer's rules, he might become the delivery himself.
Phone, vehicle, and room key. Su Fei examined the items he just received.
The vehicle resembled an electric bike, but the energy driving it was not electricity, but a black eerie energy.
The phone was similar too.
It seemed that in the eerie world, energy should be the least of his worries.
Ding! You have a new delivery order. So fast? Su Fei immediately picked up the phone to check. Bloody restaurant? The shop seems to be not far from here, but the customer's house is a bit far. It's over 30 kilometers from the shop, obviously in the suburbs.
Just for this order, plus a 20% commission, I can earn nearly 5,000.
Su Fei decisively clicked to accept the order.
Opportunities are fleeting, such a big order is clearly a rare find.
Su Fei then rode his electric scooter, weaving through the streets.
According to the phone's navigation, in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the place called Bloody Restaurant. As soon as he reached the entrance, Su Fei smelled an intense scent of blood.
Walking into the restaurant, Su Fei found that this restaurant was also filled with luxurious Western-style decor.
In terms of restaurants, it was even more upscale than the hotel restaurant that he despised. Inside, the diners were all oddly sharp-eared and had sharp teeth in their mouths.
They were all vampires. Su Fei recognized their kind at a glance.
After all, there were vampire students in the horror university, which made them quite easy to identify. Seeing the scent of a human, these vampires all put down their food and turned their gazes toward him.
Don't be afraid. They can't hurt you at will. At this moment, a male vampire carrying a tray walked up to Su Fei. The customer's meal is being prepared. You can sit for a while and try our drinks. The vampire placed a cup of red drink from the tray on the table next to Su Fei, moving very gracefully. Okay, thank you. Su Fei sat down, not feeling the slightest desire to drink that cup of beverage. He didn't even need to look to know that the drink was definitely made of blood. Just not sure what kind of blood it was. Time ticked by. Even without a penalty for being late, Su Fei was becoming a bit impatient. And his stomach was quite hungry too. At this moment, the vampire walked over to Su Fei again. He was holding a transparent gift box containing a piece of blood-red food that looked like jelly. This is your order. Saying this, the vampire placed the jelly on the table and then took out a suit and handed it to Su Fei. Since this customer is very important to us, please change into this suit. Ah. Su Fei took the brand new suit, completely stunned. He had only heard of wearing suits to play games before. But he never expected there would be someone delivering takeout in a suit. Indeed, being from a vampire family, even delivering food had to be so elegant. But for the sake of making money, Su Fei had no other choice. He found the restaurant's lounge, changed into the suit, and then left the restaurant. Until this moment, the recipient information on his phone updated again. Bloody Manor, brutal vampire. Brutal vampire? How brutal must they be to take such a name? After placing the jelly down, Su Fei, feeling nervous, directly hopped on his bike. Then he set off towards the destination according to the navigation. A distance of 30 kilometers. If it were in the real world, Su Fei would have wondered if the electric scooter could even make it. At this point, Su Fei's speed had reached even 100 kilometers per hour. And he discovered. No matter how he twisted the throttle, the power kept flowing without stops, he couldn't twist it to the limit at all. Now he truly became the weird fire boy. As Su Fei rode further away, the previously lively city gradually became desolate. It became obvious that the farther he got from the city, the lower the temperature dropped. Buildings became fewer, and the sides of the road were filled with strange plants. From time to time, various strange sounds emerged. Su Fei started to regret it. This place was totally isolated, looking very scary. Just the thought of it made Su Fei feel a sense of fear. Especially the customer's name made him a bit worried. I don't know what Luo Yao and Zitong are doing. When I left, Luo Yao wasn't around. With her personality, she must have cried for half a day. Su Fei couldn't help but recall the days at the scary university before. Although he didn't stay long, it was still the first instance of coming to this eerie world. There, he got quite familiar with the environment. Arriving at the bizarre big city, he suddenly felt smaller than ever. Before he knew it, Su Fei was already approaching his destination. He drove off the main road, arriving at an open grassy area. Just a glance, and he immediately spotted a small castle-like building standing under the blood-red moon. It looked just like something out of a horror movie. Hidden hint, walk to deliver. Hearing the hint, Su Fei had no choice but to park the car aside and take the jelly from the back seat. Hiss. A chilling wind blew, causing Su Fei to get goosebumps all over. He swallowed hard, walking toward the small castle with an uneasy heart. At this moment, inside the small castle, the candlelight was dim. A girl ghost wearing a white nightgown was leisurely sitting on the sofa. The girl ghost had white hair and a petite figure. With pointy ears and two tiny exposed canine teeth, she looked extremely delicate. She was definitely a standard white-haired loli. But similarly, she was also an SSS-level vampire ghost. She swung her little feet, holding the phone to her ear. Yao Yao, don't be sad. It's just a human, right? Even if we can't find this one, there will be more in 4 years. Okay. I will keep an eye out for you. Don't forget to come back and play with me during the holidays. Ding dong. Suddenly, with the sound of the doorbell, the little loli got excited instantly. Alright, no more talk, my delivery is here, I'm about to starve. Remember to send me that person's information later. Saying that, she immediately hung up the phone, jumped off the sofa, and hurried to the door. Su Fei lowered his head and politely said, "Hello, your delivery has arrived." Seeing Su Fei, the white-haired little loli trembled all over, looking at his fair neck with sparkling eyes. You? Are you my delivery? Chapter 41, Spicy. Bitten by a vampire. Looking at the white-haired little loli standing at the door, Su Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a second. Her face was both small and exquisite. Like a carefully sculpted little doll, there was not a flaw to be found. Her pointy little ears resembled those of a fairy from a story. Especially the two slightly exposed little canines, which seemed to have no lethal power at all. In short, she was extremely cute. But then, why would such a cute little sister be called a brutal vampire ghost? Su Fei almost wanted to pinch her face to see what it felt like. But soon, he recalled something. His expression suddenly froze, and he shivered, asking, "Wait, what did you just say?" I said, "Are you my delivery?" The white-haired little loli tilted her head, lightly biting her finger, her little canines shining like white porcelain. "No, you misunderstood. This is your delivery." Su Fei forced a smile. Then he immediately handed over the meal box toward her. Now he had only one thought: to deliver the food and quickly run away. After all, this was an eerie world, and he absolutely could not be deceived by appearances. But it has already melted. Ah? Melted? Su Fei looked down at the meal box in his hand. He saw that the originally translucent red jelly had now turned into a pool of blood, dripping continuously from his hands. No way. It was just fine a moment ago. Su Fei was completely stunned, never expecting that this jelly would melt at this time. All right. Now that you have broken my rules, you cannot leave. The white-haired little girl showed a greedy smile, her two tiger teeth even seemed to grow longer at this moment. No. Su Fei was so shocked that he stepped back repeatedly. But the little girl stretched out her hand and pulled Su Fei into the room with one swift motion, a force no human could resist. Immediately, Su Fei felt a sharp pain in his neck and fainted on the spot. At the same time, the Dragon Country live broadcast room once again became pitch black. The entire population of Dragon Country saw this scene, and everyone's face instantly turned desperate. Countless screams echoed throughout Dragon Country. No! This time Su God is really going to be gone. What? I thought Su God would take her down, how could she act so quickly? Damn, I just said how cute this little girl is, and now in the next second, Su God got caught? Still cute? Now she's going to be the end of him. She's clearly an SSS-level vampire monster. So when Su God gets drained, that's when our Dragon Country gets eliminated? I don't know, but at least there's been no report yet. The black screen of the Dragon Country live broadcast once again attracted a wave of viewers from other countries. As these viewers learned of the news, one by one they cheered, all their previous frustrations being released in a wild outpouring. Nice. This time you Dragon Country is truly finished. Huh? Do you really think Su Fei has that much charm? A female monster would fall in love? Naive. I already said Su Fei was just lucky before. Likes to deliver food? Before all this I really thought he had some special money-making scheme. So he was just delivering himself to death? I'm dying of laughter. I bet he thought he wouldn't earn $1 billion, so he went to die early. If only we could see Su Fei slowly getting drained by the vampire, how wonderful that would be. At this moment, not only was the live broadcast room pitch black, but the entire sky of Dragon Country seemed to be shrouded in darkness. It felt as if a bizarre world was truly about to descend. Countless citizens of Dragon Country were now left speechless. Even the leaders in the official live broadcast hall of Dragon Country remained silent. Audiences worldwide were waiting for the announcement of the Dragon Country contestants' elimination to sound. At this moment, in the bizarre world. In the castle, the candlelight still flickered. Su Fei quietly lay beside the sofa in the living room, completely in a state of unconsciousness. The white-haired little girl was also lying next to Su Fei, biting into his neck and crazily sucking his blood. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. The white-haired little girl reluctantly released her grip, wiping the blood off her lips. Hello? By Lily, I've sent you his information, did you receive it? Oh, yeah, I'm eating takeout right now, I'll check it later. Okay, if you see it, you must help me protect him, I'll come find you when I have a break. Don't worry. By Lily waved her hand, impatiently hanging up the phone, then opened the message. As soon as she opened the message, she saw a picture. Su Fei? 18 years old. Yao has a good eye, this person seems pretty handsome. Wait a minute. Why does this person look a bit familiar? By Lily scratched her head, her brow furrowing. But half a second later, a flash of astonishment suddenly crossed her eyes. Then she slowly turned her gaze to Su Fei lying on the ground, and then looked at the picture on her phone. In that instant, the whole world became extraordinarily quiet. She could even hear her own swallowing sound clearly. No way? Such a coincidence? Didn't they say over 100 people came this time? How could it be? If Yao knows I sucked her boyfriend's blood, and if she doesn't want to play with me, then I would have no friends left? By Lily mumbled to herself, her expression alternating between worry. Sometimes tense, the heart was pounding loudly. Then, how about not doing anything, just destroy the body and erase all traces? And then act as if I saw nothing? But he is the delivery man from the Scare Company, and he should have been registered. If Yao Yao was a bit more careful, she would definitely notice. It's over. Bai Lily thought of this and was so anxious that she almost jumped up. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Even though she had drooled on him and made Su Fei numb, the wound on his neck was not bleeding continuously. But the key is, some of Su Fei's blood had already been sucked by her. Leaving him here would surely lead to death. Unless I give his blood back to him? But, if that's the case, wouldn't he become my person? What if Yao Yao finds out? Wouldn't it be the same as ending up in trouble? Bai Lily's right hand clenched into a fist, continuously pounding on her palm, standing barefoot in front of Su Fei and pacing back and forth. Forget it. Let's give him the blood first. At worst, I'll just let him explain later, it should be fine. After all, this lady has royal blood, I could help him live a long life. Maybe Yao Yao would even thank me if she found out. Saying this, Bai Lily pounced on Su Fei again. She extended her hand, bit into her palm, and blood began to drip down into Su Fei's mouth drop by drop. Wake up, wake up. Whoa, my royal blood, actually being given to you brat like this. Missed my food delivery and lost so much blood, what bad luck, whoa. Bai Lily saw Su Fei still not waking up after a long time. While wiping her tears, she continued to let her blood flow. She simply could not bear to watch her own blood drop. Time passed little by little. And the blood kept dripping non-stop. After an unknown amount of time, Su Fei finally moved his lips. What is this? Why is it so sweet? You woke up. Bai Lily instantly perked up, staring intently at Su Fei. But just as she saw her own blood, she blacked out and collapsed into Su Fei's arms. What happened? Su Fei looked at the white-haired little girl in his arms, completely confused. But he vaguely remembered being bitten on the neck by this little girl who was a vampire. No way. Aren't you a vampire? Why, do you faint at the sight of blood? As Su Fei woke up again, the originally Dark Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room lit up again. Seeing the scene on the screen, in just an instant, the barrage exploded. Chapter 42, How do you talk to the master? What the hell? Su God. He actually didn't die. Really? I was almost crying, afraid Su God would just be gone. Me too. He is the hope of our Dragon Kingdom. It was hard to see Su God come this far. If he loses, I would really cry to death. But didn't this little loli suck Su God's blood? Why did she faint instead? Hiss, if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. Su God's mouth is full of blood, did you see? You don't mean, Su God flipped this vampire over and sucked her back, right? What else could it be? Look, that little loli's hand is bleeding, and there are bite marks on it. What the hell, awesome. Su God really is a god. Even dares to bite the vampire. Where are those people who barked earlier? Come out, who the hell said Su God was gone? This time the scene replay was different from before. For all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was like a rebirth after death. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the official live broadcast hall in the Dragon Kingdom wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Look at the bite marks on Su Fei's neck, he did indeed violate the rules and was attacked. Few can survive an attack from a SSS level anomaly, only Su Fei can do it. Everyone, don't forget, Su Fei has never backed down against the previous few SSS level anomalies. Of course we won't forget. Su Fei is the only hope of all of our Dragon Country citizens. To get this far with a 1% passing rate is truly unimaginable. At this moment, the hearts of the Dragon Country people were greatly uplifted. But of course, other countries' audiences were equally shocked. Su Fei's journey completely refreshed their understanding of the strange rules of the game. I really can't understand. Is Su Fei really a human? Earlier they said he was just lucky, but how did he survive the attacks? Oh my, I can't even imagine how a rule-breaking human can fight back against the bizarre. I think we should send someone to investigate Su Fei's background. I truly don't believe an ordinary college student can achieve this. Why? Why doesn't our country have a player like Su Fei? I have a premonition, could it be that he really can earn 1 billion before the task ends? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, most viewers from abroad had gathered in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room. It wasn't that their country's players had ordinary experiences, nor was it that they didn't care about their own players. Mainly, Su Fei's side was simply too exciting. One could even say it was magical. In an instant, almost the entire world focused their attention on Su Fei. And at this moment, Su Fei's consciousness became clearer and clearer. Looking at the little girl in his arms, he was completely confused. He could clearly sense that she had really taken his blood at first. But then, he didn't know what happened, it was as if he had been revived again. Su Fei even found that his vitality and physical state felt even richer than before. Could it be because of her blood? Su Fei pursed his lips, feeling a lingering sweetness on them. He slowly picked up the little girl by Lily in his arms. Seeing the bite marks on her fair little hand, Su Fei seemed to understand something. She first took my blood, then used her own blood to revive me? Could this be the legendary first embrace? Is she trying to turn me into a vampire member? Su Fei couldn't help but be taken aback inside his heart. At this moment, Bai Lily in his arms also started to stir. MMM. Bai Lily rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them. You're awake? Su Fei looked at Bai Lily in his arms and asked. Ah. Bai Lily's scream echoed throughout the entire castle.
At the same time, the Dragon Country's live room inexplicably went black again. The Dragon Country people watching this were startled for a moment, but quickly felt relieved, even finding it amusing. Setting aside the dangerous moments just now. What does a black screen mean? No one understood it better than the people of Dragon Country. Damn. It really is the god Su, right? This SSS Strange has been scared silly. The reason he is called the god Su is because it always goes black. No need to say more, something must happen after this black screen tonight. Suddenly, I feel that our worries were all unnecessary. Even if we worried, it wouldn't help. Exactly. If God Su can survive this time, what else could defeat him? Looks like we can only go online to check out other players for some fun. In the strange world, inside the blood-colored castle. With the end of that scream, Bai Lily quickly jumped down from Su Fei's arms. Su Fei looked at the little figure of about 1.5 meters in front of him and couldn't help but ask, by the way, as a vampire, why are you fainting at the sight of blood? Bai Lily, puffed up with anger, said, humph. Don't underestimate me, I'm just fainting at the sight of my own blood. Fainting at blood still depends on whose blood it is. Su Fei, puzzled, quickly touched his own teeth. Fortunately, everything was still normal. By the way, little one, I want to ask you, why did you bite me first, then save me? That's because. Halfway through, Bai Lily scratched her head. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Something's not right. He was an SSS level vampire. And the other party was just a human. Even if she had drunk his royal blood, she was still his blood servant. How could he be the one getting questioned? Thinking of this, Bai Lily put her hands on her hips and scolded, Little Su Fei, how do you talk to your master? Little Su Fei? As a man, Su Fei couldn't stand such words. So, he reached out and pinched her little face. So delicate. It really felt like jelly. Su Fei couldn't help but reach out and squeeze her pointy ears. As soon as he touched her ears, Bai Lily instantly shrank back, her small body trembling. It was clear to see that Bai Lily flushed from her chin to the tips of her ears. Woo woo. You can't touch me, stop it. Bai Lily looked wronged, almost bursting into tears. Seeing her like this, Su Fei quickly let go. He couldn't help but look at Bai Lily with suspicion, tentatively asking, Little one, are you really an SSS level vampire? Otherwise? What do you think I am? Su Fei still wore a disbelieving expression. Someone like you can be called a brutal vampire? Humph. Bai Lily looked up at Su Fei. If it weren't for you being Yao Yao's boyfriend, you would already be dead. Yao Yao? Hearing this name, Su Fei immediately became serious and confirmed, you mean, Luo Yao Yao? Yes. Bai Lily took out her phone and said. He called me before you came. Otherwise, why do you think I saved you? So that's how it is. Su Fei suddenly understood. Turns out these two were acquaintances. Quickly give me Yao Yao's contact information. No way. Bai Lily hugged her phone tightly, nervous, I can't give it to you, at least not right now. Why? Because. Bai Lily frowned and then continued, unless you promise me a few conditions first. What conditions? Su Fei frowned. First, you're not allowed to tell Yao Yao that I bit you. And then? Second, you have to donate your fresh blood to me every day until I recover. What do you mean? Your blood is already a part of my body, you must repay some of it to me every day. There's such a thing? Don't worry, I will supplement you with blood food every day, I promise I won't drain you dry. Alright, anything else? Bai Lily bit her finger, I can't think of anything for now. I'll let you know when I do. Okay, I agree to you. Now can you give me the contact information? Still not possible. Bai Lily immediately refused and then said, who knows if you will break your promise. Let's talk when you pass my test. Anyway, Yao Yao can't come here right now. This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. Su Fei was at a loss for words and sighed, by the time you're ready, I might not be around anymore. What do you mean? Bai Lily frowned. I participated in a bizarre blind date, and my date requires me to have 10 billion in savings.
10 billion.
Bai Lily's mouth fell open.
Wait. You have Yao Yao, why are you still going on a weird blind date?
Bai Lily immediately picked up her phone. I have to tell Yao Yao about this and then drain your blood.
Do you think I want this? Su Fei didn't stop Bai Lily. Don't you know what a rule game is? Rule game? Bai Lily instantly understood, then put down her phone. So what are you planning to do now? I need to earn 10 billion, what else can I do? Am I supposed to go against the rules of the world?
Su Fei sighed deeply and sat down on the sofa, deep in thought.
From their earlier conversation,
he had roughly figured out two things.
Zitong and Luo Yao Yao probably couldn't leave the school directly for the time being. And
Zitong probably hadn't told Luo Yao Yao about his bizarre blind date situation.
Fearful that Luo Yao would know, she would be heartbroken.
Bai Lily supported her chin, staring at Su Fei, deep in thought.
You are Yao Yao's boyfriend, and also my blood servant, I can't let you die.
But if it's 10 billion yuan you want, even if you sell me, I can't come up with that.
What kind of trick is this, daring to demand 10 billion? It's simply outrageous.
If I find out who it is, I will definitely suck her dry to take revenge for Yao Yao.
However, if you want to make money quickly, I do have an idea. At this point, Bai Lily immediately jumped onto the sofa.
She leaned her mouth close to Su Fei's ear and began to chatter on non-stop.
Chapter 43, The Calculating Lowly. The Great Plan to Make Money.
Bai Lily, you are truly a genius.
Su Fei rode the little donkey, galloping on the road to the city center.
Bai Lily sat sideways behind Su Fei, her face full of smiles. Otherwise, do you think this lady is an easy target?
You are indeed not an easy target.
Bai Lily got more and more excited. This is the greatest money-making plan in the strange world. You should thank your master.
I hope so. Su Fei let out a deep breath.
He never imagined that such a cute little lowly could be so calculating.
She even attracted the attention of takeaway customers.
Recalling the plan Bai Lily had just described, it actually boiled down to something very simple and straightforward.
He would continue to take orders and deliver food normally. Because he was human.
So, when delivering food, there would be a 90% chance that the strange customers would have crooked ideas. The strange customers would try every means to make him break the rules and then take action.
But once they acted, that would be the end for them.
Because he was Bai Lily's first turn, taking action would violate Bai Lily's rules. Thus, Bai Lily could naturally use various ways to rob the strange customers of their property. Even if they sued them in the strange court, it would be useless. Because the rule of the strange world is that strength is paramount, high level is king. Low-level strange beings have no right to speak, let alone having violated the rules of high-level strange beings.
It can only be said.
To think of such a way to make money is truly a genius move.
It's simply using one's human identity to dig a rule trap, pulling a scam. However,
this is originally a strange world above the rules.
If you want to live,
it doesn't mean these strange will let you live. If the other party doesn't break the rules, there naturally won't be any problems.
You have a new takeaway order, please check.
Just returned to the city, Su Fei's phone rang with a series of notification sounds. Bai Lily looked at the phone, shook her head. No, the ones living in the slums clearly have no money.
Ha!
This one looks pretty good, at least it's in an apartment complex.
Let's go with this one. Bai Lily pointed to the last delivery message on the phone. Okay. Su Fei nodded and accepted the order. Alright, the next part is up to you.
After Bai Lily said this, she transformed into a silvery white small bat pendant, hanging around Su Fei's neck.
Su Fei did not expect that this adorable little lowly was now a charm on his body. Let's go.
Bai Lily's voice sounded in his ear, and Su Fei did not hesitate, officially starting the first order.
Due to the nature of the strange world,
the strange living in the strange city seem to never rest. No matter what time it is always very lively here. The strange who work and live here are also seamlessly connecting in and out, there is absolutely no downtime. Including restaurants, almost all business places operate without exception. When you are open, I take a break.
When I take a break, you operate. Ensuring that there are strains active 24 hours a day. It's simply the ecstasy of capitalists. So soon, Su Fei smoothly got the food delivery and followed the navigation to the neighborhood's location. Delivery human?
The strange security guard of the neighborhood saw Su Fei riding in, his mind whirled, and he showed a creepy smile. But at that moment, the small bat pendant on Su Fei's chest emitted a burst of silvery light. The strange security guard instantly broke into a cold sweat and with a bang, he fell straight to the ground.
My lord, I didn't recognize you, please come in quickly.
The strange security guard quickly let him pass, even daring not to say another word.
The whole neighborhood was very dim, with an eerie stench lingering everywhere.
It was completely like an old, broken place with no management. It was probably not much better than a true slum.
Unit 9, Room 404.
Su-fei rode his little donkey and soon found this place.
He parked the bike and walked towards the upstairs.
Although there was no elevator, it was only the 4th floor, so it didn't take long for Su-fei to reach there.
Bang, bang, bang. Su-fei knocked hard on the rusty iron door.
After all, the worse the service attitude, the more it could provoke the other's anger, making it easier to act.
After a while,
the iron door opened, and a familiar strange figure appeared before Su-fei.
Is it you? Is it you, kid? Su-fei and the strange figure locked eyes, both gasping in surprise.
Because the strange one in front of him was none other than the taxi driver who had taken him to the strange talent market earlier.
Good. I didn't expect to run into you again.
The strange driver immediately revealed an evil smile and violently threw the delivery that Su-fei was holding onto the ground.
Now that the delivery is spilled, tell me, how are you going to compensate? Seeing this scene, Su-fei couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Wasn't Bai Lily just doing this earlier, intending to make him break the rules on purpose?
But now with the SSS-class vampire hanging on him, he naturally had no reason to worry.
Su-fei crossed his arms and provocatively looked at the strange driver. So what do you want me to compensate?
Very simple. The strange driver excitedly rubbed his hands. Just take off your hands for me, and then hand over your strange card, and I'll let you go.
Strange card? Su-fei stroked his chin and asked, are you talking about the silver card or the black card?
Heh, stop pretending.
The strange driver looked at him with disdain. How could a human like you have a black card? Sorry, but I actually have one.
Su-fei smiled, took out the black card that the purple pupil had given him from his pocket.
You.
The strange driver was stunned for a moment when he saw the black card appear, then his eyes became extremely greedy.
I didn't expect you really have a black card. But since that's the case, you can't blame me for being cruel, just blame yourself for being too showy.
The strange driver revealed a fierce look, and he instantly raised his hand, wanting to drag Su-fei into his room.
Su-fei's heart tightened.
But at that moment, the small bat pendant on his chest suddenly disappeared, and then Bai Lily appeared beside Su-fei.
SSS class strange.
As soon as Bai Lily appeared, the strange driver abruptly shrank back, his hair standing on end. And he was just an A-grade strange after all.
Why, Your Excellency?
The strange driver was like a startled bird, plopping down to the ground. You have a lot of nerve, daring to lay hands on my blood servant.
I didn't know.
Bai Lily looked at the strange driver in front of her and slowly spoke. Tell me, do you want your life, or do you want to hand over your strange card? Spare my life, I'm willing to give the strange card to you, my lord. The strange driver trembled, took out a silver strange card from his bosom, and handed it to Bai Lily with both hands.
Bai Lily gave Su-fei a knowing glance. Su-fei understood and took out his silver strange card, gently tapping it.
The strange silver card instantly turned white. And Su-fei could clearly sense that his strange card amount had already become 200,000.
Next time, keep your eyes open.
The strange driver quickly bowed his head. Yes, you are right, my lord, thank you for sparing my life. After Bai Lily said this, she took Su-fei and walked down the stairs. Once they reached the bottom, Bai Lily was bursting with excitement.
Ah, this is so much fun. No one has ever played such a fun game with me before.
Bai Lily spun around, and her white dress danced with her, her face showing uncontrollable excitement. Su-fei looked at Bai Lily and couldn't help but think of where she lived.
A remote manor, a huge castle.
Yet only Bai Lily, a little girl, lived there alone.
Su-fei asked without thinking, little one, doesn't anyone keep you company at home?
As soon as he said this, Bai Lily's smile gradually faded. She was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and transformed into a little bat pendant, hanging on Su-fei's chest.
But at the same time,
Su-fei felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been bitten by a big mosquito.
Humph.
Bai Lily's voice rang in his ear. I help you make money, but you have to pay a price, keep taking orders.
You have a new order. Su-fei opened his phone again and glanced at the delivery address. Deliver to Nightmare Building?
As soon as he saw the address, Bai Lily's voice chimed in again. Hurry up and accept it, the strange ones here have more money.
Okay. Su-fei immediately accepted the order, hastily riding his little donkey towards the store. Meanwhile,
because of the black screen in the Longwa livestream, many viewers from Longwa started to watch livestreams from other countries. Among them, in the Shaohan country livestream. The Shaohan player was inside a building, happily chatting with a portly man who seemed strangely familiar. All the people from Shaohan country watched the screen, their faces full of joy. Player Park just joined the company and got such a big order, the commission must be at least 300,000, right? That's right, we only need 1.38 million to successfully match, we have hope.
I wonder how much that player from some country has in savings now, huh? Even if that Su Fei survived just now, as long as he doesn't earn 10 billion, he'll be doomed sooner or later. 10 billion? Just relying on delivering takeout, he would never earn 10 billion in his next life, right? At this moment, in the video, the Shaohan player Park stood up. Boss, the contract has been signed. When will your investment funds be transferred? The portly man smiled unnervingly, saying, no rush, I've arranged for takeout. After we finish eating, I can transfer the funds, you can eat here too. Okay. The Shaohan player Park responded with a beaming smile. But inside, he held great disdain. Clearly a boss worth millions, yet he still chose to eat takeout. However, to make the order profitable, he had no choice but to put on an enforced smile. Ding dong. Oh. The takeout has arrived. The fat man was just about to get up. But at that moment, the Shaohan player Park rushed ahead with a flattering smile. No, you stay seated, I'll go get it. Chapter 44, Losing Money. You scared my little Su Fei. The door was opened. And the Shaohan player Park recognized Su Fei at a glance. How are you here? Ha? Su Fei was also a bit surprised to see the Shaohan player. TSK, I didn't expect to run into you here. Player Park had a gentle smile on his face. But in reality, he was silently ridiculing him. Without the help of the SSS class female strange, Su Fei was nothing at all. I'm also quite surprised. Su Fei looked at the other smile, but became increasingly vigilant inside. Because during college, this person left a very bad impression on him. There is always a hint of sinister flashing in his eyes, like a scorpion lurking in the dark corners. As soon as one lets down their guard, they can be poisoned by the other. Especially at this stage. When all the competitors have been thrown into this bizarre city of freedom. Their purpose is no longer just to complete tasks simply. The rules state that people cannot harm each other. But if one truly wants to kill someone, there is no need to do it themselves. At this moment, when Su Fei's image appeared in the live broadcast of the Little Han Country, the Dragon Country's live broadcast finally restored its image. So now everyone is clueless about what Su Fei just did. Even less do they know about Su Fei and Bai Lily's great money-making plan. In the live broadcast of Little Han Country, there are still many citizens from the Dragon Country arguing with the audience of Little Han Country. I missed a moment. How did Su God deliver the takeout to the thief contestant? Where's the little loli? I want to see the white-haired little loli. His Su God didn't suck the little loli to death, did he? Oh my, that's a real blood-sucking monster. The people of Dragon Country are starting to fantasize again. Isn't it just lucky survival? Way too much bragging. Exactly. Can you go back to your own live broadcast? Be a bit polite? Polite? What's polite? You were the first to bark like dogs. Just lucky to survive from the SSS strange. Do you really think Su Fei is Superman? No, how could Su God be Superman? He's super strange. I can't take it anymore. While there is no SSS strange helping him, Player Park, quickly find a way to take down Su Fei. For a moment, the live broadcast room of Little Han Country was in an uproar between the two countries' citizens. Especially the wishes of the Little Han Country's people seem to have been heard by this Player Park. A hint of strange color flashed in Player Park's eyes, and he then smiled gently. Su Fei, delivering takeout must be tiring, why not come in and sit for a bit? Isn't this inappropriate? I'm just a takeout delivery person. Su Fei pretended to be shy, but deep down he had long wanted to go in. After all, in the strange world, local rules are also rules, and the simplest and most effective way is to have someone intrude into a ghost's lair. If he doesn't give the other side a chance to harm him, how can he earn 10 billion? Sure enough. Seeing Su Fei show a hint of shyness, Player Park became even more excited. What are you talking about? We are all humans, we should help each other. The boss here is very easy to approach, maybe I can help you introduce a better job. As he said this, Line New Player Park took the takeout from Su Fei's hand. He reached out and grabbed his arm, displaying a warm and hospitable demeanor. Oh, this really isn't good? This is the customer's home, my shoes are dirty. Su Fei said with his mouth that he wouldn't go in, but his body didn't stop at all. He didn't even expect that the experiences learned during the new year receiving red envelopes could be used here. Finally, after a little pushing, Su Fei walked in. But just as his foot stepped into the doorway, a gust of sinister wind swept in. Not only Su Fei. Even Player Park broke into a cold sweat. But Player Park's gaze hardened, and he slammed the takeout down heavily on the ground. The packaging was smashed open, and a small bear-shaped cake fell directly to the ground. No! My cute little bear! The fat strange bared its teeth, wanting to tear. Above the Mediterranean head, a blue ghost fire burst forth, sharply dropping the surrounding temperature. This is an SSS level strange. Seeing the strange get angry,
Player Park quickly changed his face and explained, looking pitiful.
Boss, this delivery person doesn't know what's going on. He just won't let me help you take it. Damn it, damn it.
The fat strange looked at Su Fei, trembling all over. However, it did not attack Su Fei immediately. Instead, it slowly bent down. Looking at the little bear cake that was already broken beyond repair, he tried to piece it back together again.
You better give me an explanation. Hearing that, Player Park couldn't help but get nervous too. He stared hard at Su Fei, not knowing how Su Fei would explain. But what he didn't expect was, Su Fei didn't seem like he wanted to explain anything at all. Su Fei also slowly squatted down. He glanced at the fat weirdo who was trying hard to reassemble the little bear cake. Then he reached out and grabbed a part of the little bear cake that had just been pieced together, gently rubbing it between his fingers. Give it up. Broken is broken. No matter how you try to fix it, it won't go back.
As soon as these words came out, Player Park's brain went completely blank.
This Su Fei must be crazy. The fat weirdo's pupils were trembling, and the anger in his heart was piling up fast. At the same time, seeing Su Fei's behavior, the viewers in the Little Han Nation livestream room were all completely shocked. He's crazy.
The Dragon Nation player is really crazy.
Without an SSS level weirdo by his side, Su Fei is dead for sure. So naive. He really thinks just because he got a few SSS level ones, he's invincible? If Su Fei gets eliminated, I believe the whole world will thank our Little Han. Dragon Nation people, see this? This is the brain of someone with a 1% clearance rate.
And at this moment, the Dragon Nation people who saw this were also frightened badly.
God Su, is he being provoked or something? Now that there's no SSS level weirdo protection, will something really go wrong? God Su can even beat SSS level ones, this weirdo is only SS level. Bro, how can that be the same? What is God Su really trying to do?
Including Player Park on the scene. Everyone watching the livestream was once again completely shocked by Su Fei's move.
And just then, the fat weirdo's anger finally exploded.
You destroyed my little bear cake, I'm going to kill you. He suddenly stood up, and the suit on his body was instantly burned away by blue ghost flames. Player Park's expression turned joyful, and he quickly moved behind the fat guy. The ghost fire burned more and more fiercely, and the fat weirdo's whole body was wrapped in it. He stretched out his hand, aiming straight for Su Fei's neck. But at that very moment, bursts of silver light flashed, the fat man's ghost fire was instantly extinguished, and his outstretched hand couldn't move forward at all. Right after that, a silver white light appeared on Su Fei's chest. A cute and tiny loli jumped out from Su Fei's chest. You dare to touch my servant? Bai Lililai stood with hands on her hips, staring directly at the fat man in front of her. The fat man felt Bai Lililai's terrifying aura, the ghost fire instantly disappeared, and his face was full of fear.
Milady?
Bai Lililai didn't even bother to respond to him, she just reached out her cute little hand.
Fatty! You scared my little Su Fei, do you know that? Pay up. Seeing this scene, all the Little Han Nation viewers exploded completely. Chapter 45, warning you. Don't sneak into my room. Wait, where did this loli jump out from?
I just saw, she seemed to have jumped out from Su Fei's chest.
I remember, Su Fei seemed to be wearing an extra pendant compared to before. No, you tell me, why did she become Su Fei's pendant? Aish, isn't this blackmail? This is a crime. The smiles didn't disappear,
but all moved to the faces of Dragon Nation people.
No way, does little Shiba still have the face to accuse others of blackmail first? Can someone explain, is there even law in the world of weirdos? Damn it, wasn't it you guys who switched the test papers? And now you're framing Su Fei again? Ha ha ha. I knew God Su wouldn't act stupid on purpose.
From now on, even if God Su hurts himself, I'll think it's all part of his plan.
Whoa, am I the only one who wants a little loli pendant too? Bro, you're not alone.
Bai Lililai's appearance. Not only did the barrage catch everyone off guard, it completely broke down the defenses of Player Park on site.
No way, buddy. Are you really an SSS level slot? Is it that only SSS level cards can be plugged in? Everyone else is looking forward to completing the matchmaking task, hoping to randomly find an SSS level partner. But unexpectedly, Su Fei just arrived for less than half a day, and already got an SSS level weirdness. He even helped Su Fei with this extortion thing. Is this reasonable? Can this still go on? What are you frozen for? Didn't you see that my little Su Fei is scared silly? Without a few 100 million, oh no, without 10 billion, he can't stand up.
Saying this, Bai Lily stepped her little foot on Su Fei's foot.
Don't look at that little foot, stepping down hurts a lot. Su Fei's expression twisted in pain gradually. Look at him, he's like this now. Bai Lili frowned, then hugged Su Fei's face and started to comfort him. Little Su Fei, don't cry, don't cry. Su Fei took a deep breath, forcibly holding back the pain. For 10 billion. Just bear with it, it's nothing. Master. I really didn't know he was your blood servant. The fat man trembled strangely all over. As a businessman in the strange world, he certainly knew this was extortion. But what could he do? The other side was an SSS-level vampire weirdness, he couldn't help it. If he dared not agree, he'd probably be hung on the wall the next second. Losing weird currency could be earned back, but losing weird life meant losing everything. No more takeout in the future. The fat man, wanting to cry but having no tears, could only accept his bad luck. In the strange world, being able to earn so much weird currency was not without experience. He had done darker things than this, just that today he ran into a tough opponent. He took out a black card from his pocket. Here, 1,500,000, this is all the cash I have left. Hearing this, Player Park suddenly shivered. Not good. My contract. Thinking of this, Player Park's face turned pale instantly. Even though Bai Lili and Su Fei couldn't directly attack him. If the contract wasn't finalized and he lost the client, that would be a violation of regulations, which could also cost him his life. Alright, let's leave it at that. Bai Lili reached out, skillfully took out his silver card from Su Fei's embrace. With a gentle touch, Su Fei's own silver card also turned black at that moment. This time I'll let you off, but remember next time. Bai Lili returned the card to Su Fei and then flipped her hair. Little Su Fei, let's go. Su Fei pretended to be in pain, limping along with Bai Lili toward the elevator behind them. Only leaving that bizarre fat man and Player Park dazed in place. As soon as they turned the corner, Su Fei straightened up. Su Fei could feel that since he drank Bai Lili's blood, everything seemed to be enhanced. He. This is so exciting, I want to play more. Bai Lili couldn't help but grab Su Fei's hand and started shaking it, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. It really is fun. Su Fei looked at the 2 black cards in his hand, adding up to over 25 million. Just with these 2 orders, he earned so much. I'm afraid the boss of the horror takeout company didn't expect this. If this continued, 10 billion really wasn't impossible. Let's go, and keep accepting orders. Bai Lili pulled Su Fei into the elevator. By the time they returned to the parking lot, it was already past midnight. Su Fei was extremely exhausted. On the contrary, Bai Lili's eyes shone brightly, repeatedly fiddling with the phone that Su Fei used to take orders. Why are they all from slums? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands isn't interesting. Bai Lili lifted her phone, glancing at Su Fei, who was almost asleep. Let's go back, we'll continue tomorrow. Su Fei nodded. Money needs to be made, but rest is also necessary. If he collapsed, how could he continue making money? So, Su Fei rode the ghost fire, carrying Bai Lili as he sped towards the blood-colored castle. But at that moment, deep inside Su Fei's mind, he heard the announcement from the eerie world. Cold Country contestant has been eliminated. The moment the announcement appeared, the entire Cold Country livestream fell into silence, and the screen became completely dark. Other contestants who were working hard to earn money in various places felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing the announcement. In just half a day, someone had already begun to get eliminated. But thankfully, it wasn't because the matchmaker task time had run out. Otherwise, no one would have survived at all. So, everyone began to work even harder to earn money. On the other side, Su Fei and the others returned to the castle, and Bai Lili still wore a bright smile on her face. Come with me. They followed the stairs up to one of the rooms on the second floor. Here, you will live here from now on. Pushing open the door, Bai Lili pointed at the black coffin placed on the ground. Su Fei looked at the coffin and felt a bit uncomfortable inside. But thinking that Bai Lili was a vampire, sleeping in a coffin seemed very reasonable. Luckily, the coffin was not small. For Su Fei's size, it was just enough for him to turn over. Okay, good night. After Bai Lili said this, she prepared to leave. But just as she was about to walk out of the room, she turned her head and said one more thing. I warn you, my room is right next door. You must not secretly come to my room to take my phone. Once you pass my test, I will definitely give you Yao Yao's contact information. Okay. Su Fei yawned and then flipped into the coffin. Just as he entered the coffin, the Dragon Country livestream also fell into complete darkness again. The Dragon Country audience had long been used to this. I didn't expect it to be quite comfortable. As soon as Su Fei lay down, he felt as if his whole body had been purified. Not only was there a faint fragrance, but the temperature was also just right. Before long, Su Fei fell into a deep sleep. However, just over an hour later, Su Fei's door was quietly opened. A silver-white little bat flapped its wings and flew into Su-Fei's coffin. Seeing the tempting neck in front of it, the little bat immediately revealed its tiny sharp teeth and bit down without hesitation. MMM. In his sleep, Su-Fei seemed to sense something unusual. He turned over and directly pinned the little bat beneath him. GG. The originally silver-white little bat suddenly transformed into red all over at that moment. Chapter 46, Does your little bat open the door by itself? Perhaps because he was too tired. Su-Fei slept exceptionally soundly this time. Not only that, but he also had a strange dream. In the dream, he saw Luo Yao holding a big kitchen knife, wildly chasing and hacking at him. And she cursed him for being a beast, a small fish, a pervert. She even went after a cute little loli like Bai Lily. Even in the dream, Su-Fei couldn't help but feel amused. Yes. Su-Fei admitted that Bai Lily was very cute. But he was not a beast. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Su-Fei stretched and was just about to open his eyes. Little Su-Fei, don't go, play with me. Hearing the humming in his ear, Su-Fei's whole body stiffened. Sleep talking? Immediately after, he felt a pair of hands hugging his neck, and warm breaths came from his nape. Su-Fei slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slightly turning to the side. What immediately came into view were two shiny little tiger teeth. A delicate and cute little face also became exceptionally clear at this moment. With a slightly open mouth, it occasionally made soft humming sounds. Su-Fei was completely stunned. Could it be that he was sleepwalking? But no, this was clearly his own room. It must be that Bai Lily came in by herself. Just as Su-Fei's thoughts were racing, he felt himself being held even tighter. Her legs were resting on Su-Fei, completely treating him as a pillow. She even rubbed her head against his neck repeatedly. At this moment, Su-Fei was utterly at a loss. Should he wake her? But Bai Lily looked so cute while sleeping, he really couldn't bear to disturb her. Thus, Su-Fei was caught in a dilemma, not knowing if he had given up resisting or simply didn't want to resist at all. In any case, it wasn't long before Su-Fei unexpectedly dozed off again. However, not long after he fell back asleep, Bai Lily shivered. She lay flat, rubbed her eyes. Just as she was about to open her eyes, Su-Fei's leg pressed against her body. Bai Lily jumped in shock and turned to see the sleeping Su-Fei, her grayish-white pupils suddenly contracting. Oh no, oh no. How did I end up sleeping with little Su-Fei? Bai Lily's heart raced as her little face instantly flushed red with nervousness. She recalled everything that had happened last night. When she had turned into a little bat, she had initially wanted to escape when Su-Fei held her down. But then she couldn't help but want to drink Su-Fei's blood. So, she could only continue drinking blood. As she did so, before she knew it, she fell asleep. Oh no! If Su-Fei finds out and tells Yao Yao, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Bai Lily showed a look of panic and quickly transformed into a red little bat, flying towards the door. Perhaps because she was too nervous, she almost crashed into the door. Then, Bai Lily immediately returned to her own room next door, diving straight into her coffin. She closed the coffin lid tightly, afraid of being discovered. Woo woo woo. What should I do? What should I do? Bai Lily tightly hugged the blanket with her little pink fists, clearly in a panic. Fortunately, Su-Fei hasn't woken up yet. He probably doesn't know anything. But even if he knows, so what? I just drank a little blood. As his blood servant, it's only natural for me to drink his blood. It's also his responsibility. Besides, if it weren't for me, how would he complete the mission and earn 10 billion? Yes. Exactly. After a round of self-comfort, Bai Lily seemed to feel less tense than before. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in Bai Lily's ears. She picked up her phone and saw the caller ID was none other than Luo Yao. Startled, she dropped her phone, instantly turning back into her normal form. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Should I answer, or not? What if Yao Yao asks if I've seen Su-Fei? Bai Lily's mind was in a mess. But after a moment's thought, she finally chose to answer the call. Hello, hello? Bai Lily's voice trembled. Lily, what's wrong? Why are you sounding so nervous? I'm nothing, just feeling a bit cold. Cold? Go find some blood food. By the way, how's the thing I asked you to do going? Have you seen my boyfriend? I haven't seen him. Sigh, well, the weird world is so big, he might not be in the city of weirdness. You're right. I just hope he's okay. I wonder what kind of rule games he's facing and whether he'll be in danger. He should be fine, right? I believe in him, but there's still some time until the break. If you see him, you must protect him. Don't worry, I'll make sure the task is completed. Good, then I'll hang up. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lily finally sighed in relief. as an SSS-level anomaly at the top of the food chain in the world of anomalies. She hadn't felt this kind of tension in a long time. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Su Fei's voice came from outside. Little one, are you awake? It's getting late, shouldn't we go out to make some money? You go downstairs first, I'll be right there. Hearing that they were going out to make money, Bai Lily instantly became excited. She hurriedly opened the coffin cover and jumped out from inside. At that moment, outside the door, Su Fei was not standing at the doorstep, but was walking downstairs. Just as he was going down the stairs, he noticed several photos hanging on the wall. In the photos were 3 blood-sucking monsters, with Bai Lily standing in the middle. Next to her were a man and a woman, presumably Bai Lily's parents. In the photo, Bai Lily wore a happy smile. Thinking about Bai Lily's expression when she mentioned a certain person yesterday, Su Fei couldn't help but ponder for a moment. But he didn't think too much and continued walking downstairs, sitting on the sofa to wait. Fortunately, the waiting time was not long. In less than half an hour, Bai Lily walked out of the room. As a monster, the issue of makeup simply didn't exist. Besides, with Bai Lily's looks, makeup couldn't even showcase her exquisite features. She kept Su Fei waiting for so long mainly to calm her anxious heart. Bai Lily pretended to be calm and asked, "So, how is it, little Su Fei? Did you sleep comfortably in my home?" Su Fei glanced at Bai Lily. After waking up from his nap, Bai Lily had disappeared. It was clear that this little girl was pretending not to know anything. It was pretty comfortable, but it feels like there are mosquitoes in your castle, wanting to suck my blood. How could there be mosquitoes? Bai Lily immediately denied it, but soon thought of something and quickly added, "There are no mosquitoes, but there are little bats." "So, you mean I got bitten by little bats?" Su Fei asked. "MMHM." Bai Lily nodded. As a bloodsucker, it's normal to have a few little bats at home, right? Then do your little bats know how to open the door themselves? Chapter 47, is being big really impressive? Let's go, it's getting late. Bai Lily quickly pulled Su Fei, ending the topic. Since the other party wouldn't admit it, Su Fei naturally wouldn't dwell on it anymore. After all, the most important task right now is to make money, still make money. That is 10 billion, right now, he has less than 30 million. Even if he could earn 30 million every day, it would still take over a month. Over a month, and the task could end at any moment. Su Fei decided, in the end, to take a gamble. So, Su Fei rode his bike again, taking Bai Lily and heading toward the city center. Little one, I want to ask, have you been to the monster casino? Casino? Bai Lily shook her head, I've never been. How about we go to the casino and have some fun? Sure. Bai Lily's face was full of excitement. Seeing this, Su Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was as if Bai Lily hadn't gone out to play at all before knowing him. It was just noon. The blood moon hung high above, but the wind in the monster world was very cool. When they returned to the city center, Su Fei's phone once again showed many food delivery orders. But he didn't pay attention to them this time. Instead, he headed directly toward the casino according to the navigation. The Monster Casino. Not only was it located in the bustling central area, but it also covered a huge area. The side of the casino had a very large parking lot, filled with all kinds of weird-looking cars. Near the parking lot, they could clearly see some eerie limbs and drunken gambling monsters. Sure enough, the casino in the monster world was even scarier. If it weren't for the urgency to complete the task, Su Fei really wouldn't dare to enter such a place. But with Bai Lily along and hidden hints, it should be fine. As they approached the casino, Bai Lily transformed back into a little bat pendant, hanging on Su Fei's chest. Like other monsters, Su Fei rode the delivery bike and parked directly at the casino entrance. The nearby gambling monsters, seeing Su Fei's bike, all revealed creepy smiles. Su Fei threw the keys in his hand towards the security guard at the door. The guard was about to make a fuss when he saw it was a delivery car. But just then, he noticed a corner of the black card peeking out from Su Fei's shirt pocket. He quickly smiled and helped Su Fei park the car in the parking lot. Having money is simply delightful. Su Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Something he hadn't experienced in the real world, he was experiencing here. And as long as he had the weird currency, even as a human, he could also show the oddities respect. Walking into the casino doors, a wave of noisy sounds hit him. Men and women, all sorts of strange and odd beings were everywhere. Some were excitedly at the gaming tables, while others relaxed at the bar, drinking. Roulette wheels, weird currency machines, all kinds of games were available. It was strange here, the oddities were not affected by Su Fei's arrival but were lost in their own worlds. However, at that moment, a graceful female oddity, looking about 27 or 28, approached Su Fei with a drink in hand.
With her chestnut-colored big waves and low-cut suit, her strong presence was astonishing, almost on par with the purple-eyed. One look and it was clear she had terrifying abilities in her career.
Hello, is this your first time at our casino? The female oddity deliberately lowered her posture as she handed Su Fei the drink. Su Fei took the drink, unconsciously letting his gaze fall into the abyss.
Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his chest.
Su Fei took a deep breath and turned his gaze away. Yes, it is my first time. Good, then please follow me to the VIP lounge. The chestnut-haired female oddity led the way, and Su Fei quickly followed.
Since they were all casino people, once the security guard saw him take out the black card, the internal staff must have already been informed. Soon, after various twists and turns, Su Fei was brought to the VIP lounge and sat on the sofa.
Sir, may I ask your surname?
Su. Good, Mr. Su, let me first explain the rules of our casino. The chestnut-haired female oddity said with a full smile. First of all, only customers with a deposit of over 50 million can enter the VIP area to entertain.
Of course, because you are human, even if you don't make a deposit, you can still come. Because a human itself is worth 50 million weird currency here. If you need, you can come to me to mortgage for weird currency at any time.
After saying that, the chestnut-haired female oddity handed Su Fei a price list.
1 million for hands, 2 million for legs.
Everything, from head to heart, all priced clearly. All body organs together totaled exactly 50 million. When Su Fei saw this, he roughly understood the meaning behind it.
With weird currency, one bets with weird currency. Without weird currency, one bets with life.
Hiss.
So that means if those contestants with low requirements for matchmaking come here, can't they just cut off an arm to complete the task? But soon.
The female oddity reminded again, of course, the mortgaged weird currency can only be used in our casino, not for other places, you can only take away what you win. Alright, Mr. Su, you can enjoy entertainment in the VIP area and directly use the weird card to pay. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time, here's my contact information.
After saying that, the chestnut-haired female oddity handed Su Fei a business card. The name written was Leah, position, casino manager, SS level oddity.
Mr. Su, good luck. Leah then reached out, patted Su Fei's shoulder, even getting close to reveal that frightening abyss. But at that moment, a silver-white light flickered, as if a holy light covered the abyss.
Feeling this terrifying aura, Leah's face changed instantly, and she took several steps back. Then, Bai Lily appeared in front of Su Fei.
Seeing Bai Lily, Leah's face was full of panic. So Mr. Su already has an adult to take care of him. I'm sorry for my rudeness.
Humph, how shameless. Adult, I was wrong. You used a deadly weapon to threaten my little Su Fei, right? Bai Lily extended her hand. Give me money.
Okay. Leah didn't hesitate at all and took out a black mysterious card from her body.
Adult, here is 10 million, consider it a meeting gift from our casino, please calm down. That's more like it.
Bai Lily's tone was filled with disdain as she directly took the mysterious card.
Adult, I wish you have a great time. Leah hurriedly left the VIP lounge, her chest soaked with sweat.
At this moment, Bai Lily handed the mysterious card to Su Fei and asked, Little Su Fei, you didn't bring me here just to see this, right?
How could that be? I came to earn 1 billion.
Su Fei took the mysterious card and placed it together with the other cards. After touching it, all the mysterious coins were stored in his card, and the other 2 cards turned transparent. Now Su Fei had more than 30 million, close to 40 million in savings. As for that several 100,000 balance, Su Fei didn't mind too much. There was still a long way to go before reaching 1 billion.
Let's go, let's take a look inside.
Su Fei was about to push open the grand entrance to the VIP area, but found Bai Lily still standing in place.
What's wrong? Jealous? No. Then what's this?
Su Fei asked.
Bai Lily said angrily, why would I be jealous? Is having big breasts so impressive? Su Fei was helpless, I never said having big breasts is impressive.
Hearing this, Bai Lily frowned, her ears instantly turning red. I
am just responsible for Yao Yao. Really just responsible for Yao Yao? Oh. Don't ask. Aren't you here to make money? After Bai Lily said this, she once again turned into a pendant hanging around Su Fei's neck. But the originally silver pendant had turned pink. Su Fei could even feel a slight warmth. This Lily. Su Fei couldn't help but smile.
Then he pushed open the grand door of the VIP area and walked in. At the same time, the live broadcast room of Manhwa also restored its image.
Chapter 48, Rules of Jiangxia, but I know the rules. Why is it a casino? Is Su God trying to take a gamble? That's 1 billion, I think Su God's choice is not wrong. Look at the gambling spirits here, they are basically all S and SS level, not easy to deal with.
If this were in the past, this casino could be a separate dungeon.
Yeah, gambling money is fine, but I'm afraid here they are gambling lives.
Su God never does things without confidence, he should be able to do it. I wonder what kind of gameplay Su God will choose.
The audience of Longwa watched Su Fei on the screen, holding their breath. At this moment, Su Fei took a stroll around this VIP entertainment area.
Actually, the gameplay inside is not much different from outside. There are various games like cards, dice, and so on. But compared to the outside, the order and service quality inside have been improved several levels. Should he choose to play cards or play dice?
Su Fei scanned his surroundings, suddenly falling into a dilemma. Dice is simple, one can guess whether it's odd or even in big or small. As for cards, Su Fei didn't know much, but he had played games like Do Diju and Jiajin Hua. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a series of pleasant gingling sounds. Sure enough, it was a hidden hint. Su Fei was overjoyed inside, but his face didn't show much expression. In a place like this, the appearance of a hidden hint represents something he knows clearly. Su Fei followed the sound and saw a line of silver small words shining on one of the card tables. He pretended to be nonchalant and walked to the card table pointed by the hint. On the card table, besides the dealer girl spirit, there were 5 male spirit players of different kinds. These strange beings frowned, their eyes flickering, continuously observing their opponents' expressions at the poker table. And the game being played at this table was none other than the familiar Jia JH that Su Fei knew well. Hidden hint, rules of Jia JH? The dealer randomly draws rule cards, customizing each round's rules. This round's rule, when there are only 2 players left, the first to fold wins. Rule card? Upon seeing this hidden hint, Su Fei quickly gazed toward the dealer. He saw that in front of the dealer, there was a separate pile of cards with the words rules written on them. As for what rules were inside, no one knew. Indeed thrilling. With this thought, Su Fei's gaze turned to the last 2 strange beings at the table. 500,000. Call 500,000. I'll raise it to 1 million. The 2 strange beings were flushed, completely locked in, unwilling to throw in their cards first. Just then, the white-haired strange being in front of Su Fei hesitated first, as he had little money left. He picked up his hand again to confirm. A straight of JQK. This was a decent hand, and there was already nearly 10 million in bets on the table. On the other hand, the short-haired strange being was smoking, showing no signs of tension. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire gambling game turned intense. The white-haired strange being wanted to give up, but if he lost, he would have nothing left. Yet, if he folded, he was also unwilling. This is the psychology of a gambler. After a long struggle, the white-haired strange being finally took a deep breath and threw his cards into the pile. I fold. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone, including Su Fei, turned their gaze toward the dealer. The dealer opened the rule card and smiled at everyone, saying, "In this round, when there are only 2 players left, the first to fold wins." Sure enough. Su Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he could already envision himself counting money. Haha, I win. The white-haired strange being was overjoyed, while the short-haired strange being's expression was like he had eaten something foul, and he angrily threw away his hand. The female dealer, seeing Su Fei, naturally already had relevant information about him. She smiled and asked, "Mr. Su, would you like to give it a try?" At this moment, the surrounding strange beings turned their attention to Su Fei, as if looking at a lamb about to be slaughtered. They all knew that once the human entered, there would be 50 million, and they were unfamiliar with the rules here. Su Fei smiled and scratched his head. I think I might not be able to play this. At this moment, the white-haired strange being smiled and said, "Hey, don't say that. You saw how I won just now, it was pure luck." As soon as he said this, several other strange beings also spoke up to persuade him, fearing that Su Fei, this lamb, would go to another table. "Alright then, since you all say so, I'll play a little with you." Su Fei sat down at the table of the white-haired strange being. Like the other strange beings, he also inserted his strange card into the card slot in front of the table. Both wins and losses would directly deduct from the strange card. Alright, a new round begins. The female dealer used her abilities to gather all the hands and started shuffling. Su Fei noticed that while the dealer was shuffling, the patterns on the back of the cards kept changing. "Mr. Su, please cut the deck." The female dealer placed the cards in front of Su Fei. Hidden hint, cut just 1 card. Following the hint, Su Fei cut just 1 card. Then, the dealer began to deal the cards in order. When all the cards were dealt, the dealer drew a card from the separate pile of rule cards and placed it in front. The game begins, with a minimum bet of 100,000. "Mr. Su, you may speak." As the dealer's voice fell, Su Fei hesitated not for a second as he began to look at his cards. Seeing this, the strange beings at the table all smiled knowingly. Newbies like this don't even dare to play without a good hand, only able to fold. Don't underestimate this 100,000 base bet. Once upon a time, there was a game, and there was plenty to lose. QKA. And it was a straight flush. At the start, he actually got a big hand, his luck was truly good. But just at that moment, a hidden prompt echoed in his mind. Hidden prompt, in this round, the lower card wins. Hearing the prompt, Su Fei was instantly dumbfounded. Damn. In the first round, I got such a big hand, and you tell me the lower card wins? Su Fei's expression began to look a bit ugly. But given that the previous hidden prompt had helped him, he had no other choice. Perhaps other strange cards are larger than this one. Well, that's the only explanation. 200,000. Su Fei began to place his bet. Immediately, 200,000 strange coins disappeared from his card. Seeing this, the people in the Dragon Country livestream all nodded. As expected of Su God, starting with such a big hand. Luck is good, but if only he had seen it a bit later. Sigh, after all, it's a strange casino, being cautious never hurts. I find it strange, Su God seems especially steady now? Isn't being steady a good thing? After the previous rounds, my heart couldn't take it. But don't forget, this is a rule-based game, in the end, it's the rules that decide the outcome. In the early stages, they'll definitely play with normal rules, but in the end, it all comes down to luck. Just as the people of Dragon Country were discussing. The strange ones at the table seemed to be deep in thought, but they chose not to look at their cards. I'll call 10,000. I'll also call 10,000. After 2 rounds, no one looked at their cards. Hidden prompt, raise, 1 million. Hearing the prompt, Su Fei disregarded everything else and started to raise. 1 million. As soon as those words were spoken, the strange ones instantly became serious. Those with few strange coins started to look at their cards, but 3 quickly folded. Now on the table, only the white-haired strange and the short-haired strange hadn't looked at their cards yet. After all, they had sufficient funds and their own thoughts. I'll continue calling. Who's afraid? After another 3 rounds, the bets at the table rose again to millions. Finally, the white-haired strange couldn't hold back and chose to look at his cards first. Just a glance, and the white-haired strange covered his cards. Call, 4 million. Seeing this, the short-haired strange finally chose to look at his cards as well. Su Fei's heart raced. Under normal rules, winning with his hand shouldn't be difficult. But the key rule was the lower card wins. Su Fei could only hope that the remaining 2 hands were larger than his. 4 million, I'll see you. After much hesitation, the short-haired strange ultimately chose to go against the white-haired strange and compare hands. The dealer picked up both hands to compare. Then she glanced at the rule card and tossed the white-haired strange's cards into the pile. Seeing this, the white-haired strange's face tightened, unable to express his anger. On the other hand, the short-haired strange had a look of realization, as if something dawned on him. He quietly lit a cigarette. Human, it's your turn to speak. Hidden prompt, all in, required to reveal cards. Su Fei's brow furrowed. Could it be that the opponent actually had a 3 of a kind? So, Su Fei went all in and said, I'm all in. If you don't call, just fold. As soon as Su Fei's voice fell, the over 3 million strange coins left in his strange card were completely wiped out. What? All the strange ones turned their eyes to Su Fei, unable to suppress the gasp. The short-haired strange cigarette fell directly to the ground. Even in the VIP area, a single bet of 30 million strange coins is extremely rare. Yet the more Su Fei did this, the more cruel the smile of the short-haired strange became. Good, 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 since you seek death, don't blame me, this time, with these rules, I will definitely win. The short-haired strange slammed the table, gritting his teeth. I'll call it all. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Su Fei and that short-haired strange. The stakes on the table have reached nearly 80 million weird coins. Let's reveal the cards. I don't believe it, your cards can't be bigger than mine. The short-haired weird flipped their hand of cards directly over. Pair of kings, with a 3. Su Fei focused intently, and suddenly his heart sank. This hint, what is going on? According to the rules, Su Fei's trembling hands flipped over his cards. Mr. Su, you lose. The female dealer opened the rule card and explained, in this round, the side with the smaller cards wins. I guessed the rules when you revealed your cards earlier. The short-haired weird smile was extremely savage. Playing with me? You're still too young. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Dragon Country erupted. Chapter 49, Unleashing the Weird Event, Death Roulette. Wait, is there a mistake? The smaller card wins? That short-haired weird guessed the rules when comparing cards. It's over. Those 30 million just vanished in an instant. Su God, he has one steady chance, yet he lost so thoroughly. One night back to square one, what should we do with the remaining billion? It was already extremely difficult to earn 10 billion from 30 million, now being penniless makes it even more impossible. If we can't complete the task, we. At this point, the audience in the Dragon Country completely broke down. Although Su Fei was not eliminated, the sudden loss of over 30 million savings was too hard for everyone to accept. Other countries, seeing this, would not let this opportunity slip by. A large group of foreign viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Ah, gamblers never have a good end. Thought you had good luck? They already saw through the rules. What's Su God, he's simply a joke. Even with SSS grade weirdness helping him, so what? He lost everything. Poor guy, he still wanted to find a way to make money for him, lost everything in one game, huh? I can only say, it's better to make money honestly like our players. Speaking of which, it seems the Cherry Blossom Ninja is almost at 100,000, right? At this moment, all the people of the Dragon Country were almost speechless. In the weird world, Su Fei was feeling the same way. He still couldn't believe it, the result of listening to the hidden hint turned out like this. The surrounding weird beings shook their heads at Su Fei's expression. This result did not come as a surprise to them. Humans in the weird world were merely playthings for the weird. Being played to death was only a matter of time. But at that moment, a silver-white light burst forth. Bai Lily jumped onto the table, pointing at the surrounding weird beings and shouted. Whoever laughs again, do you believe I'll pull out your tongues? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding weird beings immediately covered their mouths and bent over to show respect. Oh, and you. Bai Lily finally glanced at the short-haired weird who won, warning. We'll find a place to talk alone later. After saying that, Bai Lily squatted down and patted Su Fei's head. Little Su Fei, it's okay, it's just over 30 million, we'll earn it back. I'm fine. Su Fei looked at Bai Lily and nodded. Actually, losing 30 million wasn't a big deal. The main issue was this hidden hint that perplexed Su Fei. If it weren't for the hidden hint, he wouldn't have come this far. But how, at this critical moment, did the hidden hint cause him to lose all his savings? Suddenly, a strange voice appeared in Su Fei's mind. This was not a hidden hint, but an announcement from the weird world. At the same time, several lines of scarlet subtitles appeared in the live broadcast rooms worldwide. Dragon Country players' savings cleared, successfully triggered a weird casino event. Current weird event, Death Roulette. All players will be transported to the weird space to participate in the event in 30 seconds. The audience from the Dragon Country were all stunned. What does this mean? Savings cleared and then a weird event is triggered? Is it possible that God Su lost on purpose, just to trigger this bizarre event? No way? If that's the case, why didn't God Su come to the casino right away? Anyway, this bizarre event must have some explanation. In any case, we're completely broke now, and there are other players too, whatever. The audience from other countries was equally unhappy upon seeing this. Why should the event triggered by Su Fei be shared by us players? Keep struggling, anyway, Su Fei can't hold out much longer. I'm just afraid he might drag a few down with him, hope it's not our players. Anyway, this gambling match has already proven that Su Fei is useless, he will fail sooner or later. Yes, it was just good luck before, I really thought he was cheating. At this moment, in the casino, Su Fei heard the announcement and was also stunned. Could it be, the so-called triggering of bizarre events is the real hidden hint? After all, Su Fei couldn't think of any other reason to explain it. Soon. 30 seconds quickly passed. A black mist appeared in the casino, enveloping Su Fei completely. Little Su Fei. Bai Lily didn't even have time to react before Su Fei vanished from her sight. At this moment, the female dealer suddenly said, it's a bizarre event, he triggered the casino's bizarre event. A bizarre event? Bai Lily pondered. Indeed, my lady, he will return here after completing the event. Bai Lily nodded, alright, then I will wait for him here. On the other side. Except for Su Fei, all the competitors in the Bazaar City were transmitted to the so-called Bazaar Space. It was still that dark, closed big stage. I didn't expect to see you all so soon again. In the darkness, the bald host who previously held the blind date reappeared in front of everyone. Seeing the bald man, everyone couldn't help but recall their own blind date requests, feeling nervous. Everyone, don't worry. The blind date task still has some time left. And each Bazaar event is actually an opportunity for you to turn things around. Saying this, the bald man waved his big hand. The curtain behind him was opened again, still showing the same rooms as before. You all remember the rooms you chose back then, right? Find your respective rooms, participate in the death roulette game, and detailed rules will be introduced inside. Everyone has only one life, failing the game won't mean death, but a deduction of Bazaar coins. On the contrary, the longer you survive, the richer the Bazaar coins you get. Of course, if you run out of Bazaar coins, you will truly lose your life. The game time is 24 hours, and the countdown starts now. After speaking, the bald man bizarrely disappeared into thin air. At this moment, all the competitors turned their gaze toward Su Fei. Especially the ninja with cherry blossoms, whose eyes were filled with coldness. If it weren't for Su Fei, he would have been the first to fulfill the blind date requirement. If he loses bizarre coins here, he will have to start all over again. But time was running out. All the competitors then walked towards their respective rooms. Su Fei was no exception and returned to room 444 again. Opening the door, the layout was completely different from the blind date before. In the middle of the room was a table, and on the table lay a revolver. Welcome to the death roulette. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed. In the depths of the room, a bizarre figure walked out. Seeing that terrifying abyss, Su Fei recognized the person at a glance. Leah? That's right, it's me. Leah smiled slyly as she walked up to Su Fei, directly taking his hand and looking extremely alluring. Come on, Mr. Su. Let me teach you how to play by the rules. Chapter 50, Mr. Su, your gun is very hot. Here is a revolver, each round will be filled with 6 bullets. Among the 6 bullets, the number of live bullets varies, some may not have a single live bullet, while others may be all live. In each round, there will be 6 opportunities to fire, you can choose to shoot yourself or shoot me. If you shoot yourself and it's an empty bullet, your turn continues. But if you shoot me and it's an empty bullet, it will be my turn. In short, if you get shot, the game ends, and you need to pay the corresponding base amount. If I get shot, then this round counts as your win. You can choose to take the winnings or continue to bet into the prize pool until the game time ends where the prize pool is full. The maximum amount in the prize pool is 100 million deceit coins. Of course, if you can't pay with deceit coins, then you will truly die. Hearing what Leah said, Su Fei completely understood the rules of this game. To put it simply, it wasn't much different from Russian roulette. It was just a gamble to see whether there were live bullets in his gun. Come on, Mr. Su. Leah reached out and touched Su Fei's chest. From his pocket, she pulled out a transparent deceit card and inserted it onto the betting table. Then, a number appeared on the betting table. In the first round, the prize pool is 50,000 deceit coins. Let's begin. Leah, smiling brightly, walked to the other end of the betting table and sat down. At the same time, Su Fei slowly took his seat. The game begins. Leah picked up the revolver, and suddenly, 6 bullets appeared on the betting table. She loaded the bullets one by one and then handed the gun over to Su Fei. Come on. Whether to shoot yourself or to shoot me, it's your choice. All right. Su Fei took the revolver, his expression gradually becoming serious. For the other contestants, losing just meant losing 50,000, after which they could choose to exit the game and wait. But for Su Fei, if he lost, it would cost him his life. Because he didn't have a single deceit coin on him. But if he could keep winning and keep betting, it would be a chance for a comeback. However, relying solely on luck to make it through and earn that 100 million was definitely not enough. At the same time, the audience from Long Country watched this, each one breaking out in a cold sweat. Su God, you can't afford to lose anymore. My suggestion is to win the first round, then take the 50,000 and leave. That's right, the prize pool will definitely increase in the second round, winning won't cover what you'll lose in the second round. But the prize pool is up to 100 million, if Su God can get that. Do you think it's possible that Su God losing is just for recovering 100 million? Don't dream. It's good enough if he survives. You don't really think a female deceit will treat Su God specially, right? It's not impossible. Just now, that female deceit introduced the rules and her eyes were glistening. I don't think so. If there was any good feeling, that screen would have gone black earlier. Heaven, please bless Su God. At this moment, although most of the other countries' audiences were concerned about their contestants, some had already been eliminated. For example, the viewers from Little Han Country stayed in Long Country's live broadcast room. Good luck won't favor fools. Even if Su Fei wins this round, it's only 50,000. Over 30 million has been lost. What's the use of 50,000? Win. What does he have to win with? Is he planning to win with his face? I can almost see Su Fei's brain splattering. If it weren't for him, our player park wouldn't have been eliminated. Bang. In a certain live broadcast room, a gunshot immediately drew everyone's attention. In the Sakura live broadcast room, a ninja fell to the ground with a blood hole shot through his forehead. Blood sprayed onto the iron door behind him, and his body fell straight to the ground. Sakura player game failed, deducting 50,000 deceit coins. As the announcement finished, the Sakura ninja appeared on the previous stage. I am not dead. Remembering the feeling of dying just now, this ninja contestant's legs were still weak. At this moment, the bald host suddenly appeared in front of the ninja and returned his card to him. There are still 35,000 left in the card, you can choose to enter the room again and start over. The ninja quickly shook his head, no, I don't want to play anymore. Then you can just wait here, the bald man smiled strangely, disappearing back into the darkness. At this moment, the ninja's face was filled with anger. If it were not for Su Fei forcibly dragging them into this strange incident, he would have completed his blind date task by now. But now, his savings were directly reduced by 50,000, and it would take him a while to catch up again. At this time, in room 444, Su Fei heard the gunshot from earlier and tried hard to calm his thoughts. He couldn't help but recall the words from when the hidden hint first appeared. Follow the hidden hint and act, do not ask why. The appearance of this casino's strange incident could be said to have delayed some of the competitors' task progress. If all of this is arranged by the hidden hints, then the upcoming game will definitely have hints appear. Su Fei took a deep breath, waiting for the hidden hint to appear. But just then, a rustling sound echoed, causing Su Fei to frown. He felt as if a pair of feet was rubbing against his pants. Su Fei turned his gaze to Leah across the gambling table. Leah's eyes flashed with a hint of seduction as she slowly spoke. Mr. Su, are you still not making a move? Is it because the gun is too soft? Su Fei felt a chill run down his spine at her gaze. That look was too captivating. But at that moment, a pleasant silver bell sound rang out. Hidden hint, the second shot is a real bullet. It's here. Even though the previous hidden hint made him lose all his strange coins. At this point, he can only choose to unconditionally believe that this is the arrangement of the hints. Su Fei slowly raised the revolver in his hand, cocked the hammer, and pointed it at his chest. Bang! The flash of fire flickered, and a puff of blue smoke rose from the cylinder, but it caused no harm to Su Fei. It felt just like the revolver toy he played with as a child. That's right. The hidden hint was to help him earn more strange coins in the strange event. Not bad, now while the gun is hot, Mr. Su, please continue. Leah smiled widely, and the legs beneath the table became restless. The second shot was a real bullet. Su Fei took a deep breath, cocked the hammer again, pulled the trigger, and fired at Leah in front of him. The gunshot rang out. He felt a recoil stronger than before, and both of his hands felt a violent tremor. When Su Fei regained his senses, the bullet had already pierced through Leah's chest. Black-red blood flowed from her chest. She touched a little with her fingers and then put it in her mouth to suck. Immediately after, her chest wound healed instantly. Mr. Su, you won the first round, the prize pool has doubled to 100,000. May I ask, do you want to continue the challenge? Continue the challenge. Su Fei unhesitatingly handed the gun back to Leah. Leah changed the bullets in the gun and handed it back to Su Fei again. Hidden hint, this round, the gun is all real bullets. At the same time as the hidden hint was heard, Leah spoke again. Mr. Su, your gun is so hot, will you give me another shot? Hearing this, Su Fei furrowed his brow. This strange girl? It seemed like she was hinting at something? Bang! Su Fei shot at Leah once again. As expected, this shot was indeed a real bullet. This time, Leah's shoulder was pierced by the bullet. Moreover, compared to the first shot, Su Fei held the gun more steadily and was more skilled. But at the same time, Su Fei was almost certain that Leah before him was giving him continuous hints. At first, the other party said that when the gun is soft, it fires blanks. But when she said the gun is hot, it fires live rounds. Mr. Su, I hope next time you can aim better, don't hit my shoulder again. Leah also reloaded the revolver and reminded him, the prize pool has now reached 200,000, may I ask? No need to ask, I will continue. Su Fei picked up the revolver again, looking calm and confident. Hidden hint, the sixth shot is a live round. While hearing the hidden hint, Su Fei kept replaying what Leah had said. After being mocked by Leah 5 times for the gun being soft, it was time for the sixth shot, and Leah's face was filled with regret. Woo-woo, if only Mr. Su's gun was as hot as before. Su Fei had completely confirmed his thoughts. But why is she helping me? Could it be because of Bai Lily? But time was tight, Su Fei didn't think much, and pulled the trigger again. The prize pool has now reached 400,000. At the same time, the audience watching the livestream and Longwa seemed to have noticed the clue and became excited. If I'm not mistaken, this female trickster is helping Su God. Soft gun means blanks, hot gun means live rounds, it's always been like this. That's right. This hint made me think in the wrong direction. So this is what it means. Ha ha. Sure enough, everything is part of Su God's plan. Hiss Su God, please don't play like this again in the future, it really makes my heart race. What exactly happened when Su God blacked out before entering the casino? I'm starting to get curious about the relationship between this female trickster and Su God. Who cares about that? Let's quickly fill the prize pool now, earning trickster coins is the real way to go. The people of Manhwa, seeing the prize pool constantly increasing, were once again energized. At the same time, reports of other players finishing their games kept sounding. Player Old Me's game has ended, earning 50,000 trickster coins. Player Big Goose's game has ended, earning 100,000 trickster coins. Player Turkey's game failed, deducting 100,000 trickster coins. Soon, nearly all the players had finished their games. But up until now, most had chosen conservative playstyles. They either lost or won a round and then stopped. Only a few chose to challenge the 100,000 prize pool in the second round. But by the third round, no one dared to challenge it. Except for Su Fei. Unknowingly, over 100 players had returned to the main stage to wait. Only an hour had passed since the start. After many players came out, they started talking about that death-like feeling from earlier. At this time, the bald, eerie host returned to the stage. Now, the player from room 444 has not finished the game yet. You can only wait for the 24 hours to pass, or for him to fill the prize pool, and then the game will end. At the same time, in front of the stage, a light screen appeared. On the screen, Su Fei and Leah were shown. Su Fei had no expression, firing shot after shot. Leah, sitting opposite him, looked like a resentful woman. Sometimes complaining about Su Fei's soft gun, sometimes praising Su Fei's hot gun, his good shooting, and his accuracy. The way they were playing was completely different from before. Are we playing the same game as Su Fei? What do you mean? Why is my opponent such a weird person who looks like a turtle? Honestly, does Su Fei need the help of a female trickster to survive? How many times has this happened? The looks don't matter, I only care about why Su Fei's prize pool has already reached 1.6 million? How many rounds has it been? He hasn't lost a single time? Is he cheating? Not cheating, bro, this female trickster seems to be hinting at Su Fei, right? What hint? This clearly tells you the answer. Isn't this against the rules? At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to the bald, eerie man. Especially the Sakura ninja, who felt extremely unbalanced inside. He clearly was the first person to complete the matchmaking task. But now, he could only wait here idly. He couldn't help but walk up to the bald, eerie man and tentatively asked, "Sir, is this reasonable?" Reasonable? Why isn't it? The bald, eerie man glanced at the ninja, then spoke to the crowd. As humans, you should understand better than us how to utilize interpersonal, oh no, the eerie relations. The more the ninja thought about it, the angrier he became, and he pressed on, but isn't this a game of rules? Shouldn't a game value fairness? The bald, eerie man didn't get angry but instead smiled and said, "But this is the eerie world. You are impressive." With just a few words, the bald, eerie man completely silenced all the contestants. Reasoning couldn't be made clear. After all, in the eerie world, strength is the only real truth. The bald man is an SSS level eerie, while they, as humans, can only accept their fate. As time passed, another 2 hours went by. All the contestants sat on stage, tightly watching Su Fei on the screen. Leah's shameless words occasionally dripped in, igniting their jealousy and reminding them of their days in college. Although Leah couldn't compare in looks to Zitong and Luo Yao, her captivating charm was incredibly strong. Just looking at her made one's blood surge. They wished it was themselves sitting in Su Fei's position. But unfortunately, all of this was impossible. At this moment, Leah started to reload her bullets again and reminded, "Mr. Su, the prize pool has reached 50 million, if you shoot at me again, the prize pool will be full." Su Fei thought her words sounded a bit strange. But the facts were exactly as she said. Because Leah had previously told him, the highest prize pool is 100 million. As long as he successfully clears the level, he could directly take away 100 million eerie coins. This is 1/10 of what the matchmaking task requires. Su Fei gripped the revolver again, but he didn't rush to shoot. What's wrong? After firing dozens of rounds, is Mr. Su tired now? Leah blinked, asking. It's not that I'm tired. Su Fei shook his head and then asked, I just want to know, why are you helping me? Why help you? Leah smiled and said, once you fill it up, I will tell you. Bang. Su Fei decisively fired another shot. At the same time, the prize pool amount on the betting table jumped to 100 million. Su Fei narrowed his eyes. Now, you should tell me why you want to help me. Leah smiled, pointed at Su Fei, because this eerie card in front of you carries a familiar aura of mine. Eerie card? Su Fei frowned upon hearing this. When coming to Eerie City, he originally had 2 eerie cards. Plus the eerie card that Leah gave him when he first entered the casino, it made 3 total. Among them, the card given by the detested butcher was still inserted at the outer betting table. The one in front of him was the eerie card from Zitong. The key point was,
that this eerie card from Zetone was actively taken out by Leah from his embrace.
So the implication is, this eerie girl in front of him, could she be connected to Zetone? Chapter 52, Bailing, what kind of game are you playing with her? Shu. Let's talk about what comes next after you get this 100 million.
Leah saw Su Fei deep in thought as she loaded the last 6 bullets for the final round.
If Su Fei wins this round, then he will gain 100 million in prize money. Mr. Su.
Hidden hint, in this round, the first shot is a live bullet. Su Fei took the handgun, without waiting for Leah to finish speaking, and decisively fired the final shot at the opponent again.
The gunshot rang out.
The screen on the stage went dark, and the live stream from Manhwa also blacked out again, as Su Fei's figure instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Leah looked at the blood hole in her chest and glanced at Su Fei's confident eyes, feeling a bit astonished. Because this shot was fired faster than any of the previous shots Su Fei had taken. She had not even had the time to remind him. Mr. Su, you sure have some guts.
Aren't you afraid this shot might go wrong? It won't be wrong. Su Fei's eyes were firm, and he eventually put down the revolver in his hand.
Such courage. Leah smiled as she stood up from the table. Congratulations, Mr. Su, you have won this round of the game. Soon after, a notification sounded. Dragon Kingdom contestant successfully cleared the challenge, earning 100 million strange coins.
With the announcement, the anxious hearts of the Dragon Kingdom audience finally settled. Is it all blacked out? Could it be that the clearing reward is not just this 100 million? Is there more?
Who made Mr. Su so charming that even the weird help him without hesitation? I don't care about anything else, I just want to know who said Mr. Su was a joke.
Step forward. How would those clowns understand Mr. Su's strategic mind? Losing 30 million makes them excited? Do you know what it means to win from having nothing to earning 100 million?
I know, back then Shindeas I could use.
The audience from the Dragon Kingdom chatted freely, the atmosphere was very harmonious.
Meanwhile, the audience from other countries looked as if they had eaten something bitter. I really don't understand, why is it that every time he is about to die, there's always someone weird helping him?
It would be fine in school, but why is it still like this in the weird city? Can it be played at all?
His looks are just average.
It can't be that his attractiveness only works on female weird creatures, right?
Su Fei, who originally had the least advantage, suddenly won 100 million. Now with 100 million, maybe the requirements for a match of 1 billion he can actually meet.
I don't believe it. Maybe his luck is good, but that doesn't mean he can earn money with money.
Makes sense, with Su Fei's cow and horse mentality, even if he is given 100 million he would just be working. At this moment, in the strange world, the numbers in the prize pool kept decreasing, while Su Fei's bank balance kept increasing. After a while, the entire prize pool was transferred to Su Fei's strange card.
100 million.
Su Fei picked up the strange card and took a deep breath. As expected, the hidden hint not only did not trick him but even helped him maximize his benefits. Because not only did he gain this 100 million, but also 90% of the other contestants slowed down due to this strange event. But now, what Su Fei was most curious about was the words Leah said earlier. He couldn't help but ask, what is your relationship with Purple Eye? Mr. Su, I will take you to meet my boss now, and you will understand everything.
Su Fei frowned, playing coy again.
Leah smiled without speaking, but warmly and actively took Su Fei's arm. Let's go, Mr. Su.
Okay. Su Fei's mind was filled with thoughts about the connections between them.
Leah, manager of the strange casino. Then her boss is very likely the owner of the strange casino. The other party's level could also reach SSS level. Otherwise, how could they intimidate these other strange gamblers? But the key is, what connection does this have with the strange card given to him by Purple Eye?
Do they know each other? Or is there some special relationship? With various guesses in mind, Su Fei and Leah returned to the grand stage.
Seeing Su Fei come out, all the contestants looked at him with fierce eyes. At this moment, the scene seemed so familiar.
It couldn't help but remind everyone of Su Fei's absolute dominance back in school. Originally facing elimination, Su Fei received help from a female weird creature and successfully escaped danger. Everyone thought things would be better after coming to the weird city. But before long, the first strange event made Su Fei taste the sweetness once again. Although this time, Leah was just an SS-level weird creature. But they don't have a single hair on them now. People really can make others die of jealousy. Does the entire dungeon's female haunting have to revolve around Su Fei to survive? Without Su Fei, can the bizarre world not function? These female hauntings can no longer pass on their line? Despite feeling very unwilling in their hearts, they didn't dare to act out. They suddenly thought, perhaps completing the dungeon isn't so hard. The rare part is completing the dungeon with Su Fei. At this moment, The bald haunting looked at Su Fei and said with a smile. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared this bizarre event. Next, all of you will return to the bizarre city to continue your tasks. Once the bald one finished speaking, the door to the bizarre city reappeared before everyone. Seeing this door, the other contestants couldn't wait any longer and rushed out like a swarm. Let's go too. Leah and Su Fei saw everyone leave and walked slowly into the door. At this moment, in the bizarre casino, Bai Lily sat at the card table, her eyes hazy, in very poor condition. Around her, a group of gambling hauntings fanned themselves, poured tea, and flattered her madly. But just then, with the appearance of two black mists, Bai Lily suddenly became spirited, quickly jumping down from the card table. As the black mist disappeared, the figures of Su Fei and Leah also appeared before her. Little Su Fei. Bai Lily was overjoyed, rushing straight towards Su Fei. Su Fei instinctively held her in his arms, just like holding a little child. Woo woo. I was so worried about you. Bai Lily kept rubbing her head against Su Fei's chest. But before Su Fei could respond, her two little tiger teeth suddenly shone brightly, biting towards Su Fei's neck. Hiss. Although it didn't hurt much, like a mosquito bite, Su Fei couldn't help but shiver. With a few sucking sounds, Bai Lily released Su Fei. Her eyes darted to Leah beside her, full of hostility. Then Bai Lily looked at Su Fei and questioned. Little Su Fei, why is she appearing with you? I just played a game with her. What? Bai Lily instantly furrowed her brows. You played that kind of game with her? What kind of game? Just that kind, that kind. As Bai Lily said this, her face began to unconsciously heat up. Chapter 53, Gamblin' Dad, Sick Mom? A tough task. What are you thinking? Su Fei picked her up to the card table, then took out the bizarre card from his pocket. We played the life and death roulette game, and I won 100 million. 100 million? Bai Lily's eyes instantly shone. Little Su Fei, you're amazing. Then shall we go to the bloody restaurant for a big feast later? Of course, no problem. As Su Fei just agreed, he added, but before that, I need to meet a bizarre one. Who? Bai Lily asked. Su Fei replied calmly, the owner here. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding bizarre ones were all shocked. It seemed like they had heard of some terrible existence, and they began to gossip. The legendary gambling haunting king. SSS level bizarre, the self-drawn master. More than 20 years ago, the self-drawn master successfully killed another SSS level using the gambling rules. After the bizarre city was established, SSS level bizarre rarely clashed, let alone kill each other on the same level. Yes, that incident shocked the entire bizarre city, and the self-drawn master never showed up again after that. Could it be that the self-drawn master is going to make a comeback? Are we going to see the self-drawn master's gambling skills again? Could it be that the entire bizarre city is about to change? The group of bizarre ones, as they discussed, were both excited and terrified. Even Bai Lily, unable to help it, frowned and muttered. I seem to have heard that name from family elders. It seems they visited our family once. We won our token. It seems this is indeed a powerful trick. Su Fei rubbed his chin, his face full of seriousness. Let's go, I also want to meet this person. If we can get the token back, that would be the best. Bai Lily jumped down from the poker table and grabbed Su Fei's hand. You too, follow me. The master has been waiting for a long time. Leah smiled broadly as she led the way. The surrounding gamblers also smartly made way. Looking at Su Fei's back, each of them had faces filled with shock. Leaving the VIP area. Under Leah's guidance, they finally arrived at a very secret elevator. It was called secret because this casino was like a maze. Every big door looked almost identical. Only after pushing it open could one know what was inside. If it weren't for Leah guiding them, a normal person would have no idea where they were. Just after arriving on the second floor, as the space twisted, Su Fei and the others entered an extremely spacious room. A red carpet led straight to a pitch-black big door. Around the room, there were densely packed grids, displaying all sorts of strange items. Leah continued to lead the way while introducing. Every grid contains the bets won by the master. The cheapest is at least 100 million. Su Fei was stunned upon hearing this. He roughly counted, there were at least several hundred grids. Even at the lowest price, that was hundreds of billions. If he could take a few out at will, what 10 billion matchmaking tasks? That would be nothing at all. Unfortunately, they couldn't take anything. Before he knew it, they had already arrived at the pitch-black big door. Knock, knock, knock. Leah knocked on the big door and said, Master, the person has been brought. As soon as her words fell,
The door slowly opened, revealing a tall figure over 2 meters in front of Su Fei. This figure was tall and had a standard body proportion, not looking bulky at all. In terms of stature, he was enough to compete with the strange instructor from university. However, the man in front was slicked back, dressed in a black suit, and appeared more serious than other strange beings. Even though he stood still, his powerful aura amazed Su Fei. "Leah, you can go out first." "Okay." Leah lowered her head and left the room, while the black door was closed again. "You are Su Fei?" The strange man turned around, allowing Su Fei to see his face clearly. In his 50s, he had black and white hair slicked back. Overall, he exuded an aura of someone who was not short of money. "That's right, it's me." Su Fei nodded and asked, "You are the one called Zimo?" "Zimo is what others call me, my real name is Purple Demon." "Purple Demon?" Su Fei's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he stared hard at the strange man before him. It was only then he realized. The man in front of him actually had purple pupils identical to Purple Eye. Could it be? Is it really like my previous guess? This man before me is indeed the father of Purple Eye. Purple Demon directly spoke, "Just as you thought, I am Purple Eye's father." "Who is Purple Eye?" Bai Lily looked at Su Fei. Su Fei showed surprise. "You don't know her?" "I don't know." Bai Lily shook her head. "I thought you recognized her." I. Su Fei didn't know how to explain. He only felt that aside from Luo Yao, Bai Lily seemed completely unaware of anything else. At this moment, Purple Demon interrupted Su Fei, then turned his gaze to Bai Lily. "I didn't expect to see a child from the vampire clan today." After saying that, Purple Demon snapped his fingers, and a bloodstained sharp-tooth necklace appeared in his hand. Seeing that sharp tooth, Bai Lily exclaimed, "This is our family's token." "Yes, it has been many years." The Purple Devil said this, and his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of loneliness. "The reason I won this bet was to save Purple Eye's mother, but now it's useless." Upon hearing this, Su Fei felt as if he had heard this background story somewhere before. A gambling father, a critically ill mother, a younger brother still in school. But this gambling father is too powerful. He owns a huge casino. Even the stuff outside is worth hundreds of billions. "Alright, I'm not going to waste words with you," the Purple Devil said, and his expression became extremely serious. "I called you here to assign you a task. As long as you complete the task, the token in my hand will belong to you." Hearing this, Bai Lily became excited for a moment, tightening her grip on Su Fei's hand a lot. This shows how important this token is to Bai Lily. Su Fei took a deep breath. "Tell me, what task?" "Very simple." The Purple Devil continued. "Once, an old man made a bet with me, to see who could become the richest abnormal in the entire Ghost City." Su Fei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. "In this Ghost City, are there really abnormalities richer than you?" "The Ghost City is full of hidden talents, much bigger than you imagine." The Purple Devil said with a serious face. "Now the bet is about to expire, and I'm not sure how much that old man has actually earned. I once sent abnormalities to investigate, but they were all discovered by the other party, and now, your human identity appears even cleaner. I will have Leah arrange you in their company, then go undercover. What you have to do is to figure out the other party's trump card without being discovered and find ways to make them lose." Su Fei was completely shocked upon hearing this. Is there really a deal of corporate warfare in the abnormal world? Su Fei couldn't help but feel speechless. "Wait, do you really believe I can complete this task?" "No, you must complete it." The Purple Devil's expression gradually turned fierce. "If I lose the bet, you will undoubtedly die, and Purple Eye won't be able to save you." Su Fei frowned. "But, today, so many abnormalities saw me at your casino." The Purple Devil waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about the rest, I'll take care of everything cleanly, you just need to do it." Chapter 54, Sleeping Alone with No Sense of Security. After leaving the abnormal casino, Su Fei and Bai Lily, under Leah's arrangement, arrived at a tower. "Mr. Su, you will live here from now on, I will tell you where to go tomorrow morning." After Leah finished speaking, she closed the door and left the building. "This house is pretty good, it should be worth a few million." Su Fei examined the house his prospective father-in-law prepared for him. A standard 3-bedroom apartment, over 100 square meters, everything needed was fully equipped. "By the way, Xiao Su Fei, you haven't told me yet, who exactly is Purple Eye?" Bai Lily sat down on the sofa, looking at Su Fei with confusion. "She?" Su Fei's mind raced at the question. Bai Lily clearly had connections with Luo Yao. And they were good friends, but it seemed Luo Yao hadn't told her anything else. So since she doesn't know, it's better not to clarify. Lest Bai Lily call Luo Yao and expose the whole matter. She is a friend of mine." Su Fei smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. "Xiao Daodu, the token is really important to you, right?" Bai Lily nodded without hesitation, saying, as for why, I can't tell you right now. But one thing is certain, if it weren't for being on his territory, I would have gone to grab it back directly. As she said this, Bai Lily hugged Su Fei tightly. Thank you, Xiao Su Fei, I didn't expect you to go so far for me. Agreed to take on that old demon's task. No need, this was originally what I wanted to do. Su Fei patted Bai Lily's head. Although this bet seemed like it was for helping Bai Lily win back a token. In reality, wasn't this also a test from old Deng? It should just be that Bai Lily appeared at the right moment for old Deng to take out the token. By the way, if I help you get back the token, you can give me Luo Yao's contact information, right? Sure. Bai Lily nodded. Alright, it's a promise. Su Fei extended his pinky, and Bai Lily eagerly hooked it, no lying, okay? Whoever lies is a little dog. Okay. Bai Lily beamed with joy and suggested, let's order takeout from the bloody restaurant. After a brief exchange, time grew late. After indulging in a feast, Su Fei felt energized and full of life. After all, the takeout from the bloody restaurant was top-quality blood food. What puzzled him was that the dishes he initially found bloody now smelled incredibly delicious. Hiss. I can't really be turning into a vampire, can I? In the room, Su Fei examined himself in the mirror, fiddling with his teeth. But thankfully, everything seemed normal, perhaps he just ate too much blood and was imagining things. So, Su Fei lay down on his bed, beginning to think about what he needed to do next. 1. Go undercover at the company. 2. Fulfill the dating requirement of 1 billion. Actually, Su Fei felt rather uncertain about being undercover at the company. After all, a human just entering the company would definitely not be given an important position. He would have to find ways to start from a small role before accessing core secrets. But this couldn't be done in a day, it would take a significant amount of time and energy. If the dating task wasn't completed by then, it would be just as deadly. But from the looks of it now, the dating task wasn't known by every mystery, so Bai Lily's father probably didn't know either. Of course, Su Fei wouldn't directly confess this to the other party. Otherwise, if he found out his daughter was with him, old Deng might go crazy. Sigh. I didn't expect the Huang Mao to actually be me. The key is that there's not just one. Su Fei sighed, thinking he could only find ways to play the part of the undercover while figuring out ways to take advantage of old Deng. After all, with old Deng's assets, 900 million was just pocket change. Moreover, he still had some use for old Deng, he couldn't just watch himself die, right? Having planned the next steps, Su Fei slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. But in the next room, Bai Lily tossed and turned in bed, her face full of unhappiness. No matter how she lay, she felt the room was too empty, the bed too big, and there was no sense of security at all. She got up repeatedly, glancing at the door. No. I can't sleep with little Su Fei anymore, it's addictive. Bai Lily was torn inside, messing up her smooth white hair. It looked like it had been blown up. Tick-tock time passed slowly. Bai Lily tightly clutched the blanket in her arms, as if facing withdrawals from D. Ah. I really want to drink little Su Fei's blood, I really want to sleep in his arms. I can't do this, I can't do this. Bai Lily's face turned red, she breathed heavily, her little tiger teeth fully exposed. Just once, it must be the last time. Yao Yao, believe me, this will absolutely be the last time. Bai Lily swallowed hard and jumped out of bed. She transformed into a cute little bat and flew towards the door. But just as she flew out the door, she bumped right into Su Fei. Chirp chirp. Bai Lily lost her balance and fell to the ground. But Su Fei was quick to react, catching her just in time. Immediately placed it in the palm of his hand, bringing it to his face. Bai Lily? GG. The originally pink little bat completely turned blood red at that moment. Hiss, why is it so hot? You must be running a fever. Su Fei frowned, but the little bat hurriedly shook its head, then buried its head in its wings. Alright, I guess you're not used to sleeping alone in bed. Saying this, Su Fei held the little bat and went to his own room. Unlike the room where Bai Lily slept, Su Fei's room had a row of custom closets. Su Fei opened the closet. The closet was already neatly filled with a blanket and pillow prepared solely for the little bat. After all, Bai Lily was small enough to fit perfectly. Look, you should like places like this, although it can't compare to the coffin at your home, it should be much better than a bed. Hearing this, Bai Lily finally lifted its head. Those lovely little eyes looked at the cozy nook in the closet, and then at Su Fei, eyes sparkling with joy. How about it, do you like it? GG. Su Fei smiled as he placed Bai Lily in the little nook of the closet. Alright then, good night. Su Fei closed the closet, then lay down on the bed himself, turning off the light. However, after another 2 hours, Su Fei's breathing became heavy, and he fell into deep sleep.
But at that moment, the closet was opened. A pair of fair and cute little feet peeked out of the closet. She carefully landed on the floor, making no noise at all. Chapter 55, Crazy? The female Erie president is called Luo Li? A night without conversation. But what puzzled Su Fei was that he dreamt again. Unlike last time. This time, the main character was not Luo Yao, but Zitong. Zitong saw her sleeping with Bai Lili. Not only was she not angry, but she was also smiling widely. She even asked if he wanted Luo Yao to join them. This was simply out of this world. Even if Su Fei thought about it, he had to consider whether his body could handle it. Contrast between a domineering woman, a pure school beauty, and a cute loli. How could an ordinary person endure such a thing? Su Fei stretched, preparing to get up. He touched his neck, but found it surprisingly wet. It even carried a hint of the fragrance of blood. Su Fei quickly looked at the closet, rubbing his temple. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a text message sound rang out. The sender was none other than Leah. At 9 in the morning, the newly established horror investment company is hiring. Please go for the interview quickly, and remember to delete this message afterwards. 9 o'clock? Su Fei checked the time on his phone. It was exactly 8 o'clock. So, he immediately got up to wash up, and at the same time found the new clothes he had prepared in the room. After a quick tidying up, Su Fei opened the closet. At this moment, Bai Lili was still sound asleep. Little one. Bai Lili rubbed her eyes, slowly waking up a bit. Su Fei immediately reminded her, I'm going to complete a task. To avoid exposure, you should stay at home and wait for me to bring you something to eat after work. Bai Lili nodded, then fell back to sleep. Su Fei closed the closet and hurried downstairs to light his eerie fire. Beep beep beep. Various new order messages popped up, but Su Fei paid no attention. After all, whether the takeaway was delivered or not was irrelevant, the main thing was to complete his undercover mission. Horror investment company, 10 kilometers away, really not close. According to the navigation on his phone, Su Fei immediately drove there. On the other side. In the president's office of the horror building. A short-haired female Erie was sitting at the desk, flipping through documents. The female Erie had an elegant aura, dressed in a finely tailored professional outfit. Especially her proud and cold eyes that made her entire face appear noble and aloof, exuding an indescribable aura. In terms of aura alone, she was hardly weaker than that father with purple eyes. Without a doubt. She was also an SSS-level strange being. Knock knock knock. Come in. The female strange being put down the documents in her hand and looked towards the door. Another golden-haired female strange being with glasses walked in. This golden-haired strange being also had a top-notch appearance and demeanor. However, compared to the one sitting at the desk, there was still a certain distance. Even the rank was one level lower. Lo? Boss. Still calling me Boss Lo? The short-haired female strange being's eyes turned cold as she said, Now, you are Boss Lo, and I am just an employee under you. I understand. My name is Loli, I am the real Boss Lo. The bespectacled female strange being looked incredibly nervous, mumbling to herself as if trying to adapt to her new identity. After all, jumping from the position of general manager in the old company to president in the new company did take some getting used to. That's more like it, come and sit. Loli stood up, gave her seat to the other, and reminded her. Now, we must win the bet, and this company is the most important part. So now, new employees in the investment department must go through layers of screening. Not only do they need unique investment insight, but the most important thing is to prevent moles. The golden-haired strange being, hearing this, looked serious. Don't worry, after the previous mole incident, I guarantee this time the new employee screening will be even stricter. Just this is not enough. Loli narrowed her eyes and continued to emphasize, now is a critical time, employees in the investment department are even more important. So I will observe every new employee entering the investment department in my capacity as an employee. This is also the reason for bringing you here. The golden-haired strange being took a deep breath. This is no problem. I guarantee I will fulfill the new identity issue. After all, no strange being has ever seen you. Good, just don't let anyone see any flaws. I'm going to the door to see who will apply for the investment department. Loli nodded and walked out of the office, satisfied. At the same time, after a thrilling ride, Su Fei finally arrived at the horror tower. Parking the ghostly fire in the parking lot, he walked straight into the building. Upon reaching the first floor of the tower, Su Fei found it bustling like a strange talent market. Almost all were strange beings applying for various jobs. At this moment, seeing Su Fei enter, a strange security guard handed him a document. It required personal information and introduced various job positions in the company. It certainly looked quite professional. Indeed.
The operating mechanism of human society was the most successful. So these first batch of strange beings, who all followed suit, became big bosses and wealthy stranges.
Sure enough, it's a newly established company. Su Fei looked at the recruitment positions and numbers, and had some guesses in his heart.
Old Deng's rival likely established this company just to win the bet. But as for who exactly the boss behind this company was, Su Fei had no idea.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Hidden prompt, choose to apply for the investment department position. There's even a hidden prompt? Su Fei was a bit surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He directly filled out his personal information and walked up to the investment department recruitment desk. Su Fei handed over his documents. Hello, I would like to apply for a position in the investment department. A human?
The strange being examined Su Fei and then said, as a human, we have no right to question you. Take your documents to the president's office on the 44th floor, the president will personally meet you.
Ah? The president will meet me?
Su Fei was instantly stunned. Don't worry, as long as you're not a mole, being human gives you a significant advantage in joining the investment department. After all, human insight is extraordinary. The strange being said this, gradually turning cruel. Of course, if you are a mole, he.
Okay. Su Fei appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was incredibly anxious.
Just as the strange figure in front of him said, since the operation of the strange world relies on imitating humans,
then humans doing such things must be taken seriously. This is also the main reason why other human contestants enjoy good treatment and high salaries after working. But the key is, aren't I an undercover? Just starting as an undercover and being personally received by the president, doesn't this greatly increase the chance of being discovered? And it seems that coming as an undercover is equivalent to violating the rules here. The next scene will definitely be unbearable to look at. But since I'm here,
and with hidden hints to help me, Su Fei can only brace himself and go forward. So, he immediately found the elevator and went to the 44th floor. All the way, he kept talking to himself, trying to appear as normal as possible.
Ding dong.
He reached the 44th floor, and Su Fei had pretty much adjusted his state. He walked into the office area with confident steps and happened to see a short-haired female strange standing at the door. So, he took the initiative to approach and smiled broadly, asking, "Hello, I am here for an interview.
Could you tell me where the president's office is?" Human? Here for an interview?
Luoli turned around, looked at Su Fei with doubt, and then pointed to the next office.
Thank you. Su Fei politely replied and then walked toward the president's office.
But just as he stepped out, he suddenly paused. Luoli looked at Su Fei, frowning. What's wrong?
Do you have something else?
Chapter 56, Some Alternative New Colleagues.
Nothing. Su Fei showed an apologetic smile, then hurried toward the next office.
Luoli frowned, watching Su Fei's back, feeling an inexplicable panic in her heart.
Could it be that the other party has seen through my identity? Thinking of this, Luoli immediately went to the tea room. However,
Su Fei felt some confusion in his heart as well. He always felt that the female strange standing at the door was not as simple as she appeared. First, he couldn't feel her level at all. Secondly, he always felt that this female strange seemed to have a sense of familiarity.
But where did the familiarity come from?
He couldn't say, feeling rather strange.
Su Fei took a deep breath.
Right now, the most important thing is not this, but starting the job. Coming alone to this terrifying investment company was originally a very dangerous move. The strange world has different rules to follow in every place, and this company is no exception. What is known now is that undercovers will die. The unknown rules are even countless. As long as any one of them is violated, those strange beings can move against him, leading to the same dead end.
Knock knock knock. Su Fei knocked on the president's office door. Hello, President. I am here for an interview. Come in.
Hearing someone answer, Su Fei pushed the door and walked in.
Human?
The blonde female strange pretending to be the president was somewhat surprised to see Su Fei, but then smiled and said,
You must be one of the humans who came into the strange world this time, right? Yes, here is my information. Su Fei politely handed his information to her.
Like the short-haired female strange outside, he also couldn't feel the level pressure from her.
But it cannot be denied. No matter what level she is, being in the position of president is definitely not simple. Not bad. The blonde female strange looked at Su Fei's information, nodding with satisfaction.
As a human, you should be quite familiar with our system. This is your advantage as a human.
Yes. Su Fei slightly nodded. Just as he had analyzed earlier.
Humans are indeed a rare strategic resource for enterprises in the strange world.
By the way, I see from your information that you seem to have delivered takeout before?
The blonde strange asked, a little surprised.
Su Fei honestly replied, yes, after all, to survive here, we humans also need strange coins. It seems you are quite ambitious. The strange blonde said this and slowly stood up. Please wait for me here for a moment, I will let you know whether you are hired later. No problem. After Su Fei agreed, the strange blonde took his information and left the office. Then, he began to carefully examine this office. The desk, the computer, all the necessary items were basically there. However, the potted plants on the table were all bizarre and odd flowers and grasses. On the boss's chair, there was a decoration that looked like a skull, and even on the bookshelf behind, there were various strange books. Books like The Meaning of a Strange Life, The Practice of Strange Management, and so on. Aside from that, there was no difference from a human company's office. But soon, a document on the desk suddenly caught Su Fei's attention. He first looked at the door, then pretended to casually approach the desk, and saw that document. The title on the document read Screening Methods for Undercover Agents During Recruitment. Su Fei immediately became tense. This shows that the company is truly cautious about undercover agents. No wonder that strange person downstairs specifically emphasized the fate of undercover agents earlier. But what Su Fei was most concerned about was not just the title of this document. It was the name of the person who authored the document. Luo Li. When Su Fei saw these two characters, his pupils slightly contracted, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Last name Luo? And the first name is also Luo Li? This Luo Li, is it possible that this strange blonde president is indeed Luo Yao's sister? Old Dang's archenemy. Is it Luo Yao's family? It shouldn't be, right? After all, Zitong still has a good relationship with Luo Yao and her sister. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? After all, in the strange world, there are so many oddities. Repeated names are probably not rare, let alone just a similar one. After all, Su Fei didn't even know what Luo Yao's sister was really called. Day. Just when Su Fei was deep in thought, the sound of high heels echoed, interrupting his train of thought. The office door opened, and the strange blonde and Luo Li walked into the office. Su Fei, let me introduce you. The blonde, with a smile on her face, pointed to Luo Li and introduced, this is Luo Li, an old employee of our company. She will guide you in getting familiar with the work. Luo Li? When Su Fei heard these two words, he felt something was a bit strange. The short-haired strange woman in front of him had the aura of a workaholic, cold woman. Though she was indeed beautiful, she had absolutely nothing to do with a lowly. Luo Li extended her hand and looked at Su Fei. Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you too. Su Fei pretended to be calm and smiled as he shook hands with Luo Li. Luo Li looked at Su Fei seriously and said, let me be direct, since President Luo personally entrusted you to me, I hope you won't slack off in the studio and will study hard. Don't worry, I will rely on my seniors for guidance. After a few simple pleasantries, Su Fei could only temporarily keep his questions buried in his heart. After all, not being discovered as an undercover agent is the most important thing right now. The blonde had a satisfied smile on her face. Su Fei, congratulations on becoming a member of our company. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always contact Xiao Luo. Thank you, President Luo. Su Fei had a fake smile on his face but found it peculiar in his heart. Because he clearly remembered that the university library administrator, Jin, said that Luo Yao's sister was completely an alternative. But now, it seems, the seemingly Luo Yao's sister, the blonde president, had no alternative qualities at all. If anything was alternative, it was this newly met colleague. Clearly a cold-faced woman, yet named Loli. That was indeed a bit alternative. Luoli turned her gaze to the strange blonde beside her and politely asked, so, President Luo, shall I take him to get familiar with the work? The strange blonde smiled and waved his hand. Go ahead, I hope you both have a pleasant time. Then, Su Fei followed this newly acquainted colleague and left the president's office, turning towards the office area. Luo Li occasionally observed Su Fei beside her and started to introduce. In our company, the investment department is the most important department, personally managed by President Luo. As employees of the investment department, our main job is to invest in various industries. Luo Li's explanation was extremely detailed. Su Fei listened very attentively, afraid of missing any details. Overall, what she explained was nothing more than two aspects. The first was the job content. That basically meant staying in the office every day, researching various investment projects, then analyzing and evaluating them. If a project could make money, Su Fei would report his analysis and evaluation results to the president, who would then decide whether to invest. As long as the company made money after the investment, Su Fei could earn a generous commission. On the contrary, if there were losses, he would have to bear the corresponding weird currency. If the weird currency was not enough to cover the loss, he would have to pay with his life. This made Su Fei think of the eliminated contestant Xiao Han from earlier. This was truly about earning money with one's life. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Making high income also came with the danger of losing one's life. As for the company rules, they were very simple. 9 to 5, no tardiness, no early leave, no slacking off during work hours, no whispering. However, since this job was a hidden clue for him to choose, there must be corresponding hints to break the deadlock. But the key was, he was an undercover agent and needed to find a way to make the company lose money. But if he really caused a loss, wouldn't he also have to pay? Although he had $1 billion. For such a large investment company, $1 billion was nothing. No way. The bet with the father-in-law was not over yet. If he let the company start losing money now, he would surely be the first to die. So what he needed to do now was to help the company make money. If the company made money, he would also have money. With money, he could deal with the blind date task that might end at any time. As for the matter with Lao Dang, he would deal with it when the bet was about to end. After all, world rules, weird self-rules. The blind date task always comes first, absolutely cannot go wrong. Moreover, as long as he didn't go to the casino, wasn't there still by Lily? When the time comes, he could hide it by Lily's home, which is also an SSS weird. Lao Deng couldn't do anything to him. That's the plan. Just as Su Fei was confirming his course of action, Luo Li suddenly stopped. Su Fei, this will be your workstation in the future. The office area was large. But in reality, there were only a little over 20 weird ones working here. After all, it involved strategic investment issues, and they even worked next to the president's office. This proved that these employees of the investment department were very important to the company. And Su Fei's current job was also very suitable for an undercover agent to gather information. But the chances of being discovered were somewhat high. Especially the new colleague working beside him, who was clearly sent by the president to monitor him. So now he could only follow what he had just thought, work hard to earn money, and temporarily forget his identity as an undercover agent. Meanwhile, when Su Fei walked over just now, he also saw the nameplate on the new colleague's workstation. It was only at this moment that he realized that the other party's name was not Loli. Instead, it was Lola. Luo Li, Lola. These strange names were really easy to confuse. At this moment, a refreshing scent wafted through the air. Luo Li walked over to Su Fei's side, lowered her body, and said, "Now I will teach you how to look at investment materials." Okay. Su Fei looked at his new colleague who was so close, feeling utterly amazed in his heart. After all, he had just joined the company and didn't dare to examine the person closely before. But now, he simply couldn't move his gaze away. This newly acquainted colleague clearly had greater strength than Luo Yao, but was less than Zitong. She had slightly slipped beyond Su Fei's grasp, but not by much. Especially that cold and distant aura. This point resembled Luo Yao's demeanor when facing outsiders very much. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, in front of him, Luo Yao was very direct and passionate, only becoming cold when facing outsiders. But it was obvious. In terms of makeup and dressing style, she had a fundamental difference from Luo Yao. After all, Luo Yao looked very good without makeup. And the woman in front had red lips and white teeth, with exquisite makeup. Hanging from her earlobes were colorful circular earrings. She wore a gray coat, matched with a white shirt and a gray skirt. On her feet were a pair of black high heels, her long legs were straight and slender. If she wore gray stockings, it would be perfect. But unfortunately, such a beautiful woman gave off a feeling of keeping the opposite sex at bay. Su Fei. A cold voice rang out, interrupting Su Fei's thoughts. He abruptly pulled back his gaze and looked at his colleague in front of him. Luo Li looked at Su Fei, a hint of disdain in her eyes, and questioned. "Have you learned it?" Su Fei came to his senses, staring at the dense various investment projects and categories that instantly made his scalp tingle. It felt like a headache seeing homework he'd once done. No matter if you know or not, you must submit an investment project before getting off work today. Otherwise, I will report to President Luo, and you won't need to come to work tomorrow. Having said that, Luo Li directly left the company. Is this an employee? Since when do employees act so arrogantly? Su Fei looked at Luo Li's back, feeling somewhat puzzled. It was only 10:30, clearly work hours, how could she just leave? But now was not the time to care about others. He still had to keep this job. So, Su Fei turned his gaze to the computer screen in front of him. Horror theme park investment project. Strange kindergarten, even a horror hospital, and a weird breeding base. All were investment projects applied by other businesses and individuals, almost covering all aspects. But luckily, there were no strange investment applications like Lu Yochi among these projects. What he needed to do now was to analyze and evaluate these investment applications. It seemed simple. but in reality, operating it was very difficult. Su Fei stretched his neck, looking around at the busy strange colleagues. These odd ones were focused on their work, seemingly not taking Su Fei seriously at all. Each one was a workaholic. This atmosphere made Su Fei feel very suppressed. He felt it was less free than delivering takeout. He could deliver when he wanted and even earn big money with Bai Lily. Ding ding ding. Hidden hint, choose investment for horror hospital. Ha? Horror hospital? Upon hearing the hidden hint, Su Fei quickly opened the investment application for the horror hospital. Horror hospital blood bank project? Do these odd beings need blood transfusions? Su Fei was taken aback for a moment but quickly remembered Bai Lily. Hiss. To be honest, the strange beings living here did seem to depend on blood to some extent. At least Bai Lily was like this. And the existence of a bloody restaurant was enough to prove its audience. However, Su Fei also did not know, besides blood-sucking oddities, what other strange beings needed blood. Thinking of this, Su Fei suddenly felt troubled. After all, if you don't have a good understanding of this strange world, you can't make any analysis or reasoning at all. Sigh. Since I can't think of anything, I might as well take a good nap. After all, the hidden hint has already pointed out the goal, so I can relax completely. The only thing I need to do is temporarily forget my undercover identity and follow the hints given. Unknowingly, in this oppressive environment, Su Fei lay down on the desk and began to sleep soundly. At the same time, in the president's office, Luo Li, who had just left the office area, sat in the boss's chair. The strange blonde stood beside her, looking at the surveillance footage on the computer, sweat dripping from his forehead. This human, how can he start sleeping right after work? How will he submit his tasks in the afternoon? Let him sleep. Luo Li said expressionlessly, as long as he is not an undercover, it is fine. After all, the value of humans is still very high. The strange blonde nodded. He should not be an undercover. I had someone check his background, except for delivering food, everything else is very clean. Luo Li squinted her eyes slightly and then said, it's precisely because it's so clean that I find it strange. In any case, I will have him submit his tasks before getting off work in the afternoon. When he panics, he might reveal his true colors. I will go back to handle something first, and I will come back in the afternoon. You continue to replace me in this president position. When she said this, there was a clear displeasure on Luo Li's face. The strange blonde noticed and asked, Luo, are you talking about the matchmaking? Luo Li took a deep breath and nodded. My dad clearly knows that I only want to work, yet he secretly signed me up for matchmaking, and he wouldn't even tell me the details, just asking me to wait for news. Sigh. The strange blonde also looked helpless. Luo, what if one day, the old man brings the match for you? What to do? Luo Li's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Of course, handle him, to eliminate future troubles. The strange blonde sighed. What if the other party is SSS level? Even if it's SSS level, I won't agree. Luo Li's eyes were filled with determination. I absolutely will not let emotions become a stumbling block in my career. Chapter 58. If he is an undercover, the company is all his. Time flies quickly. Especially in such a quiet and oppressive office, Su Fei had a good sleep. But oddly, he actually had another dream. In the dream, this new colleague he just met actually wore gray stockings, even smiling at him, asking if he looked good. This left Su Fei a bit puzzled. Previously, when he dreamed, it was nothing more than Luo Yao, Zitong, or Bai Li. How come now he can dream of a new colleague too? At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ear. Did you sleep well? It was quite comfortable. Su Fei stretched and turned his head. What first caught his eye was a pair of long legs. And the key point was that those long legs were indeed wearing gray stockings. Ha! Am I still dreaming? Su Fei was taken aback and kept eyeing the gorgeous gray stocking legs before him. Do they look good? Luo Li's expression was cold, her eyes slightly squinting, revealing a hint of disdain and disgust. Originally, she thought that her outfit had problems in the morning, so she changed clothes when she went home for lunch. After careful selection, she wore gray stockings, a black short skirt, and a white long shirt. At the same time, she also draped on a medium-length black coat. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have become even more eye-catching. At this time, Su Fei finally woke up completely. Hiss, this is not a dream. Su Fei smiled awkwardly and still sincerely replied, it does look quite good. You? Luo Li heard this and quickly covered her thighs with the coat, questioning, what time do you think it is now? It's 4:30. Su Fei glanced at the computer screen. Yawned. It's almost time to get off work. Did you finish your tasks today? Finished. You slept all day. How did you finish? Simple. Su Fei immediately opened the investment application for the horror hospital and said, "Let's invest in this." Luo Li heard this and turned her gaze to the screen, asking, "What's the reason?" "No reason." "So you picked it randomly?" "Who said I picked it randomly? I just think this can make money." Hearing this, Luo Li couldn't help but snort coldly. "You slept all day, and now you say to invest in a horror hospital, and you say you didn't pick randomly?" Hidden hint, confront her. Confront her? Su Fei was taken aback for a moment. Should be, just a verbal confrontation, right? The other party's aggressive demeanor actually made Su Fei quite unhappy for some time now. Now, with the hidden hint urging him to confront her, there was no need to think further. Su Fei turned around and asked, "Hey, do you think you're the president?" "I." Upon hearing this, Luo Li's heart tightened. But she didn't dare to argue back. Her hard-won hidden identity couldn't be revealed right at the start, could it? Luo Li took a deep breath. "I will definitely tell Boss Luo that you slept at work." "What? Are you going to be a snitch?" Seeing her speechless, Su Fei immediately launched an attack. "You disappeared halfway through your work, and I didn't report you to Boss Luo, yet you turn around and say I was sleeping? You?" Luo Li stared fiercely at Su Fei, her face turning red with anger. "What's wrong with me?" Su Fei once again looked at those beautiful, slender legs. "Boss Luo asked you to teach me well, yet you ran away, and then say I was sleeping. Is there any justice in this? Besides, you stand in front of me dressed like this, I'm just looking at your legs. What's wrong with me?" Luo Li couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, her entire face flushed red. "I can't get angry. Getting angry will expose me." Luo Li took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within her. "Okay, let's not talk about the sleeping issue for now. You don't have an analysis report or sufficient reasons, the company absolutely won't invest in this project. That has nothing to do with you." Su Fei crossed his arms and leaned back. "I have already pointed out a clear path. If they don't want to invest, that's the company's problem. I have done what I needed to do." Laughable. Luo Li was so angry she almost laughed. "You mean if Boss Luo doesn't approve, then it's her who has poor judgment?" "Hey! I didn't say that. Don't slander me." Su Fei quickly waved his hands and added, "It's normal for you, an employee, not to understand my vision. I believe Boss Luo, with her insight, will definitely support this project." Okay. Luo Li looked at Su Fei's confident face, her eyes flashing with fierceness. "I will tell Boss Luo about your suggested investment project. If the company loses money, you know the consequences." After saying that, Luo Li clenched her fists and turned to leave the office area, heading toward the president's office. Watching her back, Su Fei's heart raced. Since it was what the hidden hint pointed out, there should be no problem. Soon enough, Su Fei couldn't help but glance at those beautiful legs again. To be honest, when it comes to legs, this colleague could be said to be perfect. On the other side, Luo Li arrived at the president's office, fuming with anger. The more she thought about Su Fei's behavior just now, the more her teeth itched with anger. Bang! She slammed her fist on the desk, startling the blonde assistant who quickly stood up. "Boss Luo, please calm down." Luo Li shot a sidelong glance at the blonde assistant and asked, "You saw everything just now, didn't you?" "Why yeah, I saw it." The blonde assistant gulped. Having worked alongside Luo Li for so long, she was fairly familiar with her. She had never seen anyone make Luo Li blush so many times. In just a few minutes, her face had turned red countless times. Of course, it was because of the anger caused by Su Fei. "Very well, you are not allowed to look at him anymore." Luo Li's gaze was cold as she watched Su Fei, who seemed unconcerned in front of the monitor. She was even more displeased. She waved her hand, and the camera monitoring Su Fei instantly lost its image. The golden-haired one reacted quickly and poured a glass of water for Luo Li. "Well, President Luo, how should we handle the investment project Su Fei mentioned? Do we even have to ask?" "Of course we invest." Luo Li's expression was cold, her thin lips slightly pursed. "Do I still need him to say that I lack vision?" "All right." The golden-haired one nodded, then added, "But it seems that Su Fei should not be an undercover agent, right?" "Undercover agent?" Luo Li seemed to think of something funny. "Have you ever seen an undercover agent who sleeps on their first day, even angering colleagues and attracting attention? If Su Fei were an undercover agent, I'd give him this company." Hearing this, the golden-haired one felt a jolt in her heart, always sensing something ominous. But now Luo Li was in a fit of anger, so she dared not say much. "I'll get the project approved later, and the next step is to have him conduct a field investigation." "MHM." Luo Li slightly nodded. "At that time, I will go with him. I want to see just how visionary he is." After speaking, the golden-haired one immediately printed out the detailed information on the scary hospital investment project and also stamped it. President Luo, here. Very good. Luoli glanced at the approval documents briefly and nodded in satisfaction. Just 100 million, that's nothing. But if this investment loses money, no one can save him. Chapter 59 Su Fei, can you slow down? 10, 9, 8, 7. Looking at the second hand on the computer, Su Fei kept silently counting in his mind. As soon as it hits 5 o'clock, he will unhesitatingly shut down the computer and leave work. After all, working here has no base salary, it completely relies on investment shares. For him with hidden tips, sitting in the office feels utterly unnecessary. The most critical part is that there's a colleague who keeps watching him and nitpicking. 3, 2, 1. Get off work. Just as Su Fei was about to turn off his computer and get up, a document was suddenly slammed down in front of him with a bang. Luoli coldly looked at Su Fei and said, President Luo approved it. Tomorrow I will take you to conduct a field investigation. Stop. Su Fei immediately interrupted, we'll talk about tomorrow. I've completed my tasks for today. I need to leave work. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Luoli pointed at the strange colleagues around and said, look at them, who leaves at this time? But my investment project got approved. Su Fei raised his hands in a shrug and turned toward the door. Before leaving, he couldn't help but steal another glance at those perfect legs. Luoli looked at Su Fei, clearly gritting her teeth in anger. But whether for the sake of the company or the rules, she couldn't do anything about Su Fei right now. At least, she wanted to know how this investment would turn out. After all, the company's development had to come first. Humph. If you dare to let the company lose money, you will definitely die. Luoli stamped her foot in anger, then left the office as well. Ding. Su Fei took the elevator down to the first floor and was walking towards the parking lot. At that moment, a red strange car also drove up in front of him, instantly catching Su Fei's attention. He was already very interested in these sports cars. As the saying goes, good design always resonates. The car brands in the strange world are different from those in the real world, but the styles are cooler and flashier. Exaggerated aerodynamics, and even a strange energy source that is endless and pollution-free. Even ordinary ghost flames can take off with the support of this strange energy, let alone this type of sports car. After completing the matchmaking requirements, he definitely needs to get one to drive around. Just as Su Fei was deep in thought, the car window happened to roll down. Su Fei found that the driver was none other than the golden-haired one, indeed President Luo. Ha? President Luo? The golden-haired one was also momentarily taken aback. Thank you, President Luo, for your support of my investment project. Su Fei chuckled and then asked, President Luo, are you waiting for someone? No. The strange blonde quickly reacted. She originally came to wait for Luoli, so she naturally could not say it directly, to avoid exposing her identity. After all, who has a president picking up employees? So? The strange blonde smiled and said, I just saw you and wanted to say hello. The hospital is your first investment project, so work hard. Thank you for your concern, President Luo. Su Fei smiled widely, President Luo, you care for me so much as a president. It's not like a certain colleague who bullies people just because they've been there longer. At that moment, another voice rang out. Su Fei, which colleague are you talking about? It's that one. As soon as Su Fei finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. This voice. However, just as Su Fei turned his head, he found Luoli standing right next to him. Oh no! He had been caught out with the story behind him. At this moment, Luoli gave a look to the strange blonde, signaling her to leave. The strange blonde understood and quickly said, all right, you colleagues should communicate more, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, the strange blonde swiftly drove away, leaving only Su Fei and Luoli behind. Luoli looked at Su Fei, growing more and more displeased in her heart. I didn't complain to President Luo, yet you still say I bully you? Did you not bully me? Su Fei shrugged his hands, all right, I won't waste my breath with you, I'm leaving. After saying that, Su Fei quickly escaped the scene, found his ghost fire, and left the parking lot. Seeing in the rearview mirror that Luoli was still standing there, not moving for a long time, he waited a moment and then could not help but turn around and ride back. Aren't you leaving? Why are you back? Luoli looked at Su Fei, her brow slightly furrowed. Su Fei looked at Luoli and asked, aren't you not moving for a long time because you have no car? Or is it that no one is picking you up? What does it have to do with you? Luoli turned her face to the other side. Su Fei teased, acting like an elite office worker, you can't even afford a ghost fire? You? Luoli was even more furious upon hearing this. That car from before was hers, she originally had the strange blonde come to pick her up. But unexpectedly, she ran into Su Fei, so she let him go first. But at that moment,
Accompanied by a roaring sound, the red sports car that had just left returned to the parking lot. Seeing the red sports car return, Su Fei showed a puzzled expression and quickly asked.
President Luo, why are you back?
The strange blonde was in a cold sweat. She originally thought Su Fei had left, but unexpectedly, he came back after a circle and was still talking to Luoli. She quickly explained, I think I forgot to get something.
President Luo, you truly forget things often.
Su Fei smiled widely. He genuinely felt that this blonde President Luo might be quite easy to get along with, possibly better than the one standing beside him. Not only did she not make things difficult for him, but she also cared deeply for her employees.
However, at that moment,
the one truly standing next to Su Fei, Luoli, was very nervous. She again gave a look to the strange blonde.
Forget it, let's get it tomorrow.
The strange blonde could not help but scratch her head, but thought about what Luoli would do next. So, she unknowingly said, by the way, Su Fei, since we are colleagues, why don't you give her a ride back? Luoli, upon hearing this, looked at the strange blonde with a gaze full of surprise.
The strange blonde instantly realized she had misspoken.
But before she could change her words, Su Fei quickly said.
Sure, I have nothing to do anyway. Luoli's face turned ugly in an instant. Who said I needed you to give me a ride? What's with the act? We are all colleagues, as long as you don't bully me, I'm actually quite easy to talk to.
Su Fei reached out and pulled Luoli over.
Luoli turned sideways and sat down on the back seat.
I was instantly dumbfounded.
Wow! This person's amazing.
The blonde felt a thunderclap in her heart at this sight. Seeing that the situation was already beyond recovery, she panicked and stepped on the gas, hurriedly fleeing the scene. Luoli watched her most proud subordinate run away, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion.
Hold on tight. I'm really fast.
If you fall off later, I won't take any responsibility. After Su Fei finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated. Luoli's body swayed, and she quickly grabbed the corner of Su Fei's shirt. She could have used her strange power to maintain balance or simply jumped out of the car.
But if she did that, wouldn't it expose her level? No SSS-level strange being would willingly be a mere company employee.
However, as Su Fei's speed increased, Luoli had no choice but to tightly hold onto Su Fei's waist.
Su Fei! Can you slow down a bit? Chapter 60, you might think you're the boss. Oh right.
Su Fei suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Luoli to press her entire body against his back.
Su Fei! Luoli blushed, indignantly saying, do you even know how to ride a bike? Su Fei turned his head. I just wanted to ask you, where do you live? I live in.
Halfway through, Luoli immediately realized something and stopped speaking.
What? Afraid of revealing your address? Su Fei chuckled, a hint of teasing on his face. Or do you have a boyfriend and are afraid of being seen? What boyfriend?
I don't need that kind of thing.
Luoli stared at Su Fei, her brows tightly knit. I'm just in a bad mood today, I just don't want to go home. Then where do you want to go? Anywhere is fine.
At this point, Luoli felt a bit lost.
Indeed, she really didn't want to go home.
Because as soon as she got home, her father would nag her about blind dates, which was extremely annoying.
Then that's a problem. Su Fei examined Luoli with a thoughtful expression. The boss asked him to take the colleague home.
If he failed to do so, this colleague might report him. Even though this wasn't part of his job description. But perhaps because of such trivial matters, he would leave an irresponsible impression in the boss's mind. After all, he still needed to stay in the company for a long time.
Sigh.
The job itself was easy, but dealing with strange relationships was not.
But the key was, where could she go if she didn't go home? Surely she couldn't come to my house? His undercover identity was already very sensitive. Moreover, since this colleague's rank was low, if she ran into Bai Lily, it could cost her life. He might even get an extra charge of harming a colleague. Not to mention,
this colleague might actually be sent by the boss to monitor him, to see if he was really an undercover agent.
Wait a minute. Su Fei's expression shifted, revealing a faint smile. Since you don't want to go home, how about I take you to deliver takeout? Deliver takeout?
Luoli showed a look of confusion.
Yes.
I originally planned to drop you off and then go deliver takeout, but since you don't want to go home, you can come with me. Luoli bit her red lips, pondering a bit. Takeout was something that could quickly succeed in a strange world, proving its feasibility. The company had originally intended to develop this market. Since she didn't want to go home temporarily, it was better to go take a look, treat it as market research.
With this in mind, Luoli nodded and reminded, but can you ride a bit slower?
I'll try my best.
Su Fei turned around and took out his phone. Ding! You have a new order.
As soon as he opened the order-taking app, dozens of takeout orders popped up one after another.
This order won't work, it's too far.
Whoa, this price is too low, not suitable.
This one is pretty good. Su Fei's gaze lingered on the last order.
It was an order from the SSS Strange Car Specialty Store, and the distance was also quite suitable. It was just right to check out what good cars this strange world had.
Hold on tight, we're off. Su Fei accepted the order and then drove like a madman, taking Luo Li to the restaurant.
Only a few minutes passed, and Su Fei got the food and turned the car around. Luo Li sat in the back seat, the cold wind brushing her face, watching the scenery outside with a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. In the past, she always sat in all sorts of luxury cars, with dedicated drivers taking her to and from places. Except for work, she almost never showed her face in public,
let alone appearing on the streets in such a manner.
So, very few people in this eerie city had seen her, and they didn't know her identity. But now she suddenly felt that this sense of freedom seemed
rather nice?
We're here. Su Fei stopped sharply, and Luo Li hurriedly wrapped her arms around his waist. SSS-grade creepy vehicle specialty store? Luo Li got out of the car, looking at this familiar place and feeling completely dazed.
What are you staring at?
Su Fei held out the food and handed it to Luo Li. Here, you go deliver it, the recipient is the manager of this store.
Me? I go deliver?
Luo Li pointed at herself, her expression shifting slightly.
Yeah, otherwise you'll just follow me and do nothing? I won't go.
Luo Li turned her head, crossing her arms over her chest. I, the esteemed young lady of the Luo family, am also the president of dozens of companies under the Luo group.
You, a mere human, actually want me to deliver food for someone else?
The key is, this creepy vehicle specialty store is one of my family's businesses.
What manager? That person works for my family. Asking me to go in and deliver food to my own employee is simply absurd.
Of course, she could only keep these thoughts to herself, too afraid to say them out loud.
Oh, still putting on airs like a young lady? Su Fei's expression changed slightly, carrying a hint of ridicule. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you owned this store?
You?
Luo Li was left speechless by Su Fei's retort. The owner of this store? Even if the owner saw her, they would have to bow and call her boss. Anyway, I will not go in to deliver.
At this moment, a woman in a black business suit walked out from the store. She looked about 26 or 27, and her demeanor was quite pleasant.
Is that my takeout?
Seeing someone come out, Luo Li quickly turned around, afraid of being seen. Su Fei had no choice but to smile and hand the takeout to the other person. Enjoy your meal.
Thanks. The female manager was also very polite.
But as she received the food, she glanced at Luo Li behind Su Fei.
The female manager smiled widely. Not bad, young man.
You, a human, actually have such a beautiful companion helping you with delivery. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's face turned pale, but she did not dare to explode in anger.
She could only clench her fists, standing there, brewing in frustration.
You misunderstand, she's not my partner. Su Fei also felt a bit awkward and said, besides, you didn't see her face, how do you know she's beautiful?
Young man, do you even need to see the face?
The female manager smiled brightly, looking at Luo Li's back. Just look at that figure, that grace.
In all my years, I've only seen. Wait a minute.
When the female manager thought of this, she suddenly felt something was off. Then, Luo Li abruptly turned around, her eyes coldly fixed on the female manager.
What the hell? Luo Zong?
The female manager's heart suddenly raced at that moment. The takeout in her hand accidentally fell to the ground. Su Fei, who had just turned around, was stunned when he saw the takeout drop on the ground.
What the heck? Could this female manager be trying to trick me like that taxi driver before? Crap. I almost forgot. Without Bai Lily here, delivering takeout isn't safe at all. I can't just expect this new colleague to protect me, can I? If I had known, I wouldn't have delivered it.
I wonder what level this new colleague is compared to the other side. After all, this female strange manager, judging by the pressure emanating from her, is also an S rank. At this moment, the entire atmosphere gradually became incredibly tense.
Su Fei felt speechless himself.
Since he started delivering food, it seemed like there had not been a single meal that was complete. Two strange individuals, although they were standing here, their inner thoughts were like realms apart. One feared being framed by the strange, another feared their identity being exposed, and the last was afraid of saying the wrong thing.
Chapter 61 This female strange. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Luo.
The female strange manager had just opened her mouth when she felt Luo Li's terrifying gaze. Then, Luo Li's expression changed, and she walked up with a big smile.
Big sister, I didn't know you worked here.
Hearing this, the female strange manager quickly shifted her gaze between Su Fei and Luo Li.
To climb to the position of manager, she quickly grasped the meaning behind it.
The female strange manager also wore a smile. I didn't expect to run into you here. Seeing the two strange individuals like this, Su Fei was also stunned.
You two, you know each other?
Yes. Luo Li and the female strange manager said in unison, then exchanged a smile.
Luo Li explained, she's a friend from my hometown, I haven't seen her for a long time.
That's great. Su Fei felt relieved in his heart, then this delivery.
It's fine, I'm just happy to see an old friend.
The female strange manager waved her hand, but inside she was incredibly nervous.
Right now, it wasn't about the delivery at all.
The most important thing now was to act alongside the boss's boss. If she made one careless mistake, losing her job wouldn't be the worst, she feared for her very life as a strange being.
But what shocked her the most was, why was CEO Luo running deliveries with a human here? Could it be that CEO Luo is in love? But that's not right. CEO Luo is clearly against marriage. The key is that the other party is still a human. Could it be that CEO Luo only claims to be against marriage, but actually supports a man? And it seemed like this human didn't know CEO Luo's true identity. So, CEO Luo is deliberately hiding her identity and dating a human. Oh my. This is just like the plot of an invisible CEO falling in love with me in a romance novel. It is playing out in reality.
At this moment, Luo Li's voice interrupted her thoughts. By the way, we'll catch up next time, I still have to accompany him with deliveries. Saying this, Luo Li prepared to leave.
Wait. Su Fei immediately grabbed Luo Li and said, it's okay if the delivery is delayed, I want to go to the exhibition hall to see the cars.
Hiss. Seeing Su Fei holding Luo Li's hand, the female strange manager couldn't help but gasp.
In her mind, countless scenarios played out. See cars? Luo Li frowned.
Su Fei nodded honestly, yes, since you have a friend here, I thought I'd come here to buy a car in the future.
Just you?
Luo Li scrutinized Su Fei, snorted coldly, do you know how much the cars here cost?
I don't know, but looking shouldn't cost money, right?
Su Fei said, then looked at the female strange manager. The female strange manager nodded, looking doesn't cost money.
See? Your friend said so, just accompany me to take a look.
Su Fei said, then asked, if I make money and buy a car, then when you get off work, I can give you a ride, right?
You won't have to sit on this small stool anymore.
Woo woo. This is so sweet. The boyfriend delivering food said he wants to make money to buy a luxury car, just to pick up his girlfriend after work. The female strange manager saw this scene and felt her heart flutter.
When will I meet such a good man? Or strange being?
Luo Li looked at Su Fei, who seemed unable to move, and took a deep breath. Okay, let's take a look.
Let's go. Su Fei was extremely happy.
Under the guidance of the female strange manager, they arrived at the exhibition hall. At this time, the other sales staff in the store had already finished work, leaving only this manager.
Su Fei looked at the array of luxury cars before him and couldn't help but ask, what is the cheapest car here?
The female manager smiled widely and said, the cheapest one costs 10 million strange coins.
10 million, huh? Su Fei rubbed his chin, 10 million is not too expensive. Not too expensive?
Luo Li couldn't help but laugh in anger, you have high hopes but low skills, can you come up with 10 million?
You don't need to worry about that, we have investments, right?
Su Fei waved his hand and finally stopped in front of a yellow sports car. The car looked a bit like a bull, but its lines were sharper and more fierce. Especially the front grille that resembled demonic teeth, filled with a sense of combat. Coupled with the black stripes, it instantly attracted Su Fei's attention.
What about this one? This one is an SSS-level strange car, our current treasure, and it costs 100 million.
The female manager said with a cheerful smile.
100 million.
The more Su Fei looked at this car, the more he liked it. Just 100 million, but that was all the wealth Su Fei had now, he didn't have this spending power yet. But it must be said, this car is really damn handsome.
And the price isn't particularly outrageous.
After all, here energy is limitless, you can floor it without worry.
The female manager's eyes kept shifting between Luo Li and Su Fei. Only 100 million? For ordinary strange things, this price is indeed high. But as long as President Luo nods, the entire store's cars would be his. It's just a pity President Luo still needs to hide his identity. Then, the female manager suddenly thought of something.
Running the store all day long, even being a manager, she could see the end in sight. Why not be like in the novels, take this opportunity to gamble? As long as President Luo really likes this human, her future will be unlimited. Besides, if this human drives, it's also President Luo who enjoys the benefits, right?
So, she said to Su Fei with a smiling face, "Sir, I see you really like this car, how about I lend it to you for a spin?" Hearing this, Su Fei raised his eyebrow. "You can actually lend it?" "Of course." The female manager still had a cheerful smile. As soon as Su Fei heard this, he instantly felt something was off. Things that fall from the sky like pies are truly too dangerous. Even if this manager is close to her colleagues, it shouldn't be to this extent. There may be other schemes. Before the hidden signal appeared, he wouldn't fall into a trap. At this time, Luoli raised her eyebrow and questioned, "Sister, isn't this inappropriate? If the company finds out what you're doing, won't you be afraid of violating the rules?" The female manager's heart sank. She felt something was wrong. But since the words were already spoken, she could only brace herself and continue to gamble. After all, it's either a promotion with a raise, seeing a bright future, or it's a direct catastrophe. Rather than stagnate, it's better to use 100 million to exchange for a bright future. After all, after being a manager for so many years, her entire savings just happened to be 100 million. If she could climb higher, the benefits would far exceed this 100 million. At worst, she'd just have to order takeout for nice meals in the future. "I'm betting. I bet that President Luo really likes this human. Besides, she buys it herself, which doesn't violate any rules." Thus, the female manager suddenly became bold, walking directly in front of Luoli. "Little sister, you've had a hard time finding a good man, even I am moved. You don't think, if he gets to drive this car, wouldn't you suffer less? You enjoy the benefits too. Today, I'll take charge and give this car to this gentleman. Consider it my greeting gift, betting that this gentleman will definitely make big money in the future." After speaking, the female manager turned around and walked to the front desk to get a card machine. She pulled out her strange card without hesitation and pressed the password. Then her strange card instantly turned into a white card, transferring all the savings into the company's account. At the same time, she turned around and unhesitatingly opened the car door. Xu Fei handed the car keys to Luoli. "Take it, just consider it a gift from me. If you become successful in the future, don't forget about your sister, okay?" Luoli saw this and her mind instantly crashed. Xu Fei took the keys, also with a face full of disbelief. "Wow. This girl is strange. Could it be that she likes me?"